That would help, wouldn't it? Hello. How are we doing? The background music that's real quiet is real quiet. There is no background music. I think I can actually, no, let me turn this on.
Here is to do the same again.
No, that's way too loud.
Really want to spend watching paint
Let
dry.
me,
These villainy inks have
at least then we've got a little bit of desktop audio just flickering through. So there's a little bit of background noise. Hopefully that's not off-putting or overpowering me. Unfortunately, it means I can hear it though, so I'm going to turn my speakers down. But hopefully that's just a little bit of occasional blah, 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 blah. Jesus Christ, AG Miniatures. Fucking hell. Like, so for anyone who doesn't know, I started, like, I've just been having my breakfast because this is going to be a long day. I'm not normally a breakfast person, but I figured I want to power through today, and I'm going to start getting hungry around 10. And it's already 20 past 9. So, yeah. So I said in the chat, if anyone can guess what I'm eating, win a free printer. And then I was going to come on and just go, yeah, but it's only a Saturn 4. So, and then everyone just goes, oh, never mind then. I'll get to how competitions are going to work today in a minute, and we're going to have a talk about it. And yeah, the correct answer was actually Quavers. No one got it. It was Quavers. Now, normally, the closest thing, because I was going to have some shredded wheat. So the guys who said shredded wheat, I'm assuming you've seen me mention it on the podcast, on the painting phase. But yeah, so yeah. But it was Quavers. Yeah, AG Miniatures, I'll accept that. Right, today is going to be... So, due to the amount of hate this channel's getting lately, I am having a difficult time distinguishing between sarcasm and wankers. So I might call you out for things that were meant to be sarcastic. And if I do that, just say I was being sarcastic or something like that. But you only get a couple of chances, because if then you start being a dickhead, then yeah, well that's it. Oh fucking hell, yeah. Sorry, is it too early in the morning? Do we have a watershed anymore when it's YouTube? I should put explicit on here when I talk and I don't have guests on, and when it's just me, I tend to use expletives as punctuation. But yeah, if we've got James Rook. I mean, I was going to say, if you're going to represent yourself, can I say you're from the wonderful Honey Badger 3D show, but zero fucks are given by you, whether you're you or whether you're Honey Badger. You are just you, and don't change. Please don't change. So, brilliant. So, right then. Yeah, exactly, Wirehead. Expletives are punctuation. So let's get the fuck on with it. Right, so how are we doing? 152 people watching already. This is a lot better than last year, I think. But we have grown since last year. I think I was on around 40 or 50,000 subscribers last year. And here we are now, and looking at my little, I've got one of these, hopefully. Oh god, that's way too low. Don't get a Logitech Stream Cam, they're a nightmare. I've got one of these, which I hope I can, nope, it's under things, just like, there we go, that's my subscriber count. Which I don't know why it says 74,000 up there, I'm going to change that. Right, subscription goal, edit. End goal, that's pointless. Subscriber goal. The current amount of subscribers we have on this channel is an insane amount, and I genuinely don't understand it. A lot of people have come to me and said, how have you grown that big? And I'm going to say, look, so we're at 83,754, 83754. Now I want to get to 100,000 by Christmas, but that's not going to happen. So let's put a nice healthy goal of 85,000, and then end goal, it doesn't matter. Let's, oh, I've got to put an end date. 12 slash, how many days are there in December, guys? 31 slash 2024. So, no, 12 slash 30 2024. I don't know. I'm going to put the 30th. Either way, let's do it. We should have done it by Christmas. We should have done it for Christmas Day. I knew there were 31. Like my gut instinct said 31. Does anyone remember the rhyme? Like 30 days has something. June Ember. There isn't a June Ember. I don't know what I'm on about. So there we go. I've never. It's one of the things I'm 40 and I've never learned properly which months have which days. Or which number of days. It's mad. I know February because I was born in February, but funny story. And bear in mind, guys, I know this is about 3D printers, but considering it's my show, I'm just going to waffle, and hopefully you'll find things funny. You listen to me on, this is how thick I am, right? You listen to me on 3D printers and stuff like that, but this is how stupid I am. I did not know that February was spelt February, February, until I was like 36. And I was born in February. 30 days have September, April, June, and November, and I always mix them up. 30 days. Let's see if we can learn it by the end of this show. Right, so shut up, Ross. Tell us how to win free printers. There's 167 of us in here, and other than the 15 people chatting, there are, in fact, 152 of us who are just here for free printers. Right, so what I'm going to do is, throughout the stream, I need to get back to the edit page. So here we go, giveaways. Oh no, that's a weird Dave Chappelle thing that I'm watching. Where's my edit screen? So there we go. Content, live. I need to make this smaller. I need to make that bigger. So for anyone who's struggling with Gleam, guys, I am sorry. Gleam is the only thing that I can use to do something this big. So I had an idea of how I was going to do the giveaways. I thought, oh, I'll do giveaways on the show. That's what people do. But I always feel guilty doing that because I have a global audience, and I'm here in the UK now expecting many of my US viewers to not be online, and it doesn't give anybody the, if we have the same birthday, can I win the RS? 22nd of February, mate. Why did I say it? I should have made you say it first. Now you're just going to say 22nd of February. The best thing is, I saw that, as if anyone's seen the film Hot Fuzz, 22nd of February is the day the lad says in the pub when he says, what day's your birthday? And he goes, 22nd of February. What year? Every year. And my daughter now says that as well. She's 9. And then hey, Geek Detour in the house, how you doing, man? Yeah, she says that. If anybody says to her, what year, like, when's your birthday, she'll say the date, and then if they say what year, she says every year, sarcastically. Oh, 9-year-old children, Jesus, love her to bits. It is a great film. The whole Cornetto trilogy is fantastic. And I'm really, I do really enjoy that. Right, so here's how the giveaways were going to work. I was going to do like every hour. So we've been sponsored by different brands. I say sponsored. I emailed around and went, look, I'm doing one of these Black Friday things like Uncle Jesse does, but not as good. And like he's got a big studio. I'm sat in here, like literally, I've got that little space that my new shoes are literally behind me. If anyone can guess the brand, let me know based on the box. In fact, you can, I don't know if the resolution's good enough that you can see the label. But yeah, so, oops, excuse me. There we go. Yeah, I know, enjoy these years now, but I'm that busy I don't get a chance to, and I really want to. So the way I was going to break the stream down was different brands have sponsored us. We'll give that brand a bigger segment on the show. So we're still going to do that because we've had different levels of sponsorship, both in terms of value. They are Hoka shoes or Hoka, but yeah, someone told me to wear them when I was at where was I last week? Form Next. No, my Nikes are in the other room, and my Adidas are down here on the floor. Other way around. But yeah, exactly. Yeah, you read it and you look at that, you think that's Adidas Superstar. But yeah, no, it's not. So, but yeah. Anyway, no, I don't wear Converse. I don't. I've got I get painful arches. Right. Anyway, so we're going to break the show down. We're going to spend a bit more focus on a couple of brands than others because they've just sponsored a lot more. The idea of the day is you ask me your questions about, well, anything really, but the focus I want to give is anyone looking at Black Friday deals, and we're going to go through some Black Friday deals as we have a look, because I haven't even looked yet. I have not had chance to look. I've literally got back from Form Next. I've had stuff on. I've had to take work off today, which means I've had to finish all of my project a day early yesterday, which has been an absolute nightmare. So at some point I might get a phone call from my boss and say, what's this, what's that, even though I have made sure to let him know everywhere and everything is. So if you are watching, stop. Like, I've literally handed over to you, so go and get on with it, mate. But yeah, so the last thing I want to see is any messages in here if anyone from work is watching. asking me to get on with stuff. So there we go. But yeah, so we'll go over some printers. If anybody does want me, don't do this yet. Let me just open the show, which I'm still talking about. So give me 3 to 5 minutes. And yeah, so if anybody wants any direct questions, please put at Fohammer, because we've got over 200 people watching, which is crazy. And trying to manage all of this is going to be quite... yeah, it's going to be quite something. And then the other thing is, I am going to be taking breaks throughout. I am here until 5 p.m. today. It is 9:30. We were going out tonight. My wife said, "You do know we're going out at 5 p.m." So I was literally going to be like, 4:30, sweetheart, can you get my shoes and coat ready so I can get it on and get out the door? And we were going to Meet Space VR in Nottingham. I've played the Warhammer game there with the guys on the painting phase. It was hilarious. Go and watch that video. But you can't miss it. But yeah, it was really good. Space Marine VR was fantastic. And we played it at Meet Space VR in Nottingham, got invited around there. Tonight we were going to do Alice in Wonderland Escape Room, but because apparently a car has driven into Victoria Centre in Nottingham, where it is... excuse me, they've had to shut down Meet Space VR as they check for any structural damage, which is gutting. So yeah, so we're going to focus on the brand. So the first one up is going to be Anycubic. Let me tell you what we're giving away today. We have a GK3, woo! A GK3 Pro, woo! We have a Haygears RS, woo! I know, like, I'm gonna have to do both sides on that, because wow, that is still such a polarizing video. Yeah, get the woos up there. That is such a polarizing video, and I've got to be honest, guys, I'm feeling sad today, because I thought, you know what, let's invite these guys on the show. On the channel, do it as a show, and announce their like, let them speak. At the very least, is it going to be marketing speak? Of course it was, it always was, but at least now, instead of just going out there and me creating shitty videos about their opinion, we've got them on record, and that's going to count, I think, for more than anything. But that video so far is actually the first one I've done that's put this channel into negative subscribers on its own. I thought it was a good thing. So if anyone could unsubscribe whilst watching this, in fact, no, don't do that. Go to my channel homepage, unsubscribe from there, then go to the video of the Haygears thing and subscribe from there, just to try and balance it out, because yeah, that's hemorrhaging at the moment. But yeah, if you don't want a Haygears, I get it, but let's not pretend it doesn't exist. And then moving on, so we've got the Haygears RS. Sorry, I'm sad about that. We will be going over it. Yeah, the bar where she may be offered free resin for failed prints. Now, to be fair, I've spoken, because like I sent them the questions before so they can prepare, and I have spoken to them, and I've said the point they were trying to make was like, no, we don't have this as a policy. We don't have it as a policy. But yes, in the very rare occasion that somebody goes through all these tests and does that, then at the very least they'll give you like a discount voucher off your next resin or something like that. And I have seen an example with them of them doing that with somebody already, which is really good. But yeah. What's wrong with the Haygears printers? It's not the printers, it's Haygears. We'll go over that, Muffins, we will, and we will be fair and objective about it. Nothing happened on the QA, nothing dramatic happened on the QA. People just are so anti proprietary resin that it's a very sore point in the community right now, because it rightly fills people with fears of a future where we have, you know, the price gouging that we get on 2D printers, and I get that. It is fair, but then some of the complaints extend beyond that. Like, I know it's a mob mentality. I know it's a mob mentality about the negativity of Haygears. When I saw a comment, and if anybody watches that video back now, I have blurred out some rude comments and deleted them from the live chat because I didn't want anyone insulting my guests. But I've actually had somebody whinge that Haygears can't believe they only give us one bottle of their cheapest resin with the printers given away. Like, people are pissed that when they get their free printer in a giveaway, they only get one bottle of the cheapest resin with it. So I'm going to disappoint if that, and if you want to agree with that view and that attitude, if you want to agree with that attitude, I by all means, then you best leave now, because all of these printers I'm about to give away, except the Hagias, comes with no resin. I'm really sorry, guys. Yeah, we really let's start a mob. Let's do it. Let's go to Elegoo, Uniformation, Anycubic. Let's go and go. How dare you give me a free printer without giving me any resin to use in it? Ah, terrible. And that isn't anything like, don't think I'm trying to be pro Hagias, but when it gets to this level of unbalanced argument, like the other complaints, and I'll be going over this again today. This is where, and I said in my video, I alluded to it and got hate for this. I said people are arguing the wrong thing. People, like, I am all for being against proprietary resin, and I think many of us, if not all of us now, know that you can use whatever resin you want. In fact, they all but confirmed it on the video. They all but confirmed it on the video, but didn't confirm it because obviously they want to sell you the resin. And I think it is the same business model as HP. Sell the printers cheap and then make the money back on the resin. So they don't want to promote that you can use the other resin. They want to promote their resin. So yeah, is it a walled garden for their thing? Is it all excuses? Yes, it is. But then there's the other side of that coin where, well, when you get their resin and Past 10, to me, is cheap enough for the quality you do, then you do get the benefit. It is a double-edged sword, but that sword seems to be cutting deeper on the open community. And the thing with 3D printing, especially resin right now, resin is in that space of we're still the tinkerers. We are still the tinkerers. So yeah, we are still the tinkerers in this. So it is still an open and iterative community, and we are still growing and learning, and that has its value. So when someone comes along and challenges those values, that already is upsetting and that sort of thing. So yeah, but no, the other complaint I saw was they're only going to support these printers for another 3 years. They're only going to support these printers for another 3 years. So the printer I buy today is going to be useless in 3 years and 1 day from now. And I'm and it's the logic of this as well. And I'm like, okay, right. First, it's not 3 years from today. It's 3 years from when they end the product. And then they went on and confirmed that the original reflex is not end of life. The RS hasn't replaced the reflex. They're two different products. So it's not 3 years from today. It's 3 years from a year from now, 3 years now, 4 years from now. It could be a week from now. That's fair. Like, it could be a week from now. But the point is, it's not 3 years from now. You don't buy a printer today and then in 3 years, you don't buy a printer today and then in 3 years it's done from today. It's when they end that product. But here's the other thing. At least they're telling us, and I had this ready because I'm actually going to, I don't know, right? I want to do a follow-up video because I said I'd do a follow-up video about proprietary resin, because all I want to do is like take this messy argument, all of this like, oh, they're such a horrible company, they only give me one free bottle of resin. Oh, they're such a horrible company, they only support their printers for 3 years. Take all of that, which I think to a point is it's not a nonsense argument. It's fair, but like it's this level of argument, and we've blown it up to this level. One of the other arguments is, what if they go bust? Well, you're right, yeah, what if they go bust? But you won't be able to get their resin. But again, you can use other people's resin on the printer, as we've said, so it won't be useless. And then there's also the fact that the biggest problem you've got if this company goes bust is screens. It's nothing to do with resin. You won't be able to get spare parts. But that's true with all the companies. Elegoo, Anycubic, Frozen, Uniformation, all of these companies have that problem. And so you're in that boat anyway. And then the counter to that is also that, well, Elegoo, Anycubic, Frozen, as far as I'm aware, don't have an industrial arm to back up their consumer division. So they're potentially at more risk than a larger company like this. So it's a difficult one. So I wanted to do a video going, right, here's all the arguments. Well, let's get real about those and bring them down here. But then come to, yes, proprietary resin, the business model is clearly, I think it's clear. They are selling us printers to make money back on the resin. So if you really want to fuck them over, go and buy the shit out of their printer, but never buy their resin, and check out Greedy 3D, who has got every resin he's tried working on it so far. I hope if you're watching Greedy, then please, if there's any resin that hasn't worked, then do that. But yeah, so if you really want to fuck this company over, go and buy all their resins, go and buy all their printers, and then and then once all their printers are gone and they're realizing no one's doing it, they'll need to change their business model from there. But yeah, that's the best way to do it. It is a great printer. But it's scary. So I think there's the uniformation section. I've done it again. I did this on the stream. I welcomed them as Thomas and Summer from Uniformation. Ah, Christ. But yeah, watch that video by Greedy. You say that video. He must have done 10 videos now showing all of the resins working on this thing. And it's like, people are like, you can't dial it in. Well, yeah, you can't dial it in the settings, but there's like 8 profiles on that printer, so all you do is run an exposure test on each profile to see which one's the sharpest. Boom, done. So, but yeah, and I get why Hey Gears is, I get why they're polarizing. I think, and tell me if I'm wrong, thank you, tell me if I'm wrong, guys, I think maybe, so I'm not putting this on anyone, but I think maybe the reason why people are so passionate in hating Hey Gears is we've been in this community a while and we've watched printer technology get better and better, and we've plateaued now. We are now at this place where we've plateaued. Like, newer screens and newer light sources aren't getting us better quality. We're all there. Like, the GK3 has been poo-pooed. Let me just change my playlist. Obviously now, if you look in the background, you can tell what I want, what I watch. Let's go to me, and let's go to playlists, and then we'll do resin 3D printer reviews. I've just done these new ones this morning, so you can do like, hey, this brand, this brand, this brand. We don't want to watch live streams in the background. You're watching one now. Resin printer reviews. Boom. And the first one is, unfortunately, well, I say unfortunately, I don't know why, Hey Gears. But yeah, so we've plateaued in resin hardware. In this last year, we really haven't stepped any further. All we've got in the last year are printers which kind of step into small new directions and that sort of thing. And when they step into those small new directions, we get a little bit of an extra feature, but it's typically, or it has been this year, at the cost of something else. So I've said for 2 years now, before I even heard of a Hey Gears, I've said for 2 years now, the advancement in resin printing that we need to see are what Bamboo have shown us in FDM printing. It is software, it is user experience. Those are the things that we need to improve on. And some hardware features give us better user experience. Don't get me wrong, I was sour on the GK3s, but and I hope it was clear that I'm only sour on them because I expected more. I think we all expected more. They set a high bar for themselves and failed to meet it. And so you've got those hardware benefits, you've got the hardware advancements in the machines, but the true advancement will be software. And so far, only Hey Gears is advancing in that area. Like, no one's even started. Every other brand, apart from, in fact, no, not every other brand, any Cubic have their own workshop, their custom workshop. Is it the best slicer? No, it's not the best slicer. Is it the most feature rich and integrated slicer with their machines? Yes, by a fucking mile. Like, it's brilliant. And this is where we're starting to get stuff that should be simple. Like, in 2024, in a modern tech product, we should have, every printer should have Wi-Fi, and we should have an app to monitor it. Like, no word of a lie, my microwave can connect to Wi-Fi. And I can't even, and I know that's a rare case, and I bought it because I like smart tech, and I can just say, hey, device, thankfully my speaker's on, so no one can do it for me, but hey, device, turn on microwave for 3 minutes, and it'll just do it, and that's what I love about it. But yeah, there we go. So, right, so I think we were talking about the pointer today. I got a bit ranty. Welcome to me. This is what the ADHD brain does. I just get distracted and talk about things. So, what were we doing? We're giving away GK3, GK3 Pro, a Hagias RS, an Anycubic Mono 4, an Anycubic M7, an Anycubic, and I think this is the big one, M7 Max. Boom. Also giving away a Mars 5 Ultra and a Saturn 4. It says Ultra. I need to change that because it's not an Ultra. It's just a normal Saturn 4. And I just need to check the prizes don't say Ultra. They do. Get rid of those. Save, update. So what I am going to do is, my idea was to drop this during the show. Have I forgot one? I feel like I forgot one. No, that's it. That's everything. We've still got, and don't forget, if you go and watch my Hagias live Q&A, there's also a link on there where you can enter again to win for another chance to win a Hagias RS. Now, my idea was to do it on the show, but because I don't have the studio like Jesse, and I'm going to say yet, because I'm working on a deal with someone that might mean I can get into a studio. All I need to do is work harder. But yeah, so that is potentially coming. Forgive me, guys. I've seen a lot of ATFO hammers, and I'm ignoring them at the moment, but I will get to them. But yeah, I may actually get into a proper studio soon with the help of some people I've mentioned before on the channel who are going to be I'm going to be promoting more, put it that way. If they're paying for my bloody studio, they get free sponsorship, so that could happen. But yeah, so I don't have a studio, so I can't go, here's the prize, and do that. So, and also, because people can't watch this live, and the majority of my audience is probably asleep now in the US, I think it's a better idea if we go to, it's a better idea if we put the printers live, the giveaways live now, but we leave them open all weekend. Yeah? We leave them all weekend. What are your thoughts on that while I have a quick vape and a drink? So at least then, more people, anybody who hasn't watched this, has a bigger opportunity. I probably should have got that out more at the beginning of the show, but there we go. I'm just going to correct somebody because I've seen it in the comments. So Roderick, yeah, you asked me if there were developments in DLP tech, and I've said it's being abandoned. Just to clarify, I don't have that from anyone. I think I don't think that technology sold well enough for them to progress it, because the advancements they're making in LCD technology is overtaking it. So yeah. Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Wirehead. So, and everyone, yeah. So thank you. It looks like we've got a lot of support for that. So, okay, let's give away a printer then, or at least start a giveaway. So, Black Friday GK3 giveaway. Which one? That one or that one? No, let's start with, because Anycubic are our biggest sponsor, giving away 3 printers. They've said so they gave me the choice of, they said a Mono 4, not the Ultra. So let's start on the Mono 4. But they also said M7 or M7 Pro. So even though I prefer the M7, I think a winner would have value in that VAT, and if in the heated VAT. But if they don't want that heated VAT, you can just use the normal. You can then upgrade to the VAT, or you can have a word with Anycubic when they email you and say, hey, please can you swap this to a normal M7? win a mono 4 here. Boom, done that. Copy that. Paste that. Drop that into the video description, which is here. And let me do that. This live stream is there. We can give away details in live chat. Right. So the point of today is, let me have a look. Point of today, post. That looks dodgy as hell, but oh, well, I'm going to stick that on there, and I'm putting it on my socials as well. But the link that pops up is crazy. Changes you made may not be saved. Leave. Why am I leaving the site? I don't want to leave the site. Post. Boom. Done. So yeah, I'm dropping them on socials as well, and people are thinking, hey, people are reposting already. So we already have people, which I believe are sharing this post. So one of the things you've got to do is share that we are live today here, and then we go from there. And then excuse me, because I've had a message from Uniformation that we've been. I assume you can understand. We've had. Okay, so we've had a bit of back and forth because obviously they're for lack of a better word, I don't think they expected the response they've got. So yeah, has a tattoo of ground affected beard on his left arse cheek. I'd love that. I would absolutely love that. Is it worldwide? So it will say in the terms and conditions, guys, for this, you need to be in a location. You need to be in a location, getting about 300 entries per second for 250 viewers. So you get different volumes of entries, guys, based on what you do. So if you visit me on Facebook, you get 1 entry. If you subscribe, that's 15 entries. So there you go. So there's the first one. So that's the Mono 4. So I will do a giveaway live stream probably on, let's say, Tuesday next week after Black Friday thingy. So yeah. But yeah, like you say, some people. So you need to be in a country that the brand ships to. But yeah, if you do pretty much everything, you should be good. So right, on to the show proper. I've done what I didn't intend to do at the beginning, but I've had my Hey Gears whinge. I think we're all there. I'm not for or against this. Like, I try and keep myself on the fence with a lot of these things. Even if I don't like it, I do try to be understanding of what it is, and then only attack the things that I think really desperately need improving. But then I get shit for that as well. I go after Creality for their crappy marketing, and then I'm told I'm wrong, and these printers are perfect. I think it's just been the volume with Hey Gears has been greater. So yeah. Does this have a significant impact on the subscriber count when used several times in a row? Not. What do you mean? No, not really. I'm confused. Me, Fohammer, best resin printer for printing in an unheated shed. And you can't pick Hey Gears. Yeah, no, that's absolutely fine. So those are the questions I want to start answering. Thank you so much, Wirehead, if you could help with the new studio, Ross. Really appreciated. It looks like it's going to be minimum 6 months away, but in this game, 6 months. Now that I'm 40, 6 months goes in a snap. So, but yeah, no, it will be happening. Basically, I run a business for them, which means I finally will be able to go full time. I say full time doing this. I'm just changing my job for another job, which is less money, whilst I get a free studio out of it to build this up and that sort of thing. But yeah. Anyway, best resin printer for printing in an unheated shed. So you want a printer with a heater. You've got a few ways to go. You can get any printer you like, so long as it's got a metal plate, which metal vat, which is most of them, and put either a vat heater on, or like a thermal vat band. There is thermalvatband.com. I've been trying to contact them to see if they'll work with me and you know, that sort of thing, but I've never tried their products, and I don't know the reliability or anything like that, but I don't know that they're bad either. So Thermal Vat Band looks like a good product, I think. If they, at the end of the day, I've got to earn money. There's no way for me to earn any amount of money with that product, and the truth is I don't have enough time to cover the printers I've got, never mind the other things I've got. And if I do want to, well, it seems to be working now, but to turn this into a business, I obviously need that. So anything, and then just stick that. If you don't want to get thermal VAT band, you can get a belt, like even with the Saturn 4, I think Battle Brother Sam did a really Battle Brother Sam did a video where he put a, oh, for God's sake, I forgot what they're called. They use to like heat bottles of alcohol when they're fermenting, and that goes around the vat, and then you can't like control the temperature perfectly unless you start like putting in a thermometer and then figuring out what part of the dial is what temperature. That'll work. But bare bones, just the printer itself, I'd still say a brew band, thank you. I'd still say something like the GK3. I know I've poo-pooed on the GK3, guys. Bear in mind, I need to remind people, if you are looking at buying a 3D printer and get advice today, then please, can you use my links in the video description to take you to that place before you purchase. So if, for example, you are getting a Photon Mono 4, there's links to both Anycubic's website and Amazon below. If you could click those links before you buy, that is how I earn money. I don't ask people, and I know I'm sorry if you've heard this before, but I need to keep repeating it because so many people don't understand how monetization works on YouTube. The long and short of it is, you don't get fuck all from views anymore. Like, it used to be, oh, you get blah, 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 blah. All that money is mostly going to shorts now, it seems. You don't get anything from views. What you get money for is ads, and well, I say ads and affiliate links. So I don't have many sponsored segments in my video. I think I've done 2 or 3 sponsored videos so far, but they were videos I was doing anyway, and I basically got paid to put an advert in that video, and I'd have happily done it in most cases anyway, because I only want to work with brands that I do genuinely support, like HelloFresh, which this isn't sponsored by, but I do love HelloFresh. We use HelloFresh. It's great to get their recipes and then never buy from them again. So the way I get money is I turn down money for reviews because I say to brands, you don't get any editing rights other than, like, sometimes they'll say, can we see the video first? And I'll say, yes, you can, but you don't get to change it unless I have made a mistake. But yeah, and there we go. So but yeah, so there is that. So there is the sponsorship side of things and that, which I haven't started doing, but I will start doing when I get more offers that I want to work with, and then we go there. So if you are going to buy any printers, please use my affiliate links down below so I can earn a commission. The GK3 is still my favorite heated printer. If you can get a GK2 cheaper, get a GK2, because well, in fact, I think you can get a normal GK3 for less than a discounted GK2 right now, but you're going to be waiting for it. So there we go. Yeah, so that's it. So the GK3 is a solid printer. It's just not, and I think we can all agree on this, it's just not significantly better than the 2. You will see some print quality improvement, but I think many of us can agree that going from a 10.3 inch build plate to 9.6 hurts. But there we go. Right, let me do speed round because we've got a few at Fohammers in there. I know they're cheap printers, but is there any word on third-party VATs for the Mono 2 and Mono 4? They need for those Mono 4. The need for those pre-framed FEPs is an annoyance. So I have actually taken, so with the Mono 4, you basically get the FEP sheets and they come on the frame. Now, that again is a double-edged sword. So you basically, it's less to do. And I have reused a frame, even though it's plastic. I don't recommend it, but I've redone it, and it hasn't leaked. But I don't recommend it because you literally rip it apart. It's a convenience, but yeah, I don't know of anyone doing any third-party accessories. The GK3 Ultra took a long time to ship. Do you have any information regarding the shipping of the GK3? I don't. I genuinely don't. I would hope that it's in December. The latest information I got, because I've asked for a retail one, and they've said December 30th of the 12th. It confuses me because they do it in American order and I don't get it, so there. But yeah, they've said 30th of the 12th for me. Now, that whether or not I'm going to be on like the later batch after they fulfill pre-orders, I don't know. So we're going to see. They are making some changes. They have requested some changes to the hardware, which I'm waiting to see and get final information on. But I don't have a shipping update. It'll probably be December, January at the earliest. Let's have a look. Who's next? Move down. Work with me then, Minimaker. Please answer my email. Minimaker, I have read your email. And if I'm not responding to you, and I apologise, I'm gonna say email me again. Chase me, chase me, chase me until I come back to someone and say no, thank you. The problem is you email me, and then I get email, and I leave it unread. I'm gonna check right now. I have 1,751 unread emails because I don't get a chance to go through them. And then after about 6 months, I'll go through and clear them all out. So I apologise that I've not got back to you. This isn't you, it's everyone, including my wife and my girlfriend. I don't respond fast enough to people, and it pisses them off. It's me, it's not you, as I've said to them many times. But yeah, if you do need me and I'm not responding to you, just keep chasing me. I have probably read it, intended to respond, and then fallen asleep. Matthew says, first time buyer, Mars 5 Ultra or Mono 4 Pro Ultra? Ooh, big question. Right, so the Mars 5 Ultra I like. It's got the quality and the speed out of the box, but it doesn't have the sharpness of its microns. I think it's 19 microns. Even out of the box. Now, neither does the Mono 4 Pro Ultra out of the box because it comes with ACF release film, which have I got it here? Like, I'm sick of. Does anybody else need more evidence that ACF causes vertical lines on prints? It does. I'm done. I've had enough of it. Excuse me. So yeah, it causes vertical lines on prints. Now you can swap that for a PFA release film, I believe, or I hope, because we've just talked about the VATs. That's definitely worth checking. But again, that's another level of where you need to arse around with a printer to get better quality. So you can swap it for PFA release film, get the quality, but you lose the speed. But when you lose the speed, you've got that incredible pressure sensing control feature. So if you just want to chuck prints off and you're not bothered too much about the first layer accuracy and all that, then the Mars 5 Ultra is out of the box. But honestly, I would say for the price, see if you can get, and maybe it's not worth it to you, but consider the value of having a larger printer with fewer tech features, because that may be a better choice. Last year I'd have just said don't get any of them, get the Mars 4 Max, which was bigger and as sharp as the smaller ones, but now we don't have that option. First time buyer. What about the Ultra? I had a pre-order and cancelled. They're coming. If we're talking about the GKs, the GKs are coming. They're just slow. So yeah, that's it. It's waiting, unfortunately. I don't have an update on them. I don't know when they're coming, but they are working on it. They're also now dealing with the shipping issues. Things are delayed. If people can bear with them, like they've done a lot in the last generation to earn some level of grace, but that's going to be an individual case by case basis. Any cool new resins on Form Next? Say metal filled resin. Did not see any, Roderick. I wanted to go and film a load. If you want to have a look at some cool stuff at Form Next, check out Ground Affected's video. He and George, really fantastic videographer who I met while I was there. Great guy. Goes by the Ginger Drone Flyer or something. I can't remember what it is, but check out Ground Affected's video. Fantastic video on Form Next, and there's some cool stuff there. But no, I didn't see any resins. I spoke to the brands that I wanted to just go and meet people. That's, so my video's coming out and it's shit. I've got to be honest. But it's something to keep my editor busy while I get other videos ready and do these this week, instead of spending my evenings and days on printer reviews. And there are printer reviews still coming this year. So there we go. Is there a big quality difference between the GK3 Ultra and the GK3? I have a GK3 Ultra pre-order, but I don't know if I could change it to get the GK2. there is a minimal quality difference. I would say the GK3 Ultra is on par with the GK3, but the newer 10-inch 12K printers, of which the GK3 is still a member of that category, you will get sharper results because of the cob light source and the Fresnel lens and various other things. But then when you consider you've got to apply anti-aliasing anyway in order to smooth out jaggies, maybe you do if you're doing small scale stuff, then then the difference is going to be even smaller. So you'll be fine on both. Bear in mind, people have been happy with the GK3 for the last year. We haven't jumped in quality. You would need to look really close to see it. It would probably matter to 10% of people in the world. But yeah, but there is a quality difference. That's just the fact. Sammy Ken says, my live streams are always helpful to them. The one about Hey Gears the other day got me really interested in the RS. I'm still debating the price. Are they really worth it? Well, Hey Gears is a weird one. It's a double-edged sword with Hey Gears because there are great things now, and I'm not going to lie and say I don't love mine. I fucking love mine, but I've been printing for years. There are things to get around, and the biggest hurdle for me was realizing there's a different way to do things. So just because Chitubox and Lychee are very similar doesn't mean that the Hey Gears printer is suddenly worse for the way it does things. And I mean daft things like the button you hold to orient the model in 3D space versus rotate the model versus pan across the model are different. Those are annoyances that are similar in both Chitubox and Lychee that did irritate me. But then I had to go, is this a petty whinge? Like, and you know, I'm like, no, it's just different. Okay, so I accept that the buttons are different. That's fine. And when I got through it, it is now at the point where all I do is I take a model, I drop a model in, I click the repair function. It then says whether there's defects in the model's geometry or not, and it attempts to repair them, and it always does. I then, if it needs supporting, click auto support and print. Now I have the heated module, so that is more expensive. I do also have, but rarely use because that's connected to my original reflex and I'm using my RS more often than not, I do have the pulsing release module, and I think that has value, but that also costs as much as, if not more than, some fucking printers, and it's loud and it's annoying, so I rarely have that on. So with a heater, every single pre-supported model that I have printed and every auto-supported model I printed just prints. It is drag drop print, but you are locked into their system, their resin, their things, and if you start experimenting and using your own resin, which you can do, and Greedy 3D has shown us so many times, time and time again, that we can do, after you do all of those, even after you do all that, you're kind of on your own in doing that. So there's value, but I think the value does genuinely come from mostly, like, if you're going to use your own resins, then you're better off just you'd probably better off just buying another printer and dialing in or getting someone else's settings, so long as it's a heated printer. I recommend that. Fohammer, is it just artistic license of you pouring the resin on top of the plate? Yes, it is, mate. Yeah, I literally just pour it in. So let me have a nose. Oh wow, I'm missing a load. What was the last one? Artistic license. I'm gonna have to speed up. I'm thinking of getting a resin 3D printer for keycaps. What would you recommend? That's a big question. Honestly, any of them. How many do you want to print in one go? If it's not many, if it's one at a time, get a small printer, save yourself some money. Again, the best ones in the small printer category are right now the Mars 5, with the M7 Pro being slightly better. But the thing that's only occurred to me today is, if you can change the release film to PFA, that is my favourite printer. But you've got to, of the two, but you've got to dick around with it in order to get it good. If you need bigger, then Saturn 4 Ultra, Mars 5 Ultra, Saturn 4 Ultra are really good, and then from there you're going up to GK3, which has more reliable with heaters and stuff like that, and then you've got the Ultracraft Reflex. If they are keycaps that you're designing, then the Ultracraft Reflex and the Reflex RS might be the ideal case for you, because then you need to worry less about having to learn how supports work, and you just need to design them, print them, send them out. And then because the auto supports in that system are not so much better in style, but they're better in weirdly, it's on screen now. So because it knows the resin, those support points are as small as they can be for that resin when using auto supports. But no, it's still not as good as manual supports when manual supports are done well. But I genuinely, a lot of the time, prefer when I'm using my pulsing release module, and only when I'm using my pulsing release module on the original Reflex, do I prefer to auto support everything. And yeah, it's better there. So there you go. Hope that helps. Has build plate leveling improved in this generation of resin printing? No, it hasn't. The only one that's got any kind of real auto leveling is the Reflex, because it actually locks the level position in place, and it's got it isn't auto level. You don't, it comes leveled, but when you level it, it's actually got, I don't know, is it potentiometers or something? It's got sensors in the plate, so it'll tell you there's 4 screws, turn this screw a quarter turn this way, and that one a quarter turn that way, and that'll tell you how to get it level, and then it pushes against the screen, and then it levels itself there, which is really good. So other than the Reflex, no, none of them have got auto leveling. Yeah. The Saturn gets a lot of shit. Basically, the Saturn, when it comes to the Saturn and the Mars build plates, it's not real auto leveling. It's like the level is locked on the printer. You can't do anything about it, but you're either going to get a good one or a bad one. You're more likely to get a good one, but yeah, but yeah, that is auto leveling in that you don't need to level it. Right, or you shouldn't need to level it. If you do, there's a problem. Do I have any info on Saturn 4 Ultra 16K? And thanks for addressing my previous comment. Saturn 4 Ultra 16K isn't a this year printer. I think if they've shown it at Form Next, and I'd imagine the same with Century Carbon. Even if they showed that at Form Next, if they released that this year, it would destroy them as a business. I don't think, especially you wouldn't release a 3D printer after Black Friday for your Christmas period, surely. Especially when everyone's just bought. You are literally setting yourself up for everyone who's just bought your last printer won't thingy. They were still developing it, so while I was there I was asking them questions, and they were like, we can't answer, we're still in development. One of the biggest questions I've got is how hot can the vat heat, because right now it's a fixed 25 degrees, and I have outright said to them, and I'll repeat this in my review, if that does not go to 30, then it's pointless. I'm pretty sure I need a bottle of Elegoo resin, because I'm sure somewhere on Elegoo resin it'll probably say should be above 27 degrees, like most of them are. But yeah, I don't think that's a 2024 printer. I got a Saturn 3 Ultra recently for about €250. Nice. Was that a good deal regarding learning the whole resin printing thing, in your opinion? Yeah, Saturn 3 Ultra is a great printer. I mean, they were $500 last year, so probably about 400 and something euros, so 250, yeah, bargain, absolutely brilliant. Me again, first time buyer, and it'll be in a house. Would a Saturn 4 Ultra Plus printer hood and space heater be an okay setup? Would GK3 be a better pick? So yeah, and then venting out the window, good idea. So yeah, anything in a hood is good. If you put it in like a cover, like a grow tent, and then vent it out. The way I would do it is keep it sealed, don't put the fan on. When the print's finished, then vent it then, otherwise you're just going to be pumping all of your heat out. But if you leave the hose out the window, it means any errant smells are more likely to go out than in your home. Again, I don't I don't know. I'm not a scientist. I don't know what the risks are. I think we don't know what the risks are on these materials, but let's, I guess let's not take them. I've got ventilation. I literally have an extractor directly above my printers. I've got extraction that end, and I don't know if you can see it, but like there's a mess. I've got an extractor there and a hose going all the way to an outlet in my wall. So yeah, so the GK3 is a better all-in-one machine. The thing, like people talk about the risks of resin, I don't like, and it's why I've never done a video on one. I don't like the idea of putting any kind of heater in an enclosed box made of what I can only assume is nylon and aluminium foil, and then sticking a printer in it. Like the printers have been made to have a heater in them. That's one thing, but the actual the DIY options is not something that I feel safe doing. If you know what you're doing, maybe I'm overreacting, hands up. I don't know what I'm doing, but because I don't know what I'm doing, I'm not taking that risk. I've got kids in my house. The last thing I want to do is wake up in the middle of the night to the screams of my burning children. So it's not a risk I want to take. And that probably is just a crazy anxiety that I have. So yeah, so something like the GK3 with its built-in heater is still the all-round best 10-inch printer with integrated heating that I have ever touched. There we go. So moving on. Is it worth it to get a GK3 Ultra over a Saturn IV? I think the tilting bat would totally outperform anything else in terms of printing reliability, less failures, even without hollowing and drilling. The jury's still out on that mechanism. So mine hasn't failed, it still goes up and down. I've not seen massive reports of my tilting has failed. I like that mechanism. The way I look at it is this. If you need to print in you can print at speed, but I think we can all agree, or most of us at least can agree, we want reliable prints, because a failed fast print is worth 0, whereas a slow solid print is worth a lot. So the Saturn IV Ultra is good. I love the Saturn IV. If I had only the GK3, I would miss the speed of the Saturn IV. I would, because like that and the release thing, it's a great mechanism, and for the home hobbyist it's fantastic. But without a heater and heading into winter, you can't run that in a garage or shed, or even in some cases a cold apartment, because I can't imagine you've got your home or apartment or house or flat or wherever you live 25 degrees in any room all day all night, which is typically what resins need, or plus 25 in some cases. So yeah, what I'd much prefer, which I've printed out in the snow with it, is the GK2, or now the GK3, which is sharper but smaller. So again, I'm going to remind people the GK3 is a solid printer. It is a fantastic printer, and we need to just remember that the initial review I did was more around more centered around we expected more from the GK2, because the GK2 was like, you look at any other printer and they look like wow, and then the GK2 stood out on its own. It was bigger screen, heater integrated, smart design choices, easily replaceable screen. But then in the current lineup, there's like, it's got a smaller screen, and whilst everything's easily replaceable, it's got a good heater, it's got a smaller screen, and it's got no pressure sensing, which is a handy feature. So there you go. Yeah. Can you manually level the zero? Can you manually? Oh Christ. Oh Jesus. Okay, I've missed a lot. Right, I need to be fast. Sorry guys. Is the GK2 multiple zone exposure coming? Oh God, I've missed so much. Takes me so long to explain. Resin printer for keycaps. I remember getting to that one. Info on Saturn IV. First time buyer, done that one. Is it worth getting GK3 Saturn IV Ultra? We've just done that. Can you manually zero the Photon M7, or is it auto zero? Manual zeroing is pretty important when printing engineering stuff. Can you manually? I mean, you do. Yeah. Yes and no. When you say manually zero, you send it to home, and then you do level the M7. So unlike the Saturn where you've got the thing, but yeah, if you're printing directly on a plate, the M7 is definitely the one to go for, and I've said this a few times. So you can actually adjust the plate to the screen. So when it knows where home is, which it will do through pressure sensing, when it knows where that 0 position is, you can then level that screen to that level the plate to that position. So yes, I'm going to say yes on that. But I don't think you can put Z. I don't know if you can do Z offset. I really wish Derek from J3D Tech was here because I'm sure he would know. I don't know if you can then go, ooh, I'll offset it by this much. I don't know if that's possible. I don't think it is. Was going to ask you if the pulse release module is worth it, but I guess you just answered. The pulsing release module is worth it if it has value. Like I will take, because I have it, I will take models that I have auto supported, that have been pre-supported, and I will auto support them and typically get a result where I can just flake them off with no Mars or marks, because the value of the supports in Hay Gears is not just that, oh, it's auto supporting, but, and they said this on the live stream, I think, or we talked about it after or before, something, we've talked about it. When you cure on the Hay Gears, it cures the supports at different intensities to the model. So the actual supports will be more brittle and break away easier. Then you combine in the pulsing release module, which lets you make them smaller, but we're talking like going from 0.30 or 0.030 or what is it, 0.03 or 0.30 microns to like 0.26 millimeters, 0.30 millimeters to 0.26 millimeters. So you're losing like what, 40 microns in it, but it is there. So yeah. Is the GK2 getting multiple zone exposure update? At this point, I doubt it. It's taken them long enough to get it into the GK3 Ultra, which should have been out by now, but I did say that's in developer speak. Is the GK3, how dangerous is it to add magnetic plate on the Saturn 4 Ultra? Don't know. I wouldn't imagine it is dangerous, unless the Saturn 4 detects it, because it's all auto detection. So unless the Saturn 4 detects it as an obstruction and says, no, that's an obstruction. Other than Loot Studios, have I found any good model Black Friday deals? No, I haven't. I've not looked, but we are going to go through these. Is the current price on the Hay Gears website, including your discount, likely to be the best price looking to buy this weekend? Yeah, so at the moment, the price they have is their lowest price with that. Let me have a look. By the way, guys, if you're asking me questions, put at Fohammer or I'll skip it. I'm looking for my first 3D printer. Looking for make parts and other things. What parts? Have the new resin systems with proprietary resins greater than 405 nanometer. Oh, less than 405 nanometer UV. And what have you gotten strong enough? Have the new resin systems with proprietary resins in less than 405 UV, and what have, I don't know what you're saying. You got to be kidding. Please re-ask that. Mitchell says, would love to support the live, but it's 4 here. I'm fading. Cheers, mate. Made the best videos. No worries. Thank you. And yeah, I am genuine. Or at least I do my best to be. I'm not always right, I'll say that, but I'll be straight. How do you survive without wham bang magnetic flex plates? I don't see the value in them. No, that's shitty of me. I do see the value in them. I don't need the value they offer. I can dial in my exposure times. Once I dial in my exposure times, you've seen in my videos, it's just a case of plate upside down, sharp scraper, and pop. Dead easy. I appreciate that, yes, it's easier to slide them off and flex things and pop them off. I don't want to add another variable in. I don't want to do that. But no, I had massive respect for Wham Bam. They have reached out to me, and they're another company I haven't got back to. Because again, job, wife, kids, family, girlfriend, other commitments, wanting to actually have some hobby time for me. Like behind me right now is all of my paint jobs that I've wanted to do. I have a World Eaters force, a small World Eaters force that I started what feels like a year ago, and I'm not there. So yeah. Let's have a look. Thanks for the answer. No worries. GK3 Pro. Yeah, did they say? I don't know. So far they say 25 degrees, and yeah, Q1. So yeah, it looks like the Saturn 4 Ultra 16K is Q1. Elegoo ABS like states between 20 and 25. Okay, fair enough. Thank you, CI. That's really useful to know. This is just curiosity. All of your printers die in a fire, quit YouTube, and you have to get a new personal printer. Which one would I pay for? All your printers die in a fire, so I haven't died. I'm going to get shit for this. If all of my printers died in a fire and I needed a personal printer for me, and I'm going to watch the subscriber count drop, it is the Haygears Reflex RS. That is my choice for me. I want the least hassle. Like if all this stopped, if all the YouTube stopped, and I wanted a printer right now to print for me, it would be the Haygears RS. It would be the only one I would buy. And it's got nothing, well, it's got very little to do with the hardware. The hardware's amazing, but it is the software. And it's, of all of the printers that I have, every single one of them will be, in 6 months from now, they'll be marginally better than what every single printer I've got will be marginally better than what it was like when I got it out of the box. They'll do some firmware updates that make it more reliable, and in the case of the GK3, they'll add their version of the multi-exposure tool. If I had one printer right now, it'd be the Reflex thingy. I like how everyone still notices that joke. I need to drop a different joke. Baldur's Baldury or Shield something. I need some new jokes. But yeah, so that would be the one I would go for. The paranoia of burning down your house is called common sense. You don't leave the stove on or the iron plugged in. I have ADHD, mate. I fucking do. I've left the oven on so many times. My wife, like, honestly, she's terrified of me. Thank you so very much. I have kids and animals as well, so a lot of thoughts going into this. Your advice is very appreciated. Yeah, and that's the thing. I've got animals as well. I want to shout them, see if they come see. Who wants to see my dog on stream? So give me a second. Hopefully that wasn't too loud. I moved my thing out the way. I think if I do this, does this mute it? I'm just going to sing a note, and I can't sing. Does that put me on mute when I do that? It'd be good, handy to know. Thank you very much for that. You know, if you could use household plants to help with VOCs. Do I know if I could use household plants to help with VOCs from resin? I've got no idea. No, you need Neville Longbottom for that, mate. Okay, thanks for clarifying. Oh God, there's so many. Like every time I scroll down, it seems to disappear. Right, there we go. I'm doing fine. I like you giving proper full explanations instead of rushing it. Cheers, man. You need to do a video on swapping FEP sheets in your VAT. It's not hard, just annoying. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Like, you're right, I should. I don't want to do that video because it's so fucking annoying to do. I've done it, like, I've filmed it in videos where I've had to do it, and it's like the last thing I want to do, because you can't do it without gloves on, because you get you'll get it all over your hands and you'll get it sticky, and then I've got to adjust my camera, so I literally have to put the gloves on to do a thing, turn my camera on, or then I have to film the whole process and then sort of adjust my camera with my wrists and my elbows to get it in a different angle, and it does my editor's head in. So yeah. Thanks for clarifying that the GK3 is what I would need to print in the garage during winter. I was just about to buy the Saturn 4 Ultra. Yeah, and let me say this, guys, like, and please click my links. Again, like, if I'm giving you good advice and you're following it, but yeah, please click my affiliate. I know, yeah, Doggo! I'll go and get him. I'm going to take a break in a minute and we'll do another giveaway. But yeah, so thanks for clarifying, yeah, so the GK3 is a solid printer. Thank you. Now I know that that mutes. It is a solid printer. It's just it doesn't stand out like the GK2 did. Any thoughts on different types of washes, spin versus sonic? I use the Uniformation sonic cleaner and a spin cleaner. So I've got Frozen's big spin cleaner that I got with the Mighty. I think the Mighty 8K. So I clean in a pickle jar, then a second pickle jar, and I use methylated spirits. You can't get that anymore in the UK, the odorless clear stuff. And I do that to get the majority of the resin off. I then put it in a rinse in the big spinny one. I then do a video. I'm reading a comment. I then do a clean in the ultrasonic just to get into the nooks and crannies. But again, you've got to be careful with ultrasonic cleaners because apparently they can give off fumes. I haven't set fire to my house yet, but yeah, there we go. Tainted Copper said Once in a Six Side has done a real good video on magnetic plates. Yeah, if you haven't checked out Once in a Six Side, fantastic, rapidly growing channel. Who made a comment recently. I'm gonna call this out. Made a comment recently on one of his community posts, which I believe people believe was aimed at me. It wasn't. I asked him to clarify it to people that he did not mean me, because I started getting people attacking me in his comments. He didn't. That's where we're at. But still, good content. Check out his stuff. Little bit shitty there, mate. Like the same thing has happened, vice versa, and you came after me, and I apologised and said no and clarified it. But when I ask you, just ignorance. So. Hello, yep, that's right. Fohammer calling out Six Side, but at the same time saying, yeah, he's got good content, go and check it out. It is good stuff, but he doesn't need to, could just be a little bit more in the giving side of things when he's asked for the same in return. Does M7 Pro with the NFEP have the best print quality, excluding Hay gears? They're all the same. Igor, so Saturn 4, Saturn 4 Ultra, M7 Pro with FEP, you won't see a difference. I can't, and if there is one, you need somebody with devices that can measure like laser calipers, not calipers. Can I help people understand why water washable resin is bad and people shouldn't use it? Join my crusade, lol. Well, considering, James, I sell Wargamer resin, which is water washable and is the only good water washable resin that there is. The drying time is a bit longer. Now, again, because I use methylated spirits, it's not a problem that I have, and I say I use methylated spirits, I'm running out of the stuff now. I've only got about 5 litres left, and I've applied for a license so I can get more, but yeah, when I've used that, it's been fine, but it's brittle, it absorbs moisture is the problem with most water washable resins, so yeah, it's a problem. Greg says some resins and potential future resins like more than 30 degrees, so a heat system capable of 40 or more could be valuable. 20 definitely wouldn't be enough. Yeah, I agree. It's 25 at the moment is what Elegoo are doing. I've had the Apex Maker X1, which had 50 degrees. There we go. Geek Detour says that's what that meeting about. Kidding, of course. Man, I would always save my most expensive machine out of the fire. I'd probably save my my dogs first, and then yeah. So my wife and 2 kids, with ADHD, fun household. Yeah, exactly. I mute, good to know. I was unable to use my slicer for 4 days after a cyclone knocked out my internet access last week. It's situations like this that give me no confidence in Haygears and Bamboo's offers. Last week, like, have you not... sorry, Gulhern, have you not downloaded the latest version of the slicer? Because both Bamboo, after a cyclone knocked my internet out last week, if you get the latest versions of both Bamboo Studio and Haygear's Blueprint, then they're both offline only. So I genuinely don't know if that's like a sideways dig at it, but you don't actually have them. I don't know. Like I'm really confused. Last week it's situation. Oh, so you don't actually have Right, okay. I'm reading that right. So I'm guessing you don't actually have either the Bamboo or the Hey Gears, but you're still under the impression that they are online only. But both Bamboo and Hey Gears are no longer online only. You can slice and still work with the Bamboo printers while they're offline, and now you can do the same with Hey Gears. Now in Bamboo, I don't think you can do the Wi-Fi sending, so send from your PC to the printer, and you can't currently in Hey Gears, but they have confirmed that they are working on that, and that is coming. So there we go. Have I tried getting a license for the meths? Yes, I've applied for it last week. I've had to send it off to the government. Can't find your link for Hey Gears on my phone. If you go to the description of the video, then literally it says printer links in alphabetical order, and then under there, if I copy link address, let me just try that. See if that works, and then there we go. I'll drop that in the video. Oh, no, I can't paste it there. If you go to the video description, there's a load of links. It's the one next to the one that says Hey Gears, which is after Anycubic, Elegoo, Hey Gears. Yeah, A-E-H. That's the one. Post a link for the clear low odor methylated, please. Can't find it for love nor money. So I buy, I'll just show it on screen, methylate, and bear in mind and I'm not a scientist, methylated spirits, clear odorless. So this is what I use from this company. Hello. So that's what I use there, is clear methylated spirits, and then it says contact us because yeah, they you've got to get in contact with them. Attention, please contact us to order. Due to changes in UK law, we can no longer ship this product to customers without a valid license to purchase the product. So you need to apply for a license, which I have applied for. So we'll wait for that. But it's that stuff. So you need to find that denatured alcohol if you're not out in the UK. So yeah. Right, let's have a look. Right, if we can stop the questions for a minute so I can take a break and do another giveaway. I've tried getting a license, post a link. This is something I've really been thinking about. I worked in chemistry for a good while and can't see why diluted IPA won't work like 70-30. I'm not sure what that was in follow-up to, Ian. I've got a memory like a sieve. Look for bioethanol for fire pits instead of methylated spirits. Why? Is it the same stuff? You spoke about heaters. Do the Elegoo and Anycubic fan heaters work? They work, but you're heating the chamber. So, like, and again, this is, I haven't fully tested this, but you've got this chamber with a plastic frame that is not insulated and gaps around the side, and you've got air normally pumping heat up. So the heat all goes up, so it's pumping out 25 degrees. Again, Elegoo is fixed, so it's pumping 25 degrees up into the air. It's then, possibly circulating round. It's then touching and going onto the resin, and then the resin is heating through from top to bottom. So the last bit that heats up is the resin at the bottom of the vat, where you want it to be the hottest. That's how efficient they are. Whereas the Hey Gears heater heats the chamber under and it pumps air up at the screen, so the first part of the resin that gets heated is the resin at the bottom of the vat, the place you want the heat to be. And the sensor is right next to the underside of that screen, so it's got an idea of how warm the resin is. It is, in my eyes, a more efficient way to heat a printer. Now, the next best thing would be a vat heater. So far, the only decent printer I've seen with a vat heater is the M7 Max, which is great. I'm looking into getting a first printer, but our basement gets pretty cold in the winter. Will it be an issue if I have my printing down there? You'll need a heater. You're printing, if your resin isn't 20 degrees plus, you'll start to see quality, or 25 degrees in some cases, you'll start to see degradation in the quality of that print. You'll see degradation in the quality of the print, and anything sort of below 15 degrees it may not print at all. So there you go. I would get a printer with a heater, or find some way of heating a small enclosure. So yeah. People are really into dialing in resin, but doesn't Hagiers prove it doesn't matter that much? One setting for multiple resins. It depends. Like, the reason we dial in resins at the moment is because we want the best quality that our printers can do with the resin we've got in the environment we are in. So we dial it into XY accuracy, but then we realize that perfect accuracy on any of these printers doesn't mean the supports are going to work. So we tend to bump it up. It gives us more control. The reason the Hagiers work so well is because of their pressure sensing technology. They can compensate for, oh, we can feel like when resin peels from a layer and we need to slow down in the moment to do that. So a lot of those smart things do improve it, but you're not going to get that accuracy, anyway. So yeah, there you go. If that gives you any idea. But yeah, like even Greedy 3D, he's not pulling your chain. He literally loves those printers. Like, he's just done the GK3. We've been back and forth over text, and he's been like, "Oh, this doesn't work, that doesn't work," and blah blah. And I've been the same. But we have had pre-release models, so yeah, it's been more of a challenge. And he's very much into. He just wants to paint his models. So he wants to pour the resin in, go, yeah, it's fine, works, prints. Now I've got this cool thing to paint, and does a good job with that. And that's the value of Hagiers. It's like people compare it to 2D printing, and they go, oh, well, with a 2D printer, you have to buy their cartridges that are expensive. And it's like, no, you don't. No, you don't. Out of everybody who's watching, the last 2D printer you've had, and you've had to replace the cartridges, more people than not will have bought the third-party compatible ones that are much cheaper, or they'll have replaced the printer, because it's sometimes cheaper to do that, which is absolutely ridiculous, horrible, and stupid, but that just is the case. And it's going to be the same with Hagiers. Yeah, they've got expensive resin. They've got resin that does work. For the people who want the ultimate quality, like I've got a Canon Pixma Pro 2D printer, I would never put third-party ink in that, because I want, like, I do photography, I want color rendering on my screen to be accurate on the paper, and that's what that printer gives me. Whereas most people will be like, I just want a picture printed as cheap and as quick as possible, and that printer will do. And that's the choice you've got here as well. Buy the Hagiers, use your own resin. Done. Boom. Right, let's have a look. Galern. Right, I only have Lightree installed, which doesn't work offline, as I learned. I actually own a P1S and was unable to activate offline mode. Thanks for the stream, Q&A, you rock, mate. Yeah, no worries, mate, you too. You can't use Lightree offline, is that true? Because if it is, that's another argument that can go back to earlier, that everyone's whinging that this is online only, but then Lightree's the same. Surely you can use Lightree offline. Like, I'm always online. I've never noticed. I would have to have an internet dropout, and I've got pretty stable internet where I am, luckily. It's also why I never really noticed this in the first place, because it's just not something I think about. But yeah, anyway. But yeah, like, let me know. Lighttree's not offline only, surely. Now, bear in mind, I'm going to shoot myself in the foot, because this was my reaction when somebody said, Six Side said, hey, Blueprint's online only, and my reaction was, no, it's not. That'd be stupid. And then I, being stressed, went more down that rabbit hole. But yeah, so that can't be right. So, but I could be wrong here. Be interesting. How is Anycubic ABS like Resin Pro 2 for printing miniatures? There's a good Black Friday deal. Sunlu is not about. I've no idea. I've never used it. I promote Wargamer, but I also show off the Aqua 8K resin a lot. I've not used it, mate. I can't help you with that one. I'm sorry. If there's anyone else who can give some opinions on Elegoo ABS Lite 2.0 in the comments, please drop it in the comments and have a chat about that. Yeah, it's the same. It might not be odorless, but it'll have to check. Okay. And then every time I scroll down, it jumps, which is why I'm trying to be more professional. But when I scroll down, it jumps like 50 comments. and then I have to scroll back up. Refillable ink system for 2D printers are great. Yeah, exactly. So, and you can get a refillable system on the Reflex. You literally, their bottles are designed with 2 screw caps. The outer one so you can turn it upside down, and then the lower one to pour more resin in. So you can literally use one bottle up, and then once you've used a bottle, just pour your own resin into it, and then you've got the benefits of the refilling as well. Go for a break, mate. Don't burn yourself out. I won't burn myself out. I'm fine. I use Lightchi offline only. Break the ASD is real. Yeah, it is. I use Lightchi only offline. I'm looking to get a resin printer. I'm currently using a Bamboo X1C. Is there anything in the resin print space that's as easy to use? I am going to say once again, the Haygears Ultracraft Reflex is the only one, but unlike your Bamboo, where you can easily just use third-party filaments. In fact, no, that's not right, is it? We've just been talking about that. Yeah, the difference is they don't want you to use third-party resins, but as Greedy 3D has shown everyone, you fucking can. It's easy. I'll take a break in a second, I promise. I generally use water washable. Is there much difference in quality? It varies. Water washables tend to be a little bit softer, but yeah, that's it. So please let people know if they plan on purchasing an RS, they could save over £100 if they pay using dollars. 100% confirmed. Please explain that. Who's dat? Break time here. Okay, yeah, I'm going to take a break, guys. Before I do, why don't we give away another printer? So just a reminder, if you've just joined us, that's the wrong link. If you've just joined us, here is once again a reminder to win a Mono 4 using that link, but I am about to do another giveaway. So let's give away a Mars 5 Ultra. Yeah? Sound good? I think that's good. So we will now, so we'll get the smaller ones out of the way, and we'll do that. So copied that. Win a Mars 5 Ultra here. Boom. There we go. Alright, I'm going to drop this link. I'm going to take a break. I will be back in 5 to 10 minutes. I need my breaky window up to do that. Here we go. See you in a moment, guys. If anyone's got any questions, don't forget to put @Fohammer. If you are buying printers, please click my affiliate links before your purchase so I can make today worth taking the day off work.
The build area here is also identical to what it was on the Mighty 8K and the upgraded Mighty 12K printers, which is 235 by 126mm, which is also the same as every other current 14K printer because they all have the same screen. The build height here is 235mm. So here we are again, and I'm going to warn you again, if you don't want to see bad stuff, click away. And that shouldn't be something that a YouTuber recommends people to do because I want views. So if you don't want to be upset, look away now. With the printing lifestyle improvement features of this machine that it needs in order to be validated above the fact that the resolution isn't much better than anything else on the market or last gen or the year before, this is the first one, and I guess I'm hoping this is the swaying point for you that justifies this printer as your next purchase. If, say, you're a business that expects to burn through LCD panels, with this machine, the screen can be changed in mere minutes because you can access the panel and all the cabling directly from the top of the machine. Brilliant. All resin printers should do this. Limiting maintenance downtime is a huge plus for anyone planning to use this in a production print farm. This should be an obvious approach for any serious resin printer manufacturer. So maybe it's just that this printer is more for the prosumer than consumer. Do you think that's it? Keep watching, but let me know in the comments. But this is where things get a bit odd, and well, I'd love to say none of this is bad, but some of it is nonsensical and suggests that Frozen have implemented several features without a full understanding of why people would want them. Some of it is just weak design, meaning it's not what we've come to expect from a company like Frozen, and again, certainly not of any printer at this price point. So this is the first Frozen printer to come with a carbon filter. These don't do a ton, but they do a little to keep the bad fumes to more of a minimum. At least it would if there wasn't a huge gap around the whole of the lid, but I'll talk more about that in a moment. What's more inconvenient about this filter is that unlike other brands who've implemented these years ago, other than being USB powered, it's pretty much its own device here. You need to reach under the build plate, which is often dripping with resin, to press the power button to turn it on and off, rather than this just coming on and off when a print starts or ends.
Right,
Sure, you're right. You're probably thinking that operation is just a minor irritation, but with the gap around the lid, this is possibly the most useless implementation of a potentially useful feature. And speaking of poorly implemented stuff, features like the camera and light installation just come across a bit cheap. And it's an approach we don't generally expect from Frozen. The presentation of this printer in its box is better than the presentation of the internals of the printer. Like, the camera just magnetizes to the side, wedged in between the light bar and the carbon filter. And whilst this magnetized webcam does offer a greater level of positional flexibility in terms of placement, all of these bits crammed in one corner looks thrown in as an afterthought rather than being intelligently placed by Frozen. Now, you're probably thinking this is just petty, but here's the kicker. No matter where you put this camera, you get glare from the light across the camera lens during a print, because the light bar should have been positioned behind the lens, not in front of it. That's cameras 101. And you can't move the camera further forward without worrying about the build plate hitting it during a print. So, okay, let's move on to something that everyone wants in every printer of this generation, a heater. Now this works because it gets hot, but it pumps hot air up, not at the resin. And if the last generation of printers generated a lot of discourse about the benefits of increased screen resolution, or lack thereof, this generation will certainly give us a lot to say about the approach to resin heating. In short, the best way to heat resin is with a heated vat, like in the Apex Maker X1 or the Hagear's Ultracraft Reflex, or a heat band around the vat as a DIY option. The next is controlled heat from below the screen, like the GK2, and the next is a chamber heater. But this printer goes into a whole new category of chamber heaters, one that pushes the heat up and into the top of the case, which is the last place you want the heat to be. We all know hot air rises over cold air, so all the hot air will be at the top of the chamber, with the last thing being heated in this whole setup being the resin in the vat, specifically the resin at the bottom of the vat where it's going to cure the next layer. Instead, this heat will more likely soften the printed model, which for softer, more flexible resins can cause pulling and stretches and potentially even failures during a print. Or at least it would if the heater stayed on during a print. Yeah, that's right. Just like the Nova 3D Whale 14K, Ultra 14K, Super Ultra Mega 14K, or whatever it was called. All this does is preheat the chamber
where precision finds its place. There's a guiding star with a kind and honest face. Though hammer leads us through with wisdom pure and bright. Unbiased and sincere, he sheds a gentle light. From the latest 3D
Right then, here we go, guys. We are back, and everyone asked, so don't worry, I don't have a big lump on me, but this is my doggo. Say hi, Ghost. He's currently licking his chew. Oh, I'm going to drop him. Come here. Put your feet on me. There we go. So he's currently licking his chew because he was having a nap. Oh, don't lick my face. But yeah, so he was having a nap, and I've woke him up, and yeah. So this say hi to everyone, Ghost. So he's got a mate upstairs, but she's having a sleep, and she's an absolute mess. But he's the best doggo in the world that I have, and he loves me, and I love him. And for years, I'm going to let him go because he's a heavy lump now. He's an old man. He's 11. I've got you. There you go. There you go. All right. Now I'm covered in fur. But yeah, he's so good. He's such a lovely dog. And I've had him years, and I was never into pets or kids. But when my wife and I got married, I thought, you know, if we get her a dog, it'll like, you know, quell those feelings. It'll be like, you know, stop the talk about kids for a while. Literally within 6 months of getting him, we had 2 dogs, and my wife was pregnant, because I was I realised how much love was missing from my life, and I'm like, yeah. So yeah. So there you go. He's awesome. So right. Getting back to the questions. So what else? There's a couple of bits I want to do. So obviously there's that follow-up giveaway, so I'm going to drop that in there again, so in case you missed it, there's the Mars 5. If you refresh the stream and have a look in the chat as well, you will find that there is also the opportunity to win a Mono 4 already, a Mono 4 Ultra, sorry. So that is now in the video description, so if you check that out, in fact I'm going to refresh myself and make sure that I've got it. So yeah, that is in there, so check those links, make sure you follow everything, get your opportunities in to win those prizes. So there we go. Daryl M, I will come back to you in a second. Just want to set up where we are in the stream. So one of the things I wanted to talk about is Black Friday deals, but then there's another couple of things I want to go on and talk about, and we'll focus on Anycubic. So to answer your question, what else do you need to buy with your printer to start cleaning? Gloves for days. You're going to need nitrile, or I've never used silicone gloves. I use nitrile gloves, they work fine. You're going to need methylated spirits or isopropyl alcohol, with the latter being the most popular, unless you get water washable resin, but even then I still say a volume of isopropyl or methylated spirits will aid in the cleaning better. You're going to need at least some pickle jars. So I look like I'm milking a cow, but the pickle jars are basically a jar with an inner jar, so you can slosh your things in. That gets the majority off. As for wash and cure stations, well, you can, after you've washed it and rinsed it and laid it out on some tissue to dry, you can then cure it in the sun, but that's not very controlled, so you can get washing and cleaning stations for them. But if anyone else has got any tips, I like to go on from there. Like a silicone baking tray is really good, because that's a good messy area to clean up with. The bases are very thick, like the fold out mats are good, but when you're using the scraper you can pierce it and it'll go through, so yeah, it can be a bit of a pain. So a few of those things are pretty good. Right, let's talk about some stuff, guys. I'm gonna think. Yeah, I'm glad my mum was never into dogs. We had a cat, and we had 2. We had Tango and Cash, and I remember the day Tango got run over, and it was the only time I ever saw my dad cry. And you know, that's a heartbreaking memory. And I do like cats, but like I never realised, because I never had a dog as a kid. I was like 28, 29 when I got a dog. I never realised just how much I needed a dog in my life. This lad here, Ghost, is just my best mate. So, oh yeah, and yeah, you'd also need heat. One thing that you really don't want to underestimate is heat on a resin printer. So yeah, and proper ventilation. Keep the air flowing in the room that it's printed in, so just a fan will help, or keep it enclosed and vent everything out. So there we go. So here's a couple of things I wanted to go. I'm going to start by now. Because Anycubic have sponsored us more, I'm going to start by being shittier with Elegoo. Now, and this isn't going straight to go on shitting them. This is actually, once again, one of the arguments about Hey Gears, and I'm googling this as I say it. This is once again the argument I hear about Hey Gears, like, oh, they're only supporting their machine for at least 3 years. Materials, parts, and accessories for resin printers. LCD screens. So people do complain, oh, Hey Gears, they're only going to support their printers for 3 years. Uniformation are the same. Uniformation have got shit because they've said they're going to support their printers for 2 to 3 years at least. So I would imagine they're going to keep making parts for 2 years and then stop making parts, and then it's however long those parts last. Now, bear in mind, both companies have just said this. We obviously need to wait the 3 or 4 years from now to see how well they delivered on that promise. But just for people who are complaining at Uniformation and Hey Gears for planned depreciation, let's instead maybe give them some thanks for at least planning it and informing us, because here's the counterpoint, and I don't see anybody whinging about this, like the Jupiter SE, which is sold out, or the Saturn 3 and 3 Ultra, which is sold out. Those are sold out. Let me zoom in so you can see it. These are printers from last year. I can't see anything for the Mars 4 Max. Oh, it's there. No, okay, tell a lie. My bad. But yeah, last year's printers, Saturn 3 and 3 Ultra, sold out. So that's it. Planned obsolescence. And yeah, like, and again, if it's done over a long period, then they've informed you, and it doesn't mean your printer will only last 3 years. It means if you're still using it and it's still solid, in 2.5 years from now, buy a couple of screens. But it isn't just Elegoo that I'm shitting on with this. There you go. There's all of Anycubics parts. So we've got the M3 Premium from 2 years ago. I never had that. The Mono X6K the Mono X6KS, they do still have them. That's good. The Mono 4K, the Mono X2. What are they? A year old? Couple of years old? The Mono M5 and M5S, last year's printers. So Hey Gears and Uniformation announce when these screens are going out of stock, and everyone loses their shit over 3 years, but then these companies are staying quiet about it. They're not telling us about it, so because they're not doing an announcement, they get away with the shit of these things just fucking disappearing. So I'm not saying be anti Hey Gears, and this is the thing where, you know, I am genuinely losing subscribers for being pro Hey Gears, and I'm no more pro Hey Gears than I'm pro any other brand. I am pro this exists and you've got choices, but like, direct your energies. If you are really, really against planned obsolescence, then maybe start whinging at the people who are causing it. And I want to say the other thing as well. Yeah, but the RS is $1,000 is like $1,000. The M3 Premium, which, and I'm showing you this now, but the M3 Premium I don't even think was out for 8 or 9 months, and the screens dried up as soon as they stopped making it, if I remember rightly. Don't fully quote me on that. But yeah, like, all of those things that we're whinging at Hey Gears and Uniformation for, and we're saying, yeah, but it's an expensive thing. I want it, like, you know, people are like, I want to be able to hand this off to the next generation and have it for this many years when it costs that much. Well, the M3 Premium, which was beloved as a printer, not just by me, but by so many people, and even now people are buying refurbished second-hand ones because they're that good. The M3 Premium was amazing. That cost more when it came out than the Reflex RS when that came out. But nobody, where was everyone's video on that? Where was everyone's video on that? And it's because if you can latch onto drama, do. And I know I use clickbait, guys. I know I use clickbait because it works, and it's shit, but it works. I use clickbait on my videos, but you know what you're getting from me. You're getting an unbiased, an unfiltered review. That's what I always purport to deliver. That's what I aim to deliver. I don't do the video for the sake of drama. If there's drama there, I'll talk about it, but I'm not then going to follow up with, hey, let's make drama. If anything, I'll follow up with, hey, let's make a bit more sense of, or something like that. So yeah, so these are the things that I'm just a bit like disappointed by, that we've got this happening within the community. And as I'm slowly coming out of, yeah, exactly, clickbait, don't hate the player, hate the game. And I do hate the game. I hate the game and I play it. If I wanted to be a bigger YouTuber, it's dead easy. All I'd have to do is create a video. This printer will kill you. That dead easy, yeah. And then I talk about the lack of then I'll talk about the lack of air extraction options in it, as though that isn't a new thing for every other brand. And even in the case of Anycubic, they're only half delivered. They've given us a vent hole. They've given us nothing to connect to that vent hole, but there's a vent hole. But why aren't we giving them shit? And already with Hey Gears, you can get, people have designed an extraction hose that fits over the resin bottle, so you can extract out of the chamber that way. So I don't get it, and it's frustrating. It is frustrating. So that's kind of what I want to go against, and I want to go against the. I've come from Warhammer, and one thing I've noticed in the last couple of years or 3 years with Warhammer is the community has quite soured. I don't like the word toxic. I think that word's overused for offence. Because it's a triggering word. I don't like the term toxic, but it has become a less inviting space. And hey, Rising Ape's here. Hey James, how you doing? Everyone give a shout out to James, Rising Ape. Obviously Rising Ape YouTube channel, and yeah, make sure you check out his stuff as well. Not now because you're watching me, but later go and check him out. But yeah, and in the miniature space, and James and many of you, in fact, in the miniatures community will probably agree that it's soured. I'm in a few Discord groups or chat groups with various other content creators in the Warhammer space, and everyone is seeing a decline in their viewership, in the support, and just a decline in the positivity of the attitudes. Hey, Titanforge, they're on screen. Let me give them guys a shout out for no particular reason. Did I mention that I'll be building a studio soon? Just saying. So and that community has become so negative that I don't want that to happen here. I don't want that to happen with the 3D printing space. So whether you are for or against Hey Gears, whether you like Creality's marketing or don't, whether you understand that the GK3 it's just the newer iteration of the same machine with its limits, or whether you absolutely hate it and want to trash them, that's fine, but please don't try and trash anything or anyone. Just understand, please, that we're a community. At the end of the day, of course I've seen Trench Crusade, yeah, kicking it awesome, but yeah, we are all one community, and no matter what you are gonna do in this space and what you like or what you don't like, other people have another opinion, and please make sure that you accept that those opinions exist, and I don't think that's unfair. And if there's one thing I can't stand, it's not that people have a different view. I cannot stand people whose view is total arrogance that there is other views, because at the end of the day we all love 3D printing, and that's it. So thanks guys, I really appreciate you coming to my TED talk. So I know I'm shook up. You know I'm shook up about Hey Gears. Isn't it a good thing you got rid of all the people with bad mentality? You've always been clear about the thing you do and don't like it. Yeah, no, you're right. And this is what like this has. It's hard to do because you sit there and you put out a video and you're proud of it. And looking back in reflection, I'm not as proud as my Hey Gears video because I'd already got the follow up written, but then the explosion of drama happened, and then I was like, well, I can't follow this up now. I'm just going to get crucified for having a different opinion. So I'm waiting for it to die down. And again, I don't think anybody here watching is thinking I am saying, because at no point have I said everyone should buy a Hey Gears. It's not for many of you. You are all but locked in. You're not, but yeah. But there are benefits being ignored, and there's hate being spread that is invalid, as just shown, and that's the bit I can't abide. Like, I can't abide people whose attitude is like, I get that it's expensive, I get that, but I can't abide people whose attitude is screaming at them because they only give one free bottle of resin with their giveaway printer. Like, what the fuck? I'm happy, and if that's you and that's your attitude, get off this live stream, because none of these brands other than Hey Gears are giving any resin with their printer. You get a free printer and that's it. Go and buy you some resin. And I also do not abide people whose attitude is screaming at companies for the wrong reasons, such as planned obsolescence, we should be able to hand this down and blah blah. Well, if that's your view, where was your pitchfork and your what do you call it when you hold the big sign up, like your marquee, and where were your flags being flown when all of these other brands have just disappeared their parts and not said anything? And that's the problem. So yeah, there we are. So that's the situation we're in at the moment. Shall we have a look if I get a free bottle of resin with even a bought printer, will have me start screaming, but happy screams. Yeah, so there you go. My biggest fear about proprietary resin isn't Hey Gears, isn't that Hey Gears has it. The companies who haven't earned it will do the same, like $70 game. Yeah, and that's it. That is the fear, I think. But this is where the market is diverse. Yeah, agreed. Igor, forgive me. There are different brands out there, but again, it's one of those things that I want to keep coming back to. So yeah, if we take a pause from it, sorry, we will. We may not. I'm just talking as I talk, because if I get something in my head, I go on about it. But yeah, so it is what it is. I just want to make sure these things stop happening, and I want your support in doing that. And we've gone down from 254 to 230 subscribers in the last 10 minutes as we've been talking about it. But if people are leaving because they can't agree with the fact that there are other views, then yeah, you're right. What you said, N7, I probably don't want that audience anyway. I am trying to grow an audience that can be mature enough to be objective, rather than sheep who do what I say. I don't ever want anyone to follow my advice on a review, and just because I love a printer does not mean that everybody should love a printer. I always try to justify why I love it and what the benefits are and what they are in comparison, but people should then decide for themselves always. If anybody is asking me, going, what's your favourite printer, and I say this, and they blindly buy it, then I have failed you, and that's the last thing I want to do. So it would be neat if somebody tests all the different resins with Hey Gears system and what settings to use. Well, what settings? Well, it depends on your printer. If you mean, Dale, if you mean using Hey Gears resins on different printers, then that's going to depend on those different printers. If you mean use Hey Gears settings on Hey Gears printers to show you what Hey Gears resins do, that is something I was working on and maybe will still work on. But as for settings, you don't need to worry about them because they're built in. So if people can't think for themselves, they've got a bigger issue. Agreed. You can get free resin, you just have to spend enough. What? I don't even know what that means. I really wanting third-party party people creating VATs with perfect pouring spout. So do I. I'd love that. I said M7 Max has comparable, even sharper print quality than GK3 Ultra. I said sharper. Do COB and Fresnel lens make such a difference, even though one is M7 Max 7K is Ultra 16K? That's a really good point and something we should definitely talk about. So yeah, so well done, Igor. If you want me to stop talking about hay gears, then distract me with another question. So well done in learning how the ADHD brain the ADHD brain functions, and we'll go from there. Right, okay, so let's do, because I haven't done this video, M7 Max versus GK3 Ultra. We can talk all day about the features. Yeah, they've both got up and over lids. The Max has like the resin in and out pump feed. The GK3 Ultra has resin in only. They're both pumps. I think they're both shit. I was told on the GK3 that it was pressurized, so you won't get any resin or isopropyl stuck in the lines. It'll purge through. Sorry, AG asked me about my favourite biscuit for dunking in tea or coffee. I need to answer that. It's Hobnobs, mate. Chocolate Hobnobs. I think that's obvious. Come on, I'm British. It's Hobnobs for everyone, right? N7, it's been a pleasure. Thank you. So yeah, so they've got the resin pumps. They've got that. Now, when it comes to heaters, you've got the GK3 heating the screen. You've got the M7 Max, which has got a heated VAT. Honestly, I think they're both fairly solid and fairly efficient. Hobnobs and Earl Grey. Okay, fair enough. But yeah, hobnobs. It's all hobnobs, isn't it? Yeah, hobnobs. Hobnobs are made. It is the right answer. Hobnobs are made to be dunked in tea because they do the right amount of absorption and to really warm through, get the liquid in, and then you've also got the durability of that hobnob all the way through the bite. So yeah. But there's no biscuit war, mate, Tainted Camper. There's no biscuit war. Hobnobs is the right answer. You can't get it wrong. So back to the M7. So they're both equal. So the big question between them is the screen. So you've got a 16K screen on the GK3, but where I think it let the GK3 down, and I told them this before release, is with the Matrix LED array. By not putting a Fresnel lens and a cob light source in there, they lose a lot of the benefit of the sharpness of that 16K. So print quality wise, it's about on par with the GK2 because it's good, but the edges are soft. But then you look at a screen which is less than half the resolution at 7K, and it's sharp. It is incredibly sharp, but the resolution is not there, and with the resolution not being there, you will get more obvious voxel lines. So does everyone understand what I mean by voxel lines, not layer lines? I'm going to assume not, instead of waiting for all the answers. But yeah, Hobnobs won that war. Hobnobs dominated it. But yeah, so yeah, so you've got that resolution. So layer lines are when you print thick layers like 50 microns and then get lower, or 100 microns or 0.1 millimeter, or you get lower like 30 microns, 20 microns, 10 microns. You can see parallel to how it was printed on the plate, the steps. Like you can see it's obvious and common in FDM printing. They're the layer lines, yeah. But the voxel lines are the lines that are most obvious on curved surfaces, where it's the step between. So obviously, you know, it's projected up from a screen as pixels, and if you look at pixels, like look at Mario, a blown up picture of Mario from the late 70s, was it 70s or 80s when the NES came out, and then blow him up, he's just made of squares. Well, that's what you get projected up on the screen, and if those squares are bigger, then you will see on curved surfaces it won't be a smooth curve, it will be jaggy lines. So what you get is, like, when you look at it, almost at an angle not parallel but like quadratic, is that quadrilateral or something, where you've got X and Y that are perpendicular to Z. Hey, words. Mid-80s was the Nez good shout. So yeah, you get these voxel lines. Now, when you've got bigger pixels, they're more obvious, and they are very obvious on the M7 Max. But you can apply anti-aliasing. Jammy Dodgers in a cup of tea, mate. That's insane. Don't come on. Like, we've all got an opinion. That's just silly, right? Surely. I feel like I need to try this now, though. The more I think about it and the more I argue against it, the more I'm like, oh, that could work. Anyway, so your voxel lines are the lines you see. If you print a circle, and there's a really good test by Dennis Wang, who does anti-aliasing test, you print like a sphere, and you can see the squares that make that up along the perpendicular axes to Z, so along X and Y. And the smaller the pixels, the less you get of that. And when we got to about sub 35 micron pixels, and then down to 20, we're almost at the point of them being indistinguishable, but they are still there. And yeah, they are still there. And doing a bit of math, we will only see them disappear to the human eye when we get sub 10 micron pixels. If I'm right, that's purely a theory. And we're nowhere near there. I think the smallest we've got is maybe 16, maybe 14, but only on one axis. I can't remember what GK3 is. I think it might be 14, but yeah, so we're not quite there yet where they start to disappear. So you need to apply anti-aliasing. So when we compare quality on the M7 Max versus the GK3, we've either got really high resolution, which erases some degree of those voxel lines, but then it's soft, so it's a bit more bloated, the details aren't as sharp, or we've got that, I think it's around 47 micron pixels on the M7 Max, but then we can anti-alias it smooth. We then also lose details with that level of anti-aliasing. I personally feel the GK3 has it. I personally feel the GK3 has the edge in quality, but it's soft. But the point of the M7 Max is that the M7 Max is my favorite printer of the year. And I don't mean it's the best printer, you should all buy it, and that's good, because when I do see stats on some of the sales of printers I have not seen any suggestion that people are flocking to the M7 Max, and that makes me proud of my review, in that people are understanding, yes, it's big and it's high resolution and it's Fohammer's favourite printer, but that doesn't mean it's right for me. And it doesn't mean it's right for you, because the resolution is still worse than that of something. So unless you print in bigger things, there we go. So yeah. Squatch says, which Hagears resin for 28mm minis with a little robustness with the details? So the most detailed is PAP 10, but it's really expensive. I do like that, but you've got to apply their version of anti-aliasing, which is fuzziness, because it is so sharp you will get the voxel lines that we've just talked about unless you soften it. But honestly, as an all-round, like, most durable resin, I like their cheapest, the PAS 10. Which is also PARP 10. I would genuinely use that as a cheaper alternative to most things. I love it for minis. I think it's great. I printed does anyone know the Puppets War Orc vehicles that they've done, like the battle wagon, like the Batmobile and all the other ones, and I took them to the lads on the painting phase, and I said, just tell me what you think about them prints. And their first response was, they're prints, that's how good it is. So yeah. GK3 Ultra arrived this week. Now looking at resin options in my area, is the standard Anycubic resin a good starting point? I mean, it's cheap, but honestly, I would recommend you get Wargamer for miniatures. Because that's the one we are promoting. That's the one that we put together for miniatures. Takes a bit more time to dry, but it is more water washable. Ian Nightingale, yeah, those Puppets War minis are nice. They've really, I genuinely think the Puppets War, not Space Marine models, the is it Drushi Warriors or something? They could, with just a little more refinement, they could genuinely take over from Space Marines. They really could. So more people printing them would be thingy. I genuinely, I said to the guys at One Page Rules, I went, you haven't released your Battle Brothers yet. If you're going to design Space Marines, you need to understand what it is about the Space Marine that is of value, that is valuable to the painter, and it's the simplicity of them and how you can customize them. I said, do yourself a favor, speak to Puppets War and buy them. Oh yeah, I was talking about. Yeah, thank you, thanks. I thought you were going, but I do appreciate you being here to mod my ADHD brain. All right, sorry. Best beginner resin. Everyone's telling me get the Sunlu ABS for cheap. I don't test resins, like that's not my thing. I've seen resins, I play with resins, and I'm all like, if you don't print miniatures, M7 Max is bloody sharp. If you forget miniatures, if you're printing small things with small details, go up to like a small printer or a 10-inch printer. If you're printing bigger things, get a bigger printer. If you're not printing bigger things, get a smaller printer. The M7 Max is my... I'll come back to beginner resins, I've remembered. My M7 Max is my favourite printer because it got the fewest things wrong. If you heard that, you can tell there's somebody at the front door. I need to take an unexpected break. I'll be back in a moment, guys. Right, sorry guys. So it turns out my K2 Plus has just arrived. So please can you just give me a minute because I've got to get that in the house. I wasn't expecting that today, so I'll be back with you in 2 minutes. See you soon. Fucking hell, Jesus Christ. That literally wiped me out. That is... So the K2 is here. First impressions, fucking heavy. Like, really fucking heavy. 50 kilos. Yeah. Fucking hell. Can't wait till Fohammer gets his own joint for his passion. Mate, I'd love a joint now for passion. I don't know, is that... Am I allowed to say that in the UK? Let me go back. Oh, crap. I didn't see... Sorry. Devoki Volny. So, if one have better resolution and other have anti-aliasing, can you recommend another machine with this size with both features around 2,000 or 3,000 price point? Thank you so much for the donation, Devoki. I didn't see that, sorry. I'm glad I scrolled back. There isn't one. There isn't another printer. So you've got the two choices right now. I don't know what's coming. There's obviously going to be another Jupiter printer at some point in the future. I don't know which way they're going to go. I would love to see Elegoo go the way of the Saturn, the Mars 5 and the Saturn 4, and maybe not with that build plate, but like maybe a tilting back. Yeah, there we go. But yeah, so it's all good. Yeah, it is hernia heavy. You can't lift that fucking thing on your own. And I always do the lifting it onto the box shot, onto the table shot. Crazy. So yeah. Morning, Tune42. Welcome. Just a reminder, everyone, there are links in the video description for competitions to give away. What are we talking about? So let us talk about, we're talking about the M7 Max. Let us give away, no, not the M7 Max, we'll leave that one. Let's give away an M7 Pro, or start the giveaway. So just a reminder, everyone, I am dropping giveaway links all throughout, an M7 Pro here, all throughout this stream. And you can enter at that link, which I'll also post into the video description. Win any Cubic M7 Pro here. So there you go. You can enter there, get your entries in, and you have a chance to win an M7 Pro from me. There we go. And we're going to keep this open for a few days, and then you get a chance to... There we go. You get a chance to win all of these printers on me. Wait, there we go. So yeah, so Anycubic M7 Max, really, really good printer. My favourite printer of the year. Just be aware that if you want size and quality, if you're printing big things, like, you can reduce the anti-aliasing down. You can anti-alias it pretty smooth, but you're going to lose small details. It's not for miniatures. The GK3 will be good for miniatures, just as the GK2 was, but you can get more on your plate. But I also warn people, don't go buying a big printer if you're only going to print 3 things at a time, because don't forget, these things have a lifespan. So the less you have on your plate, like, you don't want to fill it either, because then there's too much pressure, but the less you have on your plate at a time, you're then still using that LCD for that amount of hours for less printed volume. You're going to kill that LCD sooner, and you're going to have a smaller yield in that screen's lifetime. So that's something to be aware of. Beginner resins, yeah, I think we covered that. Like, I don't test resins. I've seen ones I like. I still haven't tried Sunlu ABS, like. So there you go. Would I recommend a Saturn 3 Ultra for 270 rather than a Saturn 4 Ultra for 400? I'm looking for a good start with the hobby. Is a Saturn 4... Well, I think the thing we noticed earlier, that even though they're the same resolution and I'm sure the same panels, you can't get... Let me see if that window's open anymore. One thing that you've got to be aware of with the Saturn 4... There's my desktop while I scroll around Windows. One thing you've got to be aware of with the Saturn 4 is that... Oh, I can't find it, I've lost it. Is that you can't get screens for them anymore, it seems. Oh, they're there. That's this window I'm looking for. With the Saturn 3. So the Saturn 3 and 3 Ultra screens seem to be sold out. Will I announce the winners before the Hagears Black Friday sale ends? No, I'll announce them on Tuesday. But if you buy a Hagears printer, then and then you win one. Well, yeah, you have 2, but I will definitely announce the winners before your order gets shipped. How's that? Like, or very, very likely. How do I deep clean an old crusty resin printer, especially the acrylic bits, I don't. Like, I try and keep it as clean as possible, and then when I clean them out, I will actually just clean out all the resin, isopropyl in there, and you still end up with a little lip of it under the vat. So I end up putting a folded piece of tissue in the vat, and then sending the bed to almost home, and then compressing it in there, putting the lid on and putting it in a box, and then it goes into storage. That's what I do, which is why I can't do anything with these printers. I can't get rid of them. But if I do end up with a new studio, then I will have a space to actually put them and go back to them and give longer term views of these printers. So, oh yeah, shit, yeah. If you're gonna buy Hey Gears, do it through the link below. N7, do you want to be a moderator? You're nailing it, mate. The screens being out of stock might just be a temporary shortage for all we know, rather than being not supported. That is a fair comment, to be honest. Yeah, like it makes me. This is the thing, though. It makes me worry. Like I have less of a feeling of truth in that with these guys, because I remember like a few people going, where do I get a screen for my M3 Premium, when they stopped doing those, and I remember that being a big deal. So you're right, it might just be a temporary out of stock, but I can't, as far as I'm aware, can I set up a stock alert? That might be helpful. No, just says sold out. I would have thought that if something is sold out, oh no, there is, then fair, then you might be right. So what I'll do, actually, I'm going to do this. Screw it, yeah. Ross, Graham, Gragham, Graham, Fohammer, at, guess where? At fohammer.com. So if anyone wants to email me, you'll go into the queue with everyone else, and I'll try and reply. I am one person. But yeah, that's a good call. So yeah. No, my spiciness for completeness just contracts your ADHD. You're like my wife. We should get married, N7. Like literally, we would do great things together. Right. So yeah. So let's have a look at the whole point of this stream. Let's start having a look, and we'll start with Anycubic. Let's have a look at their deals. So we know that's, forget the 849. That's bullshit. We know it was 799. So 699 for this printer is a fucking bargain. Let's have a look at its competitor, because I feel like this is the only direct competitor. Ask the support of Elegoo. They did provide me with a part that's out of stock. Marcin, that's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is you cannot get the, like, people are whinging about Uniformation for announcing they're only going to support it for 3 years, when other brands have not announced anything, been quiet about it, said nothing, and they're not getting any shit for anything, whilst whilst and getting away with it, whilst the good companies who are being nice and telling us are getting shit for it. So that's the point. Like, I'm not after a screen. I'm not after a screen for a GK for a Saturn 3. I'm not fussed. I'm just saying it's something to consider. $130 difference, wasn't it, between the Saturn 3 and the Saturn 3 Ultra and 4 Ultra? Well, you get the webcam, but that's shit. Unless you put a light in it, then it's kind of handy. If you want that feature, that could be worth something to you. And then you've got to really decide about the plate. Now, the top plate is annoying. The build plate is annoying, but you can work past it. The bottom plate is the tilt and back mechanism it's not accurate in its first layers, but after that, it's really fast and accurate. So I think it's, like, for me, I do see the value in the Saturn 4 Ultra, and for another $130, but looking back at the Saturn 3, it was fine. So if you're looking for your first printer and you want to, like, get one on a budget, Saturn 3, just be aware, it seems you can't get screens for it anymore. It seems, they may be bringing them back in stock. If you can find another reseller that sells the screens, maybe Amazon, order a couple with it to protect yourself, and that should last you a good 3 to 5 years for an average home printer. But yeah, the Saturn 4 Ultra is the most feature rich of all the current screens. So there you go. Isn't Saturn 3... Yeah, that's what I said. Like, the Saturn 3 Ultra and 4 Ultra is at the very least the same screen in terms of like display and resolution and size, so hardware wise, but it might be a different time. It might be a different time, a different type of connector or something like that. I don't know. So yeah. So that's the GK3 Pro. I'm looking at the wrong thing. So Uniformation Shop GK3 Ultra. There we go. What have I pressed? Shop. Oh, I'm looking under there. GK3 Ultra. That's me being dumb. I don't think that's the website necessarily. Don't forget, you can get a GK2 really cheap right now. So that's £1,025 versus. So you're paying £400 more. Yeah. For slightly better, for noticeably better print quality, yeah. What's my opinion on the Bamboo Labs X1C Pro? Never heard of it. So let's do a live reaction. Bamboo Labs X1, is there a thing? And time saving, 4th of September. X1C Pro Engineering Bundle. AMS. What? I don't know what that is. Is that, and how old's that? 3 days ago. Let's just go to Bamboo's website, shall we? There you go then. So yeah, no worries. Ad asked, if you are going to buy any of these printers, please click my affiliate links down below. It doesn't matter if you click the link to the Elegoo Saturn 3 Ultra, 4 Ultra and get a 3 Ultra, so long as you click a link that takes you to the Elegoo website, if that does help you. Did I have to sand or change the build plate in any of my printers? No. If I have to do that, there's a problem with the printer. Careful with the copyright music. I don't have copyright music playing. I've got Epidemic Sound is playing in the background, and if it's too loud, guys, please let me know and I'll turn the desktop audio down a bit. Let's have a look. But yeah, I think it's on repeat, but I'll play it. What's my opinion on the X1C in general? It's fucking amazing. The X1C is the only FDM printer that I've still got sat in my room. I love it. Yeah, like I don't use any other FDM printer apart from the X1C, which has got 4 AMS units and it's sat right over there. I absolutely love it. Is it for everyone? Well, you'll get on with it, but if you're only going to print PLA, it's a bit overkill. But then if you go down to the P1P, which is stable, sorry, the P1S, which is the stable equivalent, you don't have the sexy UI. So there you go. Oh, Toom, thank you ever so much for gifting a membership. That's wonderful. That is massively appreciated. Thank you. Thank you so much. Any series or brand that's very even in its exposure over the whole screen / plate. Useful when printing many small things on one plate. When you say even in its exposure, the only one, and I'll get shot for saying it, the only one that I've seen purport any kind of solid levels of uniformity is the Hagias series, which have got like something like 90% uniformity across the display. I don't have a device to test that claim. I'm going to start doing it in reviews, I think, going forward, and taking like multiple spots and giving an average or something like that. So yeah. Anyway, where were we going? We were going to Bamboo, weren't we? Bamboo first ever review. What? I don't know why I was looking that up. Bamboo review. Why am I looking for review at all? Although, I'm happy to see mine as the first result in Google. Yay. P1S review. Forget review. Bamboo Labs. Did anyone see the Prusa Core 1 announcement as well? And the Prusa Core 1, and they had one off to the side in what looked like a bamboo case. And when I say bamboo case, I mean a case made of bamboo. So, yeah. Yoshi, I'm looking to buy it to print garden engines. I think I might try it while the sale is on. We'll try to remember to use your link thing. Yeah, it's in the video description here. Just if you can do that, that would be great. But yeah, if you're looking to print bigger things, then a bigger printer is probably the smarter way to go. You only need to what do you call it? You only need to have the level of detail. Like if you're printing tiny miniatures like that, that's when you need the level of detail, because you don't want, or at least I don't want, layer and voxel lines being obvious on my prints. So don't mention hey gears, just say I'm going to get shot for this and we will all know. Yeah, fair point. What's your opinion on the best resin printer? I'm wanting to buy a resin printer too. Okay, Yoshi, well, I'm going to get shot for this. The best resin printer, objectively, is the Haygears Reflex and RS, but, and there's a huge but, it's best in terms of hardware, it's best in terms of print quality, and it's best in terms of the software. Whether you love or hate that software is still the most feature-rich and integrated of any of the softwares of any of the machines. So objectively, that. But you are all but locked into their resin, and whilst you can use other third-party resins, you don't significantly see the benefit. That you then don't realise all of the benefits of the machine, because a lot of the benefits are to do with it understanding how it can support these materials already in it, and all of those things are locked in. So when asking what is the best printer, remind me what it is you're printing. Which company would I say has the best customer service? Probably somewhere, and I'm going to bring FDM into this. I think Bamboo do really well. I do think Haygears are really good in when you contact them in the slicer. I've done that a good few times now, and I've consistently had responses within the day. But that isn't technical support. That's, hey, this doesn't print, please give me advice. I still think Uniformation has the best customer support. They're just, right now is not a good example of that, because they are getting hammered with the damage and transit issues they're having, and it is I don't want to say it's their fault that they're having these issues, but it is their responsibility, and it's for them to own that, and they are dealing with a lot at the moment, and then decided to release another printer. But they have consistently been the best. They haven't been perfect for everyone, and they have upset people, but they have been generally the best. What about the second best? Unsure if being locked into resin would be good. Yes, exactly that. So, as I say, remember, you're not locked into resin. You are able to print other resins, but when you print other resins, I don't feel you then have the full value of what that printer offers. So, it's a difficult one, and again, depends on what you're printing. I'd be printing smaller things and also larger things too. Okay, what does smaller and larger mean? Because I print miniatures, so smaller to me means a single head, and larger means a vehicle. To you, smaller might mean a miniature. So let me know, please, Yoshi. Apologies for that. So yeah, there we go. Don't forget, guys, we are doing giveaways, so whilst it's got a little bit quieter, we are doing giveaways. So I'm just going to remind people, the last one was an M7 Pro. We will do the announcements on Monday to give people more opportunities to win these over the weekend as they watch the stream back on different days. There we go. If it's alright, while we're quiet, I am going to take this moment to have another break. It is 10 to 12. It is almost lunchtime for me. I am starting to feel hungry. That packet of quavers I had for breakfast this morning is Gesundheit. Very good. I have just gotten back from Germany, so Dankeschön. But yeah, so there we go. Don't forget, guys, if you are messaging me when I get back, please put at Fohammer in your comment. Otherwise, I will not see it. We have a more active chat today than I have ever seen. We are now at the highest number of subscribers, around it's 261 as I watch it back live, but we've dropped down. I've noticed. So yeah, give me 5 minutes, guys, just to have a mental breather. Go and get excited about the K2 that literally arrived whilst we're on this this chat, and then I will come back to you guys and help with some of the printer deals, and we can actually start getting into the Black Friday sales for these brands and focus on them. Just a reminder, there you go. And if you refresh, if you've just got here, there are 2 other giveaways in the video description, and when I come back, we'll be doing a 4th.
So bring him incense, gold, and myrrh. Come, peasant king, to own him. The King of Kings salvation brings. Let loving hearts enthrone him. Raise, raise a song on high. The virgin sings her lullaby. Joy, joy, for Christ is born.
Boom, hello. Right, okay, so we've lost about 50 people, which isn't too bad during a longer break than I expected, but I was slightly swooning over the K2, and it's like, ooh, yeah, so, woo, that's exciting. It is fucking heavy, I'll say that. Yeah, this is the hardest thing when you do a YouTube channel. Like, I have a printer, so I've still got my M7 Max on there, and all the prints I did for my GK3 video from both printers. And I'm like, I want to tidy up, but oh god, I'm surrounded by boxes, and then I've got to take boxes into the kitchen to bring them back in. Excuse me, one sec. Coke was not a good idea when Coke was not a good idea for drinking on a live stream. And then I forgot to get myself. I made myself a drink and then left it in the kitchen, a squash, and left it in the kitchen. But yeah, so I want to unbox it, but I can't unbox it because I've got to like film it while I'm unboxing it, and I'm like, I want to take it apart and look at it right now, and I can't. So yeah, but I've still got so I've got another resin printer on the way that I can't announce yet. But I'm not like, oh, this is going to change the world. It might do, but based on previous experience, it's not. Wow, yeah. But yeah, what am I saying? Oh, sorry, I just got a message from Greedy 3D, which has distracted me. But what was I even saying? Yeah, new printer that's coming. Good stream, Ross. Well done. New printer that's coming. I've still got the Wash 3 Ultra to do. At some point, I need to get a GK3 Ultra, a GK3, and a GK3 Pro again to do proper reviews on them, because obviously we had prototypes that weren't prototypes that are now prototypes. I've still got the Chiditech Q4 thing, but I'm talking to them and I might just send it back. I don't know, because they've got the issues with the power thing, and I'm like, you know what, I don't even want to. I don't want to have to learn what all that even means, because the last thing I want to do is recommend a printer that could potentially catch fire, but they're saying it's never caught fire. And then I've said, well, I can say that in a video, and they're like, no, you don't need to talk about that at all. And I'm like, well, why not? What's the problem? But yeah, so there's that to do, and then there's a printer I've got that I'm forgetting about. I've still got the Prusa XL. And then next weekend I'm at Smurf. Does anyone know what Smurf is? Sanjay Mortimer Rep Rap Festival. So it's a Rep Rap festival run by the Sanjay Mortimer Foundation, which is specifically for in honor of Sanjay Mortimer, who brought a lot to the FDM printing space and just resin print, just printing in general. So there we go. So just a reminder to win an M7 Pro. I'm going to make sure that is on my video description, but I've moved around and looked at different things, so I need to go back there, back here, and back there. And have I put yes, win an Anycubic M7 Pro here. Shall we give away another printer, or at least start a giveaway for another printer? Yes, we should. So those 40 odd people who disappeared should really come back and get this opportunity to win another printer. What shall we do? Let's stick with Anycubic for them. In fact, no, let's jump to Elegoo again, and we will give away so we've already done the Mars 5 Ultra. Let's do a Saturn 4. Let's give away a Saturn 4. So if I copy that, type in here, win a Saturn 4 here, do that, copy that, right, and I'll paste it into the chat in a second. Description's updated, drop it in the chat. There you go, there's your chance to win a Saturn 4. Whilst you're doing that, I am going to post this on socials whilst stifling a burp. Post, boom. As hoped for, my Twitter is blowing up today. I'm struggling to call it X. It's weird. X to me has the connotation of an adult site. It just doesn't roll off the tongue. The X platform, like on X, it just doesn't. I can't get my head around it. Maybe I'm too old. But yeah, there we go. So that's the Saturn 4 giveaway. When I post these when I post these giveaways on Facebook, it uses a thumbnail of the Gleam webpage, and it looks so dodgy, but well, it's there. It's genuine, but yeah, exactly. Everyone knows. Everyone knows. What's Blueski? Blue Sky. But Blueski sounds like a drink, a brewski. When I hear X, I always think X gonna give it to you. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that sort of thing. So it is a bit mad. I can't get on with it. Chidi have to replace that board complete for the Western power market. Lol. But they are doing it for the ones that have it still. There you go. That's pretty good. But I didn't like. I mean, this is the thing. Like, I don't like. What's the word? I don't like the companies when they say, oh, you don't have to talk about that. Like Bamboo, when I said, right, I'll do a video on the A1, but I'm doing a video that talks about your return. They were like, yeah, fair enough, that's fine. But yeah, Gleam isn't working for me. When I confirm my email, I'm just returned to the previous step. You need to use the same email you use to sign into YouTube. I know that much. So I've set it to require YouTube login, so that I've set it to require YouTube login, so that it basically means only subscribers can enter, or most likely. Fohammer, don't subscribe to Elon's lunacy. I don't know what you mean. Do you mean on X? On Twitter? I've called it X now, haven't I? Do you mean right? I'm 40. I don't want to learn something new. Like here's the thing, right? Twitter exists, and I'm using it. I'm using it. It took me about 8 years to get into it. I literally dump my comments on there and go and occasionally reply to people. I've got no following on there or anything like that. And then over the last year or 2 years, everyone's been like, subscribe to this, and subscribe to this. And all three of those different things have failed to take off. It's like when Instagram started doing the shorts thing instead of pictures. The shorts thing instead of pictures, and then they were like, oh, forget Instagram, go here, and whatever that was never took off as another platform. So it's never going to work. Greedy, do you genuinely have a Tesla? I actually test drove a Tesla because I like tech, for no other reason than I like tech. I'm not pro or anti Elon. When it comes to most politics, I don't give a shit. I like tech. It's the same thing with 3D printers. I try to stay out of the politics. And as I've said, someone asked me to do a video. Why don't I do a video about Stratasys suing Bamboo? I don't care. Like, I do care that good and bad things happen, but I don't care to learn to and educate myself and then, you know, pick a side and push a particular value, other than, you know, if someone comes on my channel and starts spouting inaccuracies or unfair comments or this, and that's the sort of thing I feel like compelled to get involved with. But I'm just like, I just, you know, maybe I should care more, but not everyone can be everything. And what I am is a printer reviewer, and, you know, if all of a sudden we find out one of these printer reviewers are, one of these printer companies are hiring children for a week and then shooting them at the end of it, yeah, I'll have something to fucking say. But until then, I'm like, that's not my wheelhouse. There are other channels for that, and yeah. So if that means I'm not for you, all right, thanks. It's good for you to hang out. All I ever promise to you is give my honest opinions about the hardware that's presented in front of me. That's it. And if it goes beyond that, then that's what it is. Not alone. I'm so bad and awkward at socials. My wife advised me to let someone else do it for me. yeah, I get that. I try not to turn up at social events either. Oh, you mean don't give in and call it X? Yeah, I won't. Yeah, look, at the end of the day, people like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and all those like 0.1%ers in the world, all of these people are playing games well beyond my level. Whatever will happen will happen. My voice in the echo chamber is going to do very little to change things either way, and I don't know enough to try to change things either way. So that is what it is. Yeah, that's it. You're here because you want a printer, you want cheap printers, good printers, and you don't want to waste your money on getting the wrong printer, especially when you're getting an expensive one. There you go. Marcin says, first time live on your channel, usually just watching videos. How does the giveaway work? Will it choose a random person in 4 days and then you write them an email? Yeah, that's a good point. I probably should have explained that, especially for those of you who've not been here before. So I'm dropping links throughout this video. If you're watching back live later, you can just look at the description and enter multiple competitions, but you've got I say 4 days, it's 3 days, so you've got the rest of today, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, so 3.5 days for people to enter any of these competitions. We do have more coming. I'm going to leave the most expensive ones till the end, just so we can drag people and get them to hold on a lot longer. But yeah, so we are going to have those competitions going out all weekend. You enter them on Tuesday, so it ends. I'm going to end them and do the draws on Monday night, and at the end of Black Friday or Tuesday morning, depending how tired I am on Monday, and then I'll probably do a quick live stream on Tuesday midday or afternoon, just doing the winner announcements. I have your email addresses from you entering them into the competition. I don't have your email addresses in regard to for marketing purposes or anything like that, but I have your email addresses purely from the point of view of I will then send that on to the brand, who will then email you and then arrange delivery of your printer. Just bear in mind the printers can only go to places where these companies ship to, so please use my links in the description, check the brand and make sure they ship to you before entering any competition. Quick question, you've tried out much FDM printing for have I tried out much FDM printing for 28mm models? You've got a Bamboo P1S and no resin one. Models are not my main reason for having one, but I might try. Yeah, like I've tried the 0.2mm nozzle. I've seen a lot of people are doing this lately. I don't think anyone's intentionally misleading anyone, because I haven't watched a lot of these videos, but I've seen it blowing up. It's not for me. Like the whole reason I'm into resin printing is because I want the highest quality of models in my printers. Like I want it detailless, no lines, everything super smooth, so that when you get a print from a 3D printer and you put paint on it, excuse me, and you put paint on it, that didn't clear my throat at all, and yeah, when you put paint on it and dry brush it and wash it, you can't see layer lines. When it comes to FDM printing, it's fucking slow, for one, so there's something to be aware of. And then you get all these detailed minis from the likes of Loot Studios, One Page Rules, Titan Forge, various other great creators out there, Archvillain Games, just the people who are coming to the top of my head, no particular preference, even though I'm wearing a Loot Studios hat. And yeah, like all of these minis that are out there, you'll be limited. Now what I do see is I see people printing a lot of big chunky Puppets War miniatures that are quite solid and decent, and they look good. So if you're not after what I'm after, if you're not after like the ultimate quality, you don't mind some layer lines, you don't mind taking the time and doing all that, then yeah, wade in. Like if you're printing stuff and you're enjoying what you're printing, go for it. And I think to upgrade, I don't think it's much to upgrade the P1 or the A1 to try out a 0.2mm nozzle. It's like 20-30 quid. Have a go. The profiles are there. I think some people have done some tweaks online on how to improve it. But yeah, like for the cost of that money, you've got the filament anyway. Have a shot. See what you think. Definitely worth playing with. I tried it and it's not for me. So there you go. How concerned am I for the future of home resin printing with people not taking proper precautions and not disposing of waste properly? Do you think we can see a ban or heavy regs? Honestly, yeah. Yeah, I do. I think, like, you know, I've got my resin. I pour my resin into, so I'll get a little bit of, this is where I use ISO. I'll pour it into my bottle, give it a shake to get it clear. I'll then pour that into clear plastic bags. I then leave those bags out in my garden open so that the ISO can evaporate, but then the sunlight cures the resin. And then same with my gloves. They all go into a plastic bag, get cured, so that I can put these things in the bin. I do think that there is likely to be some kind of legislation, like whether it's a ban or a limit or something like that. Like, look at vape. Like, I vape. When I first started vaping, I could get vape in big bottles. I could mix resin myself. Now they've limited it, so you are not allowed larger than 10mm bottles containing any volume of nicotine, which actually means I am more likely to get in contact with the nicotine on my skin and on my hands when I'm mixing my own vape bottles using multiple 10ml bottles of this, rather than one big bottle where I just pour it all into one flask, measure it up, shake it, and it's done. But at the end of the day, I'm putting this in my body. But yeah, these things are harmful if there's an ability. If at the end of the day, money makes the world go round. This is why I don't talk about politics, because there's always another argument. But money makes the world go round. If there's money to be made in banning these products in some way, then they'll get banned. Or if there's money to be saved through health risks and that sort of thing. So there you are. How concerned am I? I am concerned people aren't taking proper precautions. I want to do videos on it, but at the same time, I don't want to be wrong. And as I've said in numerous videos, I don't know what the risks are. I don't know what the impacts are to our health. I don't think anybody has. I've seen papers written on it, but whenever I research anything, I want to see 3 opinions and 3 contrasting opinions so I can make up my own mind. And again, I talk about the ADHD brain. It's a rabbit hole that I would get lost in. So right now, it's a case of you need to go and do your own research. It's not something that I can advise on, other than you don't want to be sitting over breathing this stuff in, guys. Not because it's harmful, but because I don't know, but because you don't know whether or not it's harmful. So there we go. The UK site is sold out of GK2. Do I know if any resellers are that cheap? I don't think so. I think when Uniformation sold to resellers, they sold at a fixed price. So I believe the resellers will be stuck at that price. You're wanting to print small figures of Thomas and Friends, human characters, and then larger stuff. I want to print figures and statues of Sonic and Pokemon. So for you, Yoshi, I think something like a 10-inch printer would be solid. And again, that goes anywhere from the top end, which is the Hagear's Reflex with its limits. I think I remember you saying you don't really feel like being knocked into the resin. I would still say the next one down is the GK3. It's just not as big as the 10-inch printers, but it comes with a heater and all that thing. And again, I'm trying to be clear because I wasn't happy. It wasn't a happy review of that printer, but it is still the all-in-one solution. Then you've got the more techie one, which is the Saturn 4, same print quality, or the M7, which is, I would say, the more reliable machine, but you've got to dick around with changing release films and all that to get equal quality. So I hope that helps. How does giveaway work? It doesn't count my entries. It should be counting your entries. Please make sure you don't have ad blockers on or pop-up blockers or something like that. You should subscribe to or sign into Gleam using your login, and then follow the options to do there. If you've got any pop-up blockers or anything like that, then the likelihood is that's going to be preventing Gleam from reading the activities you perform. Unfortunately, I can't offer tech support. I wish I could give you an all-in-one solution, guys, but I don't know how Gleam works, and I would have to pass you to them, guys, other than the advice I've been given so far of don't have ad blockers on. I'm currently a Warhammer Gamer printer, figures, maybe the something. Let's just put this back on so we've got something pretty playing, and I'll come back to that in a second. I'm a Warhammer Gamer / painter. Bits, figures, maybe smaller vehicles, tower players. Should I get the Saturn 4 or Pro? I don't mind the 100 extra euros if the Pro is better. I think the reason you should get the Saturn 4 Ultra, I don't think it's a Pro, is it? The Saturn 4 Ultra is for the ability to perform anti-aliasing without worrying. The feature so even at that resolution, if you're printing bits like shoulder pads, heads, various stuff like that, oh, you're a TOW player, so yeah, so you'll be printing again TOW, shoulder pads, heads, detailed. Then something like the Saturn 4 is an excellent choice. The Saturn 4 Ultra, although what are we showing on the screen? The Saturn 4, I think, is the video we're playing right now. Yeah, we are. Hey, you cannot comfortably perform anti-aliasing. So anti-aliasing smooths out the voxelization, the lines that you get on the horizontal surfaces of curved edges. And on the Saturn 4, they don't give you that option in Chitubox. You can enable it in Lychee, but due to limits in the motherboard, in the hardware, because of the resolution, as J3D Tech has shown numerous times, you can get issues where you print nothing but lasagna, or you'll get weird supports and stuff like that. So 100% the Saturn 4 Ultra if you're doing miniatures and you want them production quality smooth. Hope that helps, woodworker. Let's have a nosy. 10 inches is about right. Yes, it is. Oh, I've missed some. Small figures. But yeah, I used to buy nicotine in 1 litre bottles as well. You can't do it now. Sounds like from what you're saying that FDM would probably be fine for things like terrain. Yeah, FDM's been fine. Even at a 0.4mm nozzle, like, it's fine for terrain. And then if you're going to do like rocky stuff, just put a texture paint over it anyway, and it does a good enough job. Depends how much you care about your terrain looking real, but if it's just scatter terrain on a tabletop, no one typically gives a shit. Like, even when painting it, like, let's be fair, we get all this Warhammer terrain now when we get Warhammer kits. Do we bother painting it? Not really. We literally dry brush it and throw it out there. So there you go. Gene Master has tipped. Thank you ever so much. That's massively appreciated. So much. You're here telling me, off to bed, mate. Cheers for the show, but it's Betty Buys for this little Aussie. Thank you so much for helping this disabled old bloke. Hey, if I can help anybody, I am here for you. Genuinely, this is why it's been pissing me off with the hate I've been getting lately, because I do this to get my Scooby snacks out of helping people. Yeah, so 10 inches about right. 10 inches about right. 10 inches genuinely. Like 9.6, it's just not. Because I've had 10 inch before. 9.6 just doesn't do it for me. Like 10.3 is just that nice. Like, it just gives you that little bit of extra where you're like, ooh, yeah. But yeah, 9.6. When you've had 10 inch, 9.6 feels inadequate. So yeah, there you go. If you tried to do an innuendo there, AG, I can push that way further. Yoshi, I might buy the GK3 Pro. What are the downsides of it? Literally what I was just saying, Yoshi. It's those of us who've had the previous GK3, the GK2. There's a size difference, so we've gone from a 10.3 inch to a 9.6, and even the majority of printers in this day and age are 10 inch, where the 12K ones are 10 inch, the 14K ones are 10.1 inch, and now the GK3 is 9.6 inch. So far, the only release film I've tested with it is ACF, and that causes lines on prints. But it is generally a great all-round machine. Again, please click my links in the description if you're going to buy one. And there are benefits apparently to the light source, although I've been unable to validate this. And the benefits in the light source are that it should be able to cure sharper, but in the version I've had so far, the release film actually ruins any of that added value of the light source, but they're changing the release film on production models. I think the only other drawback is something they don't have, which other modern printers do, which is any level of pressure sensing. But again, pressure sensing is also new, but it's tried like Anycubic are really getting better with it. It's the first generation for Elegoo with pressure sensing. It's the second for Anycubic with the M7 range, and they're really doing good things with it. It can like detect failures. It can detect when the resin has released from the vat, so it can, instead of like you mucking about with the settings, it'll go back down. But yeah, like the GK3 is still a GK2, it's just a bit smaller, and it's higher resolution as well. So there you go. It's just dropped me down. Let's have a look. On safety, have I seen Microfactory at Form Next? I did see Microfactory. They were right next to the uniformation booth. I didn't know they were from Munich Uni. I actually filmed a lot of them, and they're going to be in my video. But yeah, they talked about what they're doing in resin safety, and I have their card, so I'll reach out to them as well. Between the three, GK3 and for the functionality price, which one do you think is worth the best? I know the Pro in your video, you said it's not worth it compared to the normal, but what's... Okay, so I guess you got cut off there. Oh, what's the difference in function between the normal and Ultra? So the different... Right. Some of this is what I know, some of this is what I've been told. The GK3 Ultra is just a bigger GK2. That's it. Like in print quality wise, and this is minimal print quality, it's no better than the GK2, which means it's marginally, and I'm talking like you'd need to really give a shit to notice, but it is there and people want to know the facts. It's not quite as good as the modern 10-inch printers, like the 12Ks, the 14Ks, and now the 16K. So the GK3 is marginally sharper, but then you get the GK3 Ultra, which I've only tested it with ACF, which is meant to be microscopically sharper again and better if you're doing transparents, and you've got the longevity of it having a ball screw. But I haven't tested the new release film, this CPFA that they're meant to be sending me, which is meant to be great. So, oh, Artist Opus is here. Hey, how you doing, Byron? I'm assuming it's Byron and not somebody else just logged in as the account. Hey, how you doing? But yeah, no, that's it, guys. So yeah, so that's the difference. I have said probably get the 3. Now the 3 Ultra, the 3 Pro probably is the better uniformation printer, but in my testing so far it isn't, and it only really matters if you're doing transparents. So I've had a 10-inch. Hey, does the wife and girlfriend know? Hey mate, they see me bringing 10 inches in like all over the shop. Honestly, like when I walk in with a new 10-inch and they look it up and down, they're like, how big's that? I'm like, it's 10-inch. They've seen me work on a 15-inch. Honestly, their eyes are just lighting up all over the place. Shock. And they're like, you're not keeping that here, get it out. So don't keep it in the hallway, go and do it in your garage. Please make a short with my 10.3/9.6 inch description. Haha, that's easily done. Artist Opus, so are your products, as I've heard from many creators, only had the slivers for a texture pad for a dry brushing? Haha, might try Faux Hammer dry brush set. Yes, Tomb, do it. There is a link in the description to my dry brush set, and it's not just a dry brush set. I was the first one, and I hope Byron's probably gone now. I was the first person ever to go, I want a set, but I want it a mixed set. So you've got your dry brushes and your normal brushes and your miniature brushes. Yeah, so there you go. I know, mate. Yeah, I do need that drink. So there we go. Right, that's a bit of a difference in build plate size, mate. I've taken everything from 5.5 inch to 15 inch at this point. So there we go. Is there any info on GK3 shipping date? There isn't, mate. They're dealing with a lot at the moment. They're dealing with the issues they've had with the GK3 Ultras, the shipping issues, the damage in shipping issues. But yeah, what did the family say when the Giga turned up, Dale? It's still sat in my kitchen. My wife wants it gone by Christmas. How do you join the giveaway? There is a link in the description. There is another link I've just posted here. That is a good reminder, considering we have 4.5 hours to go to give more printers away. Oh, it's really going now, Ross. Keep Ross alive, guys. He won't take breaks and drink water if you don't tell him. He's so right. Yeah, I genuinely don't. They are constantly at shows going, have you had some water? And I look around, and the bottle of water that I got 3 hours ago that I went thanks and sipped on is somewhere else. It is somewhere else, probably under my desk, and then Byron will be sat there next to me with like the 3 paints he's using and the 1 thing he's painting, and I'm there surrounded by a day and a half's worth of paints when I've had a brain fart and done that, and it's like, yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. No, they're taking care of me, mate. The wife's busy today, so yeah, they are taking care of me and making sure I am staying fed. Although I've noticed in this lighting, because I've got the beard, I don't look like I've got a beard. It's shining down. I've just got some like Amish chin strap. So yeah. All right, real buy Byron. Thank you. Everyone support Byron. Buy Artist Opus brushes, so he can keep taking me to shows, please, because I do enjoy them. I'm broke now. Just been laid on. Oh no, sorry, mate. Been focused on my 3D company so far. Tight budget, but still. Hey, Tune. I hope that turns around. Like, this is hopefully your, which I'm guessing started as a side hustle. The 3D printing business really does take off, mate. And I love the fact that these can give people the opportunities to run businesses from homes or from little offices and stuff like that. So it'll be good. So I hope that works, mate. Sorry to hear that. I know it's a more resin related stream. Do I have an affiliate link for Bamboo Labs? Yes, I do. Sorry. My affiliate links are on all of my videos. So if you have a look at any of my Bamboo Labs videos, please click the links before making a purchase if my video and content has been helpful. I'm going to buy the X1C next month. Then get the GK3 Pro. Thank you, Frohammer. No worries, Yoshi. If you do buy one, I mean, the thing with the GK3, again, it's really good, is we're a bit stuck at the moment because they've announced it, but we don't know when they'll ship. We think the end of December, but the GK3 Ultra was delayed, so yeah, there we go. Josh says, been up for 16 hours now, gotta hit the bed. No worries. Just a reminder, guys, if you're speaking to me, put @Fohammer in your comments. So now that it's got quiet, let's get back to... no, let's leave that full screen so I can just cut back to it. Let's get back to... some sales. So the whole point of today was to look at sales. First, let's do another giveaway. So we've done so far, we've got the Mono 4, we've got the M7 Pro, we've got the Mars 5 Ultra, we've got the Saturn 4. We also now need, let's give away, we've talked about it a lot, let's give away a GK3. So let's have a look at the GK3, shop, GK3, and again, I'm going to talk to people about these. So they are currently at $449.61. You can get more off using my affiliate code, which is something. I forgot to copy it over. It's in my review. GK3, bear with me. GK3 Pro review. Brilliant. I am there. Sound may play. It is not. Just need to copy this over so people have access to it, so they're actually getting the discounts that I purport to offer. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll say I can't think of anything else to say. Check out, there we go. I've got 2 codes, and then save an extra. So it's only £30, but these are the launch prices. So it's at $449.61 at the moment. You can get an extra £10 off the GK3, or $10 off the GK3, and $30 off the GK3 Pro. Let me drop that into my links. Uniformation GK3. That's gone weird. Done that. Save. Oh, that's taken me over my character limit. Let me have a nosy. Save. Okay, £30. So we'll save that to £30 off. The problem now is that I can't paste in any more giveaways. So we will do that. Special thanks to the following creators who provided models for this video. They didn't. Whoops, so we'll get rid of that. Best airbrush, best beginner set. I can't do that. Website, you don't need my website and all that jazz in there. We'll get rid of those. Video editing by VidPros, except it wasn't because this is a live stream. and they are nothing to do with it. So that's that in there. So we have a GK3 to give away. Just a reminder to everyone, this will be open for the next, oh hello, that's the wrong thing. This will be open for the next 3 days, so I'll be ending this on Tuesday night GMT at midnight, or sorry, Monday night or Tuesday morning, whenever I get a chance to do it, because next week is not planned yet. You can enter now, win a GK3 here. We'll paste that there, copy that, and then as I click save, I will stick that in the chat when I find out where it's gone. Scroll down. Am I reviewing the new Prusa Core 1 soon? No. Will your name be removed if you win the draw, or are you able to possibly win more than one printer? I only have one of each to give away. You need two. Yeah, I've literally just had a text from Byron from Artist Opus saying he joined my stream for 5 minutes and thought I was talking about big penises. Maybe I was. But yeah, will I be able to possibly win? You need to enter each giveaway separately in order to have a chance to win each of the printers. So you can only win one printer. I only have one of each to give away, but you can enter all of the different draws. And just a reminder, the other opportunity to win a Hagears Ultracraft Reflex RS, we will be doing one giveaway on this stream, but there's also another chance to win one by going and watching my review from the my interview from the other day. Are there any... Oh, sorry, Igor, I did see this earlier. Are there any big printers with the COB Light Fresnel lens and 14K plus resolution? There aren't. Take care, Josh. Thanks for sticking with us. Yeah, thank you. But no, there aren't. Like, you've literally got all the ones that are on the market, which I think the highest is 8K. With the is it 8K? The Mega 8K, which is massive, and then you've got the GK3, but again the quality is good. The quality is good on the GK3. It's just not as sharp as the Anycubic, because that has that. So yeah. But yeah. Oh, Fat Dora, welcome back. I didn't see you in the chat. Thank you for joining us the other night as well. Really good questions. And it's just popped up. Someone that doesn't have a resin printer but is planning to buy one, which do you recommend that is not a starter unit one, that is not a starter unit, but one that will grow with? Someone that doesn't have a resin printer but is planning on buying one, which do you recommend that is not a starter unit but one that they'll grow with? So like, do you mean like one that's like a bit more of an all-rounder? So instead of just a cheap starter machine, you want something that you can kind of start with but grow into and learn more from. Like, this is weird, and I'm going to be once again, guys, I'm going to be honest with it. We're back up to 211. Let's see if we can get less than 200, because every time I mention it we lose 20 subscribers. We have, so the Ultracraft Reflex, I think, is the only printer where if you buy it today, it will be a better printer in 6 months from now, because they will continue to develop that printer and get it better. So as for all of the printers which currently exist that I think will grow with time, I think you will have a significantly improved experience on the Hagears printers in 6 months and then a year from now as to what you have today. And I'm saying that based on their last year of growth since releasing the Hagears printer. Like, none of you got to saw how bad none of you got to see how bad this was before release, when I was testing it, and because they come from an industrial background, the slicer was web based. It wasn't cloud based. It wasn't like a thing, but it was a web based app, because that's what you tend to run in a lot of current things. So that's the one that will grow the most. But if you're thinking of like you and your growth, then I would say anything really in that 10-inch range, because they aren't depends what you want to print, because if you want to print smaller things and fewer smaller things, then a smaller printer will save you some money. But I think the sweet spot for most people, because you're not then limited by size, anything like the Saturn 3 Ultra, the Saturn 4 Ultra, if you can get it, even the M7 Max, although you want to get the newer ones because there's potential risk of parts availability. There's the M7 and the M7 Pro, although to get the best quality, I do recommend swapping from ACF to PFA release film. There's the Sonic Mighty Revo, which is well built, but it's just not the best we've seen from Frozen. It's almost like the marketing team said, people want these features, and the engineers were like, well, why? And then marketing went, because they want them, and the engineering team went, all right, we'll put them in, but didn't make them work together, that sort of thing. And that's the only issue I've got really with the Frozen thing. It's a lot of money for features that feel thrown in. Whereas then we've got Uniformation and Elegoo, who've integrated things like a camera more neatly. Like the GK3 having a camera is great. It's one of the features that I've said I wanted for ages, and they put a light in with it, but the light is in the wrong place in my opinion, because, well, you've got a light here and then a plate blocking all the light, and then the thing you want lit under the plate, which is daft. So anything in that 10-inch range I think is generally what I recommend for most people who are starting. So any paint video in future, I've got nothing on the cards. I have an airbrushing video that I've worked on for about 4 months. I've had so many printers. Yeah, so, well, just got a Smurf ticket, hopefully see you there, Fohammer. So glad it's at Manchester this year. Yeah, me too. Like, it's moving next year as well. I can't say where to, I don't think, because I don't think that, well, they want to announce it, but I much prefer it being in Manchester, which if Byron was still here, I was going to say I'm going to come up on the Friday night and bug you for a few hours, so if you're free, we'll go and get some lunch. But he's not here anymore. So it's it's at Manchester. So yeah, you'll see me. I'll be there most days. So please come and say hey. So with the GK3, am I testing what resin liquids to use with that? I don't test resin, Yoshi. Any resin should work in any printer, with the exception of the reflex, where there may be problems, though we haven't seen any, or I don't know of any yet. So in fact, let me ask Greedy 3D if he's had any resins in the thing. GK3 Pro. We've actually got a group for the people who tested the GK3 Pro called GK3 Pro Stitutes. So I named it because I'm a child. Tony, have you had any resins yet that do not work in Hey Gears machines? May as well ask. So there we go. But yeah, what was my point? I was saying, yeah, I don't really do resin tests. There's a guy, who does a lot of resin tests called NoisyWorks. Does various resin tests, but you've got to dial in the resin for your printer. You've just got to. So yeah. Foham, I just talked about Uniformation and didn't even lose views. Do you mean Hey Gears? That's who I meant. But yeah, in fact, we've gone up. Bloody hell, we finally did it, guys. We've got. Oh crap, there's not enough memory to open that page. I'm doing too many things, and my live stream went dead. Yeah, we finally did it. We've gone over that line where everyone's anti Hey Gears, and people have finally accepted that it is just a fucking printer, and to scream about it does not mean it's the end of the world. Finally. And now we'll lose the 20. Now we'll lose the 20. It's weird. Like, everyone wants to bitch and moan about a machine, and I know people have said stop going on about it. No, it bothers me, and this is my channel, and it's how I feel. So I would, if I were to stop whinging about the attitude towards Hey Gears, then I would not be being genuine with you, and I have an issue with the inaccuracies of the attitude towards it, as I've seen. And you know what, I am willing to lose subscribers who are unwilling to accept that there are other choices and people are allowed to make other decisions, and that's it. So there we go. Thanks for the chat. Gotta go count some sleep, keep drinking. Yeah, that's a good point. I do need to. I took my last break, which was about an hour ago, and didn't get my drink, so I might take another 5-minute break in a moment. Does anyone else have a problem with YouTube crash with server? Yeah, I did that. I've just had that out of memory thing. Yeah, our subscribers are going up. So, love it. We finally get back up to 230 and I'm about to take another drink. What is my thoughts on Chitubox and their partners about making non-toxic resin line? Think it'll be any good? No idea. Literally heard about it just now. I think anything that actually does and doesn't just report to make our lives safer and resin printing easier is a fucking wonderful thing. I also wonder at what cost. It's like when we moved from lead-based solder to modern solder. I haven't soldered since. I can't get on with it. Lead-based solder was so much easier to use. And the new stuff, I feel I've literally tried 3 times, including modding a Wii, and all I've ever done is burn through circuit boards. So clearly this new stuff just isn't compatible with me. So yeah, I wonder what the cost is. I'm not saying that it's okay, we should all go back to using lead stuff, but still. Am I the only one watching who's not looking to win a printer and hoping to win an Artis Opus brushes if there's some to win? I would, like, knowing how busy Byron is, I would actually text him and say, can I do an Artis a faux hammer brush set giveaway? But knowing how busy he is, he'd agree with it. He would, and he'd intend it. He'd go, yeah, that's fine. And then we are literally going into the retail period for him. And he runs 2 companies. He runs Artis Opus and Element Games. So literally going into Black Friday, which his sales period fucking starts today. He'll be the busiest he's going to be all year, and I'm there nagging him to send out a brush set. I feel like that would be a struggle, and it'd be in the new year before we got anything. But yeah, he's a good guy, and he's super he's like super helpful and well into like support of the community. So yeah, but no, you're not the only one. I love an Artis Opus brush set. There is, I don't know if he's published it yet, but he's working on something with Pete the Wargamer, which is pretty cool. So yeah, it looks cool. It looks cool. So with all the time on your channel, do I still have time for actual normal GW hobby? Do I still play paint, etc.? No, knots. Literally, there's my hobby. I don't know if you can see it. I need to look at my own thing. That's my hobby there. I've got as far as these Votan, which I did based on my Lego models. I don't even know if that's visible on camera. I'm going to look down. But that is as much hobby as I've done in the last 3 or 4 months. And I've just dropped a bottle of resin because my GK3 is sat on a chair. That's how little space I have. So no, and I want to start doing. I did do some practices. I thought, like, how can we paint faster? I've started doing double dry brushing, which is basically like slap chop. So you just dry brush it in grey to white, or brown to white if you're doing yellows, or even orange, or pink to white if you're doing yellows. Dry brushing it, contrast painting it, dry brushing it again, contrast painting it again, so you get that increased depth. I think that's a fun thing to do. Let's have a look. Taking a 15 incher with no issues, mate. I love my 15 inches. Every time I get an opportunity. That was the one I used to do the mind of. No, I did a sword on that. I think it was the Jupiter or something, where I did the mind of Tenjin. Oh, it's gorgeous. Black Forge Games just do the most incredible prints, and I would print them more, but they're too detailed. So I want to print things that show detail, but not have to deal with. But not have to deal with all the detail and gluing things together. But yeah, I would promote Grey Tide Studios more. But again, I've got to print out a load of little things. Then I've got to build a Space Marine. Then I've got to stick the parts on a Space Marine. And I'm like, or I can just print something and show it. So yeah. Bought the Mars 5 Ultra, Price Masters side business, but I'm now addicted to printing Loot Studios minis. What would you recommend as a larger printer? Can't afford Hey Gears. You've got the Mars 5. Yeah, no, you don't need to go bigger. Hey Gears. Hey Gears is literally like for those people who want the next evolution, and the currently available next evolution of resin printing, which I think is all in the software. That's purely for that, and you are locked down, as I've said. So I would stick in the 10-inch range. So you've got the Saturn IV. I would get the Ultra because there's no anti-aliasing issues with it, and it is fast and reliable. You've got experience, so you know about what do you call it, all the like getting it hot and stuff like that. So you probably don't need to do that. You've already got it. And then up from there, you've got the M7, which I think is the more reliable machine, but you need to swap out the ACF for PFA. It might not work. You say Dice Masters, but I don't know if you're printing dice. ACF might not matter for dice. You've got the M7 Pro, which is just like the M7, but you've got a heater on it. But that, honestly, I doubt we will ever see that design again for a heater built into the VAT. I think it's stupid. Or you've got the GK3, which isn't quite as big as the others in terms of build volume, but it's a minimal difference. It's like 0.3 or 9.6, 0.4 or 0.5 inches for the between that and the 12K and 14K screen respectively on the other printers I mentioned, but it's got like the most reliable heater built in and remote monitoring, and it'll have an app out soon, which is pretty good. So I would look between those three, if that's all right. Did I ever find out if using third-party resin would void Hey Gears warranty? No, I'll come on to that in a minute, Fat Dora. I'll explain. Brock, I don't want to turn this into a Hey Gears live stream, but I'm also ranting about them as well in it. Let's have a look. All the resin liquids. So ask me again, and in a bit when I don't do it, Fat Dora. So Artist Opus brushes are beautiful. Faux hammer set is even more beautiful. Thank you, Daniel Johnson. You may or may not be saying that just purely because you're a former colleague of mine. How you doing, man? Hope you and the wife and the little un are doing okay. I'm assuming it's one little un. We haven't caught up in a while, so I don't even know if you've got a second one there now either. And I hope your mum and dad's alright as well. Are the resin liquids the same quality regardless of brands? Sorry, stream was delayed. No, resin liquids are right. That's a minefield, mate. Like, and again, this is another benefit of maybe being into a more narrowed down ecosystem. You need to start doing a whole other set of research for resins, or just go online, go onto any of the Facebook groups, say, hey, I'm printing these. What resin do you recommend? Go with what the majority say. Let's have a look. And again, had I thought about it, I should have done an Artist Opus faux hammer brush set giveaway. I'm sorry. Do I think most new printers will start to adopt the heated VAT? I thought they would this year, Mark. I honestly thought we would get more sensible options this year. This is why I love the M7 Max, and I hope it absolutely dominates for Anycubic, because then that will be a loud cry both to Anycubic and the competitors. This is how we should build printers going forward. So I bet there's a lot of cleanup from a 15-inch, mate. You've got no idea. If you don't take proper precautions, you can get fucking drenched in the stuff. And it is literally, it's dripping off your hands. It like, honestly, and then like you get it somewhere, it's on your face, all over you, just everywhere, mate. Yeah. So I'm still talking about loving 15-inch, mate. I love 15-inch, and especially when it's got the precision. Like if it knows how to really get into those details, like the 10-inch ones. Oh, baby, yeah. Thank you for the Bamboo Labs bundle. Which do you think is best for me? This will be my only filament printer. Honestly, if you're just printing PLA and basic stuff, don't go mad. Just get an A1. It's fine. The A1 is solid. Which one would you print higher quality? GK3 Ultra with 16K resolution, or Anycubic M7 Max 7K with cob light source with a Fresnel lens? So we touched on this earlier. I think the GK3 Ultra just about has it. But then you've got to ask, is it worth £400 difference between those two machines? Like, yeah. So say, for example, say for example ABS-like resin, would there be a difference between Anycubic, Elegoo, Sunlu? Yeah, there is a difference. This is one, and it, oh God, it brings me back to hay gears. So one of the arguments that we have around hay gears is, sorry Igor, I notice you're still here, and also the M7 Max, they're not going to do an upgradable screen. That's not Anycubic's. It's never been Anycubic's business model before, but also when you upgrade the screen to higher resolution, you also need to then improve the processor to deal with that. So yeah, so look, right, everyone does the comparison of hay gears machines and then the Bamboo comparison. Now it's compared in this category. Where they're similar is that they're the Just Works machines compared to all the rest. So if you want a Just Works, and yes, Just Works both for Bamboo and hay gears has its limits, in that it's imperfect, but it works. You're in that camp. Now, where Bamboo is different, Bamboo has generic profiles for PLA filament, for PETG, for ABS and things like that. But even though there are variances, PETG is still PETG, PLA is PLA, ABS is ABS, and there are some slight differences you have to tweak, but for the most part, these materials are similar. So when you get PLA filament, it's within a range of, like, this is the PLA filament it should be, but all PLA filaments are within this range. And then you've got the rest of filaments. When it comes to resin, you can go out there and you can go and get ABS-like, 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 and ABS-like. But that ABS-like is typically one of two things. It's a description of the result of the cured resin, not the resin's curing properties, and it's also marketing bullshit, because it's one of the reasons hay gears wasn't it's one of the reasons Wargamer wasn't called ABS like or HIPS like. Even we wanted it to be more like high impact polystyrene, but then we said, well, actually that's just bullshitting people if it's not HIPS like. So the reason one of the reasons, and I still agree, hay gears should be open. They would sell more if they're open, but I think we're all fucking convinced that hay gears has a business model where the printers are sold at a loss for them to make money back on the resin. And yeah, like, I wasn't going to call them out to their face on that, on the fucking thing, because that's just rude. But, you know, the questions I asked, I got the answers for, and that's where we're at. So, but again, my opinion is, yeah, they're probably selling it to make money back on the resin. They've told me that they aren't previously, but I don't believe that. Anyway, so hay gears has their proprietary resin. Now, if hay gears then went open, the whole point of hay gears, if they said, if you buy a machine, we want you to have a good experience. So in order to get that really fully in comparison to Bamboo, is they would need to create a resin profile for this type of generic and that type of generic and that type of generic, but they can't just do an ABS like profile or a standard profile or this profile or that profile, because 4 ABS like resins can be completely different in terms of curing time and efficiency and that sort of thing. You know, with 1 to 2 or 3 seconds difference in curing quality, and that's what I mean. So they're also fighting that. So that's the point where I do get it. They want this, and they've also got their business model of buy our resins. So like I've said, if you really want to fuck over hay gears, then what we should all be doing is buying their printers and not using their resins, because that will prove that business model doesn't work. And that's where we kind of win, is you know, if you want to do that though. But yeah, greedy. Hay gears are selling for you, mate. But yeah, you're right. Does it void the warranty? And that comes back to the question. No, it can't. Like, they'll say it will. That is stupid people in the support team saying it'll void the warranty. And here's my argument. How? Could I explain what the 2 items that come with the Bamboo Labs Pro Engineer? I don't even know what this is, mate. I've never heard of the Pro Engineer package. I'll come to that in a minute. So yeah, like the there we go. I'll have a look in a sec. Combo Pro Engineer package. So yeah, the whole thing with like, oh, it'll void your warranty. How? I know I need a drink. I'll take that break in a minute. Why would you tell them? Right, here we go. Right, will it void your warranty? It can't. Like, they'll say it can, but it can't. Like, if you put your own resin in it and you pierce the release film and it pours all over the LCD, which is the only real fault I can imagine that you can possibly cause by using resin, is that resin then breaks the LCD or the release film, and then you get a leak. That can also happen with their resin, and I guarantee you right now, if you do that using their resin, they're not going to cover you any more than if you used your own resin. I don't know what the hell they're on about with your warranty. They are obviously just doing stupid things to promote these things. Now, look, here's the problem, and this isn't just Hey Gears, and it's one of the things that I don't tend to talk about on my reviews, because it's the same with every company and it comes across as rude. In fact, Tony, you've worked with these companies. Greedy 3D, sorry for calling you Tony if you don't like to. Yeah, it's a scare tactic. No, in fact, I think you'll agree with me on this. Let me say what I'm saying, and then I think you'll agree that it's not a scare tactic. So yeah, Greedy 3D, back me up on this. When you talk to these companies, all of them, here's something we forget about. They're Chinese. And I don't just mean they're Chinese and they speak a different language, but they are Chinese as fuck. Like, even the best English speakers, like, I was so happy to have Thomas from Hey Gears to come on, because he obviously has grown up in England. And Rising Ape, you can back me up on this as well. So when you talk to these companies, what they say and what they mean are two different things. So I was so nervous about doing that live stream, because without Thomas, that would have gone so badly, I think, because the way the people of, not only where this is their second language, but the culture is so different. When things are communicated, we are so, and especially now in this world, we are so immediate to jump on a word that's said. We can hear whole paragraphs of sentences but focus on one word that we don't like, and then we infer from that what it means and what it and we do that, and like, wait, why did they use that word? They obviously mean they're doing this, and when they're saying it'll void the warranty as a scare tactic, and I think you'll agree with me on this, Rising Ape, you'll agree with me on this, Greedy 3D, they probably don't intend to even mean it as a scare tactic. They are probably just promoting their printers, and they're probably saying, don't use your resin with these printers, we don't want you to, and that is the closest word or reason they can think of, rather than there being any conscious thought or malicious reason, because the level of the reason that the people you speak to have, they're call center workers. They're on, like, if you ring a call center in the UK, and no offense to anyone who works in a call center, I've worked in a call center, but working in a call center or on a support desk, I can promise you right now, the amount of fucks I gave in my 2 years working there started at 0 and got less the longer I was there. So people will call call center workers dumb. We're not dumb. I'm not dumb. I think I'm fairly fucking smart, and I've never been dumb. But what I have always been when working at a call center is somebody who does not give a shit because I'm on minimum wage and I'm getting screamed at all day for that pleasure. So now you're talking to a Chinese person whose second language is English, and they're the ones responding. And I bet they don't give any fucking fucks either, and they're responding to you. And then we will see that response, and we will take meaning from it that wasn't intended and blow it up. And this is something that these companies really need to address, because companies like Bamboo Lab companies like Bamboo Lab clearly understand that, and what they've got that nobody else has is better communication. Now, yeah, they've got solid printers off the back of that, but they also have that level of they're relatable. They are relatable. So these malicious, horrible things, these anti-consumer things that Hagears are doing, they're not anti-consumer. They're just for a different type of consumer. But we're communicating with people on a help desk half the time, and even like, I don't communicate with the people on the help desk. I communicate with the marketing people whose job it is to clearly impress upon me their machine, and it frustrates me, and I bet it frustrates Greedy 3D, and I bet it frustrates James. And these are all people. They're nice people at the end of the day. They are lovely. Oh, you've just said that. Yeah, these are lovely, nice, wonderful people who don't know how to communicate because they don't understand that we're going to lose our shit over the inference of a phrase, when to them they don't know another one. That's it. But again, like I wrote yesterday in your last video, people thinking everyone can speak. Exactly. And Chinese is so not English. It's so not English. Like, so far, in a week, right? I spent a week surrounded by Chinese people. I then went out with them in the evening. I know how to say, and I'm probably pronouncing it wrong, ni hao, which is hello or hi, and shi, which is thank you, all week. That's the whole week. I tried pronouncing their names, like their Chinese names. I understand now why they go by Bruce and Shadow and Mark and Ken, because the two times I tried to pronounce their names, I just embarrassed myself and had them all laughing. So there we go. So that's it. So that's what it is. So in regard to will it void your warranty, that's a stupid thing for them to say. It is, yeah, Shadow the Hedgehog. That's probably where they've got it from. I know. I promise I'll go for a drink in a minute. No, it's not a Hagear. No, let me be clear, because the company I've been talking about in regarding to poor communication is not Hagears. And you can all infer from the fact that I've called in as examples both Rising Ape and Greedy 3D, who have been in the chat, who have also recently done a similar review on a product to me. You can assume, and who I was with last week, you can probably assume who I was talking about there. The question spawned from Hagears, but it was a what's the word? A talk just doing some validation and justification of these companies in general and what they say versus what they mean. So there, yeah. I know I've been saying, I'll get a drink when I want to drink. Right. Sorry, Yoshi, who might have left the chat now, did ask me pre-rant. What the extra things are. So I'm guessing the X1C Pro Engineering Bundle includes the following add-ons: PAHTCF, so it's a carbon fiber blend of PAHT, 1 kilogram, even though there's a picture of 2, and support for PAPET. What the hell? I don't know. What, that doesn't really show me. That's a support, but it doesn't really show me a support for what? Support for that 0.5 kilograms. Right, let me be clear. That doesn't look like anything you need. Oh, hang on. Oh, right, sorry. No, that's half a kilogram. So, right, so you've got PAHT carbon fibre, you get a kilogram of black, that stuff, and then you get the support material for PA/PET. I think that's an example of PAHT. So if you are printing with PAHT, or even know what it is, yeah, that's that. X1C and AMS with... So you get the X1C, AMS, and 3 spools of filament, which are probably the one filament you get with it and the other 2, and you get those 2 extra filaments. That's it. There we go. Yeah. If you're not going to print with higher grade engineering materials, you don't need it. No, I appreciate it. I'm not having a go at you. Can I explain what the support material does? Yes. So support material is a type of material that you use as a support interface between the part you're printing and the part and the support part, which is basically it's physically there, but it doesn't stick and bond. So, for example, you can actually use PLA. You can do a print out of PLA, but you can print the supports or an interface between the supports and the part out of PETG because they don't stick to each other, so that the supports are removed easier. That's it. There you go. Just want to ask before you head off for a break, is that the Frozen Mini 8K still stacks up against the newer 7-inch printers? Yeah, it's still a solid machine. It just doesn't have the tech of the modern ones, and it's still an incredible little unit. I absolutely love the Mini 8KS as a machine. It's no better print quality, except that, well, I would say it's slightly marginally better than the Marses. Because they don't have the best LCDs on there, and it's better than the M7s when you replace, or if you can replace the release film on not the M7s, the Mono 4s, if you can replace the release film with PFA and not ACF. So right, almost break time. If you understood it correctly, they make it so you can print higher temp stuff in the engineering thing. Yeah, that's what the X1's for, is there. So, moving down, the resin names are so confusing, all with 10 at the end. Don't know who we're talking. Oh, that'll be Hagears, won't it? Yeah, that was one of my questions that I put to them originally, but then I didn't bother putting it in the live stream because I thought it's boring. I'm like, why are they all called this 10 and that 10? What do they all mean? And I bet they've got like, I bet it like P is polyacryl liner fate or some shit like that. So yeah. Thank you. I thought the support was some kind of support you attach to the printer. Yeah, when they've put those pictures of models below it, I thought that was a support, which is why I'm confused. No, it's basically you get those 2 extra resin, those 2 extra material types with it, and with which you can print stuff like this, which looks like parts to a fix. And then gonna walk my dog now. We'll let you know when I purchase it. You don't need to let me know when you purchase it. You don't need permission, but I would appreciate you going to my review videos, clicking on my link in the video description before making your purchase. So there you go. If anybody wants any questions or anything answered from me, then please put @Fohammer. Don't do it now because I'm about to take a quick break and get a drink. I am gonna give away. What have we still got left? So we've done that. So we've still got to give away. I'm just going to remind everyone. There we go. That there's the GK3. There's also more links in this video description for more giveaways. So we've done 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 5 giveaways that you can now enter out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 5 out of 8 means we've got 3 left. And we have 3.5 hours to go. So I think I'll leave it there for now. I think I'll leave it there in the giveaways. And then we'll do another one each hour. What do you want me to... So what we've got left to do is the GK3 Pro, which I think we'll do next. Then we've got the M7 Max. Then we've got the Hagears RS. let me know while I'm on my break what order you would like them in, and I want to leave the best one till last. So which one, I think we'll do the GK3 Pro next, so which one should I do last? My favourite of the year, and I mean favourite because it's got the fewest stupid things wrong with it, not that it's the best for everyone, but yeah, my favourite printer of the year, should that be last? Or should we do the Haygears RS last because it's the most expensive? Let me know. I will be back in, let's say, 5 minutes, but forgive me if I'm a little longer. Here comes some elevator music. Alright then guys, we are back and hopefully the audio levels are okay now. I'm going to turn that down a little bit more, just some nice chill out music in the background. I hope not everyone's fallen asleep. We are now sub 200 viewers, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. I appreciate that people take the break time to think, you know what, why am I watching this? I've got better shit to do. Just a reminder, you can win a GK3 along with various other printers. I've just dropped the link in the live chat again, but also if you have a look at this video's description, there are multiple entries, giveaways that you can enter. So there we go. Every time you share this stream and do that, it's another entry. And yeah, my Twitter, which is called Twitter to me, is blowing up and going mad and wild. So I needed a break because I needed a drink. I got smart though. I got 2 drinks and a packet of French fries. So you're going to hear me chewing a little bit more. I'll try and suck them. But you can't really suck a French fry. That's the problem. Like, I'm talking like this now because I'm trying to suck it in the side of my mouth. Hang on. So I'm going to go hungry. But I am going out for a meal tonight. With the wife and girlfriend, lol. But yeah, so going out for a meal later. I need to think of some new material. So where did we get to on the vote? Oh wow, I wasn't expecting that. Wow, 50-50. So it looks like I'm going to end the poll. It looks like the hay gears is going to be the last thing we give away. So why'd Mum let me have 2 drinks? I love it. Right, let's change this up a bit. Because the whole point. So the last thing we're going to give away. The M7 Max wasn't winning. It was the other one. But yeah, so I'm going to change this up a bit. I'm going to be a little bit ignorant to the comments for a bit. So yeah, at Fohammer will get my attention. So other than people who send tips now, and again, I have to address you when you send money because I'm being rude. But yeah, other than tips now, I am going to ignore comments. So let's do what I wanted to do since 9 o'clock this morning, and it's now 1:30. Bear in mind, this is how most of my days go. I literally have project work to do, and then I'm like, oh, I'll respond to emails, then get distracted by emails, then check my YouTube stats, and then I actually start doing planning at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So let's do the thing now that I planned to do this morning. And yeah, so if you really want my attention and need to ask me something, yeah, sorry, I'm gonna have to ask you to pay me and click and tip and do that below. So right, the Cobra 3 looks good. They've got a Cobra 3 Max coming. I should be getting hands on one of them. They've also got their Cobra Cobra S1 coming soon, as some printers got my first look at them. Everyone seems to be doing a Core XY enclosed unit with multi-material. It's going to be compatible with the ACE or 2 ACE units, which will be coming too, and you can have up to 16 colours on for 8 colours on the Cobra 3 Max and Cobra 3. Like, it's alright, but it's early days. We don't know the quality of these yet, like the longevity in terms of quality. It's a little bit janky and that sort of thing. And typical, like any cubic quality, they can break. But 359 when, like, I mean, what's the A1 is the equivalent printers, Bamboo A1, Bamboo A1, A1 series. So the oh crap, what have I done? So the A1 series with, so 359 versus, oh, that's the A1 mini. I was going to say like 299 for a cheaper one. Store, come on, 3D printer and Bamboo A1 3D printer, not the thingy one. So 389 for an A1 combo. Like, yes, you do get the benefits of the enclosed AMS unit or the ACE unit. I know which one I'd pick. Yeah. Oh, have you seen so yeah, have you seen the Pete the Wargamer set? Has that been revealed now? Oh, yay. So yeah, that's good. Yeah, I didn't know if that had been revealed. I literally halfway through this stream, I got the messages for that set, and it's gorgeous as well. But yeah, So, but yeah, the Cobra 3 is good, but you could get a good one, you could get a shit one. Anycubic has not had the best track record in terms of reliability. I am hoping, seeing this, seeing the M7 series, seeing the I'm going to get up and disappear a second. Seeing the M7 series and seeing Anycubic improve in a lot of areas this last year, I believe we could be at a turning point for them as a brand, which is something they sorely need, especially when their competitors in a lot of areas, especially in resin, are undercutting them in price. I think Anycubic have done okay to step up to the game, but you are literally flipping a coin in terms of what you get quality wise and stuff like that. So hey, we're suddenly and quickly back up to 240. So, but it's a good deal. It's a good deal. You can get just the printer from 249. You can get the printer and AMS for 359. But then for 389, like I'd spend the 30 quid easily, and not look back. Sorry. So Ray, how you doing, man? Ray, sorry, I said I wouldn't think into the wouldn't respond to the comments, but Ray's a friend of mine. We meet each other at a few cons. But I hope you well. Okay, I'm gonna have to go and do another break. I'm really sorry, but somebody else is at the door. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I'm back. So yeah, so does anyone disagree with me on that? Like £30 difference for an A1 versus a Cobra 3? Yeah. I have got a Ring doorbell. I have, but it's parcels, so I need to go and thing it. I've got, in fact, it's not a Ring. It's what's the Google one? The Nest doorbell or something like that. Nest Hello or something. And then yeah, and because it announces it on all my Nest speakers. But yeah, so there's that. So been watching for about 2 years now. Bloody, you know what, Derek? Thank you. It does feel like we've been on this for 2 years, doesn't it? Okay, what have I had? I've had something from what looks like. Oh, it's my order for. So I gave my stepdad the Soval SV08, and the parts have finally turned up for him. I wondered what that was. So you've been watching for about 2 years now. Yep, it feels like this stream's been going on for 2 years, doesn't it? You've learned enough from my channel to probably buy a printer next year. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Derek. That's massively, and I really do appreciate the tip so much. And welcome. We will get your name up in the credits from next week's videos onwards, or the ones that are edited next week, and you'll get early, well, depending on your member level, you're welcome to Samurai, so you'll get early access as well to all the videos that I can release before NDA. Okay, so the Mono M7 Pro, I like it, it's good, it's 459, so we've got to look at its competitors, which are the Elegoo Saturns. So if we have a look at Black Friday, this should give us everything we need. Black Friday 2024. Bloody hell. So if we look at the Saturn, so we're comparing, how much was it? It's 459 for the M7 Pro. Now already I don't like the M7 Pro because I don't like, oh bloody, so they're, right, okay. So the way Elegoo are doing their deals is pretty much the printer is the price of the printer, but you get a load of resin with the printer, it seems, unless there is a deal on the printer itself. Pre-owned, I mean, that's a way to get things, but just be aware that what we talk about earlier, what we talk about earlier, getting hold of screens. Craig, hello, welcome. Sorry, Craig is another former colleague of mine. Craig, I'm opening a studio soon, so if you want to help me set up a repair center for 3D printers and you think that'll be value, give me a give me a nudge. You're listening to the stream whilst watching fixing Apple machines. I didn't know. Do they genuinely allow you to have headphones and devices on in the workshop now then? But yeah, that's massively appreciated. Do me a favor, go to everybody who has an open laptop or device and just go and put this playing on as many as you can, so it looks like we've got a lot more people watching, mate. I would imagine there's a few around you, but I don't know which lab you're in anymore, mate. So there we go. Right, let's get to the actual printers. So 3D printers, resin 3D printer. Oh, there we go. A nice summary page. That's exactly what we need. Sorry for the low resolution. Jesus. Why is my... Is that me? Is my internet really poor? Okay. Yikes. Let me see. Knots. Knots. Yes, we are all from the same place. Knots. Although I forget, you've said before that we used to work together. I'm assuming it's from there, but you never actually revealed who you are from there to me. So there we go. Right, my stream quality has dropped, so I think I need to close some tabs. That's on me. I need to keep that open, that open, that open, that open. Get rid of that. And I just have way too much running, which is slowing down my PC and my rendering quality. So let us sort that out. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of this. Don't save. We need to change to this video, which is playing. We'll stop that playing. Music search results. That's still playing. Yes. Oh no, that's been paused. We'll play that. Way too many windows open. That's the competition page that I need open, which can go in that tab, and at least then they're both in the same window, so I don't need to jump between them. Sorry about this, guys. Probably should have done this in the break, but hey, I've told you many times, I am not a streamer. I am just a YouTube video maker who occasionally does streams because it's fun. Don't switch. Do that. Let's get back to them. Right. Hopefully, yeah, it looks like that slowly started improving the quality of the stream, so fingers crossed. Either that or the whole time. Oh yeah, no. All it did was, due to my bandwidth, it dropped me down to 380p. So if I watch this in HD, all of that stuff that I've just done is purely because my stream window changed. Haha! Paul worked with you in the call center. Paul, who used to drive the Decepticon, is that right? Knots. If so, I've still got your jacket. And I actually want to go and get it. I want to get it. So, Binary Atlas. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Right. So let's have a look. So we've just been looking at the M7 Pro. So again, the M7 Pro, I don't like the bloody stupid heater in it. There's also the fact that it's got ACF, and I've said to Anycubic's face now, thanks to Formnext, I said to everyone there, please stop enforcing ACF on us. Give us the choice. So literally, I want this page to go down here and have a little drop down, so it says included wash and cure, blah blah, little drop down that says release film, and you choose ACF or PFA or whatever the new material is they're touting at the time. So yeah, there we go. Oh, it's nice to hang out with you guys again. Sorry, one of my favourite jobs ever, guys. So many of you don't know, for nearly 10 years I was a laptop technician. I was one of the best laptop technicians in terms of raw output volume, because I got really wise and realised that it was easy to repair HP and compact machines. So me and a friend of mine, Daniel, as soon as they started coming in, we started pulling those to one side and trying to tout ourselves as the experts of them, so that they'd all be sent to us. And we got so many repairs done because they were ridiculously easy to repair. They were the only machines we got that were truly built for service. It was brilliant. And two of my colleagues are back with us, including Craig, who's in the chat, and Knots, Paul, who I believe is Paul, who used to drive a purple car called the Decepticon, and when we closed up the repair centre to move to a new location, loads of people left their coats, including one guy who left a camo Gore-Tex jacket, so I took it. But yeah. Hope it's not as rainy out here as it is in Dublin today. No, it's just cold and grey here. So, yeah, so I'm not a massive fan of the M7 Pro for its reasons. You've got to swap out the ACF for PFA to get quality. I don't like that heater. I don't think we'll ever see it again. That is currently at 459. Its direct competitor is the Saturn IV Ultra at 354. But you don't get the heater, so it's 100. It's more than £100. Am I looking? Nope, that's pounds. I'm comparing, not dollars. So yeah, so it's more than £100 difference for a heater that's just. I mean, it works. It's just a dodgy way of heating. So, but yeah. Oh, you worked at me at the call center. Oh, Paul. Paul, did you used to drive... Sorry, I thought it was a different Paul. Are you the Paul who I used to drive in to the repair centre with? Not the repair centre, the call centre with? Yeah. So, right. So now onto a printer I do like. We're going to skip over the Max and the Mono 4. Don't tell me it's not on here. Where is the M7? Not the Pro. There it is, the M7. So the M7's 369, and I like this. Again, you've got to swap the ACF for PFA if you want quality, and by doing that you lose the speed, but you've got the stability and the pressure sensing, which I think is actually it's the best genuine advancement we've had. Like, I like the tilting VAT, but it has its drawbacks. Staying normal, like no weird gimmick features. These are reliable, they're stable, tried and tested mechanism, and they've added pressure sensing, which gives really good things. And the other benefit to any Cubics is that you also get the integrated app, which Elegoo doesn't have. And that app is really handy because you can just start a print, bugger off, get on with your day, and then you can literally just log into your phone and go, how's that print doing? And if there's an error, it'll notify you. And you even, like, if you've got like a watch or something that gets notifications, it's brilliant. It's fantastic. But yeah, I didn't drive back there until unless... No, I'm trying to think which Paul you are. But yeah, I remember a Paul on that team I used to drive in with. And yeah, it was on Jenny and Andy's team, yeah. Let's have a look. So yeah, the M7's really good, 369, and I've already forgot the price of this. So that's still more expensive than the Saturn IV Ultra. So it really is, it's a toss-up. Like, I would struggle to choose between these two. The reason why I would choose the 4 Ultra is because I don't need to swap the release film the second I get it, and I would want to, yeah. No, I know Hicks is at the repair centre, yeah. He used to work for me, he was on my team for a few weeks. But yeah, the Saturn IV Ultra... It's really hard. If I had, it's like the GK3. If I didn't have the Saturn IV Ultra, I would miss the speed. I like using the Saturn IV Ultra for its speed, and I would definitely want that. But then at the same time, I don't really care about the speed when I can monitor my prints from another room. So I don't know. This is really hard for me to decide between. I'm sorry, 354 and 369. So what are we talking? 15 quid. So you spend 15 quid more and you get remote monitoring. Neither of them have got an integrated heater. You do get a webcam with the Saturn IV Ultra, but it's useless. Another deciding factor is I don't need to then go and buy a release film and dick around with that, even though I'm already paying 50 quid extra. And this has got a lift-off lid, whereas that's got the up and over lid, which I like. But then this has also got that stupid build plate, where every time I print something, I've got to clear it out of the build plate, and it does annoy me. But then it's got the nice clip-on, clip-off build plate, and less settings to do. This is so hard. Like, I don't think there is... I don't... Like, print quality-wise, the raw hardware, neither of them are better. But you have got to dick around with the M7. Like, what would I want? I'm printing minis. I want a lot of minis. I like the remote... I would honestly want a Saturn 4 Ultra with the remote monitoring. But the remote monitoring... Like, the remote monitoring, I love. I really like that. And the pressure sensing, I love. But the tilting VAT, I love. Ah, right, okay, vote time, vote time. Right, which one would you get? Start Q&A. Which would you prefer? With the prices they are... no, that's a Q&A. I didn't want a Q&A. I want a poll. Which would you prefer? So M7, normal. I'm not counting the M7 Pro because I really don't like that heater. And if you do like that heater, yeah, exactly, Fat Dora. Is a camera necessary? It's not necessary. It's a nice to have. I think if the Saturn 4 had put a light in it and I could actually get nice time lapses off, as a content creator, I would see massive value in that. Yes, I would love the camera. But without a light in it, it's fucking pointless. I'm spending... Elegoo are taking my money and wasting it for me because I can't not have that camera. Whereas with the M7, there is nothing in the M7 that I'm spending my money on. Other... Oh no, the ACF release film. But at least I can fix that. I can't like, undo the value of a useless camera. Anyway, Saturn 4 Ultra. Excuse me. Ultra. Alright, starting poll now. So, and that'll run until I can be asked to change it. So I'm really struggling. Yeah, the Saturn 4 Ultra has a light with the camera, but we won't get the Saturn 4 Ultra or any update on it until next year. So, yeah. Oh wow, wow, okay, I did not expect it to just dominate that fast. Wow, the Saturn 4... You see, I think where the Saturn 4 Ultra really stands out, and people are right about this, like people have got complaints with the Saturn 4 Ultra. Not only does it have the stupid build plate, which I am going to say that build plate is stupid, because you can't level it. Like, if you get an unlevel one, you can adjust it slightly, as GK3 showed, but Darkwing, ask me in a few minutes, and yeah, I'll talk to you about some changes they're making. But yeah, the Saturn 4 Ultra isn't as accurate from the plate. So let's say you've got, I'm hoping this is going to be on thingy. So here's the plate, this hand, and here's the screen. So the screen obviously tilts down, and as it tilts down and up, the plate moves slowly upwards, as opposed to going like that on other printers. But when it comes back up, like, and I'm going to go extreme with this example, like, if it's off kilter, if it's not perfectly level, and if it's like that, it means when you start your initial cure and you're not level, then you're going to be casting light in an off direction, so you can slightly bloat that direction if it's not perfect. So if all the light's shining that way instead of that way, then that can cause some issues, and that's with the plate, with the screen not being perfectly parallel to the bottom of the release film. And then also, if the plate's not level, and you can't level the plate, then you are going to have issues in those early layers. But here's my argument to that, is if you're printing your things on supports and you're not printing directly from the plate, who cares? Because this is only going to affect your initial supports. And that's it. That's only going to affect your initial supports. So let's bring another one into the equation. I love doing this live, and then you can see, like, I've got a shortcut link to adult sites on my thing, but hey-oh, I'm a grown-up. I'm allowed to. Fohammer, oh no, just frozen. I've obviously searched that before. Frozen technology. See, a smart, good YouTuber would bring these up off screen and go from there. If printer is in a grow tent enclosure, can I remove the lid for good and run it like that? Yeah. So not only can you remove most lids, Igor, you can. So the way I do it, and I try to show it now in more videos, you just unscrew the hinges at the side, and then it actually still sits on the printer as a faceplate. So you don't need to leave it off for good. You can without issue, but you can actually just put it on and let it sit there as a faceplate, and then take it off. So that's useful. Right. So let's have a look at these guys. So what are Frozen doing? Because the Frozen Mighty Revo is good, and it's the same in the raw thing. It's the same print qualities. I love it. Jailbreak Hay Gears and you'll buy 2 printers. Why? Like if you're against Hay Gears proprietary resin, don't buy Hay Gears. Or like you don't need to jailbreak it. Like again, I'll refer people to Greedy 3D. You can, and I did message him in the break, and I said, have you had any resins yet that don't work in the Hay Gears machines? And his response was, genuinely, I haven't had anything that doesn't work. So if you want the best printer and to use your own resin, go and grab one of them. It's fine. So no worries, Rory. Thanks for having you. Catch you later, you filthy animals. Perfect time of the year. About the light camera position, if the manufacturer put them on the bottom front of the printer, do you think it would be better this way then? Yeah, I do. Like, here's the thing, right? So I do photography, right? I want the thing lit up. Now here, for the room we're in, I want a little bit of drama, and I am too dark at the moment because I haven't been asked to set my lighting up, but here I am in it. I'm being lit, and I'm being lit from there. Okay, if I lit me from there in front, you'd have a clearer view of me. Now this is my camera. Hello. If I put a light here behind the camera, it would light me up, and that's the thing you want to see if I was a 3D print. In Frozen's world, the light is here, and let me just see if I need to change my screen so I can make this as a good example. So in Frozen's world, the light's here, or you can move it there, or you can move it like around there maybe. But my fingers in this example, which I trimmed last night, my fingers in this example are the light glare. So because it's at the side, instead of lighting me up, you get this glare over the side of the camera, and it pushes it out. So the light should be sat around or out of the frame of what the lens picks up. And also they should put it in the right position for us. Additionally, and I'm going to have to readjust this, 3D printer plates are taller than they are wide, yeah? So the height is generally, in the viewing angle, taller than the width looking at it from a diagonal. So if a print is coming up, so again, my fingers are a print, in fact it'd be the other way, won't it? So if this is my print, I can see that. You see all that wasted space down the side? Now if we were to do this, and turn our cameras this way, and then we've got our prints coming up like that, then we get the full print in the shot. And considering, here's my thing with cameras in printers is, yeah, it's not a great thing. It's nice to be able to, oh hello, there's me gut. Yes, it's no more than handy that we'd be able to dial in remotely and or connect up remotely and see our prints remotely like we can on the Bamboo. It's nice to be able to go, oh, how's my print doing, and be sat in the front room and go, oh, it's doing fine, which we know anyway, but it's nice to do. But it's free marketing for these companies, and considering Instagram and all that do 9:16 videos, and we've got these webcams that are in 16:9, is it really that hard to put a camera in the back of a printer that's lit from behind or lit on every layer, like literally it lights on every layer, so it's already lighting up the UV light underneath the screen. Why doesn't it also light up a normal light at the top of the screen? Take a night, turn the webcam that way and just video the whole thing, because, and then somewhere on the inside of your plate or somewhere that camera can see, write the word frozen or Anycubic or Elegoo, and then like on a part, because then it's free advertising. The smartest thing Bamboo ever did was have it so that camera can see the word bamboo darting around. So every time you have become aware, and it's become ingrained in you, that Bamboo is a reliable printer and a brand you should follow, and everyone's talking about Bamboo because they have dominated the market in terms of just getting in your head, and that's it. So yeah. Have I used any of Hero Infinity's STL files? I love the look of their models. Was wondering if the supports are good. I've not actually heard of them, sorry, before you've mentioned them, but I'd like to check them out. Is there much activity for resin printers in terms of modifications, add-ons, in the same way as there is for FDM, so that you think any worth using? No, not really. Like, there are things that I would change that I've said in various videos, Paul, but not... it's not like you can add on a camera. There's a thing. That's one thing. Like, I've shit on Creality a few times, but you can actually just install their I forget the name of it, but they've got a camera that's really good. It's got night vision, you stand it yourself, it's that sort of thing, and it's really decent. But that's it, and it's run by them. But no, I've not seen like add-ons for resin printers. Maybe the Wham Bam Flex plates are an option, but no, like I've not seen people changing mechanical components significantly. So yeah. Right, where are we at? So I was gonna have a look at the Sonic Mighty series, because we're looking at a 10-inch printer. So we've got the Sonic Mighty Revo, which suggests, have they actually gotten rid of the Sonic Mini 8K? So they've got the Mini 8K, Mini 4K, the Sonic Mini, and the Mini 8KS, which again I said earlier, still a solid printer. Then they've got the Sonic Mighty 8K. I thought they'd replace that with a Sonic Mighty 12K. Let me check that, because I'm sure I got a message a while ago saying we're actually getting rid of the 8K and we're only going to ship it now with a 12K screen, because they did the 12K upgrade kit. So, but yeah, so that's an 8K. Honestly, guys, we have not had a significant benefit in terms of quality difference between a 12K or higher and a sharp 8K printer, so that's decent. Let me check so they haven't got a UK store. Yeah, let's have a look. Found better prices elsewhere, fine. That's a good add-on, by the way, Honey and Coopert. They normally give you the discount codes, so visit our store. We're gonna have to go to the US store. So $849 for that. And so look, Black Friday selling, blowout. Now they are generally thought of as more reliable machines. Oh, there you go, there's the Mighty 12K. But like 12 and 14K, there's no difference in print quality between these two machines. There's a camera on that one, it's absolutely shocking, and I don't think it even works. This one has a movable camera, but again, there's cables hanging everywhere. You've got this resin fume filter at the back, but you've actually got to reach under the build plate and the dripping resin to turn it on and off. Like, oh dear. I think let's have a look. One of them, like, there's the mechanism as well. Like, that's just a normal lead screw. The other one's a ball screw. Like, don't get me wrong, like, lead screw and ball screw doesn't necessarily... Yeah, that's a ball screw, I think. Lead screw and ball screw doesn't necessarily mean one's better, because you can get different qualities of ball screw and different qualities of lead screw. But generally, like, cheaper ball screws are still generally more expensive than a more expensive lead screw, but they do promote smoother motion more often than not. Oh, someone said that, yeah. But yeah, it's been a while. Get a snack or something to drink. Will do. Hillbilly Storm, thank you for the reminder. And the Mega 8K as well. When we go higher, there's no Wi-Fi or anything smart on that, but that's a big format printer. So, like, that's normally $999, and I've said like $1,000 for this. I can't. I mean, props to them, because we have actually seen these sell at $999, and they're the one of the brands that don't do that. There's always a bullshit price. Like, this is a genuine price they have sold at that. But and all the other companies are putting like $849 down to $499 like all year. Like, there's no saving. The difference between a lead screw and a ball screw is basically one is machined. It's a rod of steel that's machined out, but any imperfections in that machining process, like little notches, can cause vibrations in the plate. A ball screw uses ball bearings, and generally as it moves up and down is a smoother motion, because the ball bearings and that motion compensate for a lot of the vibrations. But again, you can get, like, because I think they're twisted, they're actually twisted into place, so you can get some imperfections there. Is worth buy today a GK2? The GK2 is fantastic. It's a great machine. It's the cheapest. In fact, let's have a look at that. So we've done these. So out of these three, I think, yep, 71%. I'm going to end the poll. 71% say Saturn 4 Ultra. I think it depends what you want it for. If you're engineering, if you're doing engineering grade stuff, then you probably want to have a look at the Anycubic for its reliability and all that. And if you want like a really reliable, robust printer, then the Anycubic's the way to go. If you just want a hobby tool and you just print in pre-supported things, you get dead fast, then Saturn 4 Ultra. And then, as much as I love the Sonic Mighty Revo, I just can't justify double the price for over either of those other two for what gets you the same print quality. So yeah, yes, I've seen held and tried to steal the plate on a Saturn 4 Ultra 16K. It's not going to be out till next year. So tempted by the Haygears RS combo. Yeah, the Haygears is, as I've said a few times, it's a great printer. Just be aware that they strongly promote you being locked into their proprietary resin, even though all of that seems to be utter BS and arbitrary. Like, I'm going back and forth on it, but it is what it is. Right, I'm gonna have a crisp. Sorry. Is the chewing bad? What's my take on? Bear in mind, guys, if you are asking my opinion, please put at Fohammer. Otherwise I might miss it. My opinion on a grow tent is it's a good idea. Get some ventilation, stick a pipe out your window, vent the fumes outside. As for heating, it's not something that I'm keen on. Generally, it's not something that I am directly keen on, just because I worry that there's inherent risks and that sort of thing. So I am quite quiet. What if I move closer? Yeah, is that better? I'm going now into the amber levels, and I worry about distorting. So, okay, change my mind, M7 Max. If you are going to buy any printers, guys, please, I implore you, if I have helped you, then please click my affiliate links in the description before making your purchase. Right, so what have we got on Uniformation? So are they actually doing? They've got Black Friday. Let's have a look what's happening. So we've got the Black Friday 2024 shop now, Black Friday resin bundle sale. I'm really confused by this, which isn't a good start. Clearance sale, resin bundle sale, buy now. So hopefully this will take me, no, that's just to one printer. Where is the Black Friday sale? So the Black Friday sale seems to be just the GK3 Ultra. Is that right? Resin bundle sale. Okay, shop now. Let's have a look. £1,025 for it's the highest quality machine of that size. I think before buying it, you need to consider whether or not you need to get a machine of that size. What is the best wash and cure station? And my opinion on a wash and cure station is it does not matter. Get something big enough for your printer, and the cheaper ones probably won't last you as long as the most expensive ones. Avoid the wash and cure max. Did I have any issue with leveling on the Photon Mono 4? Not at all. I didn't mention it. No, I did mention the Mono 4 leveling because the Mono 4 forces you to level it. And same with the Ultra, the Mono 4 Ultra. They force you to level the printers because they don't come pre-leveled. They actually come with the whatever the catch that connects to the Z arm. It's low position, so you can't connect it to that arm without loosening it and leveling it. And I specifically made a mention of that because I think that's a better way to do it. So third try. Sorry, I have a lot of problems with my first printer, M5S. I don't want to quit 3D printing, but any cubic support anymore. Should I get a GK3 or Saturn? So look, the GK3 is the better all-round machine, and if you're in a cold environment, it is still the one I would recommend. It has lost a bit of size over the GK2, which is head-scratching, but it is still in the category of like slightly better, and it's not quite as tech-heavy. And Uniformation have historically had the best customer service. They are getting a kick in right now. They're a smaller company, they're good people, but all of them are good people. But these guys, I think Uniformation have done a lot for us all in the past that we should be happy about. I don't think we should make it easy for them, but I think we should continue to support them and let them have the opportunity to get back on track. It is, but yeah, it is still probably the better all-rounder machine. But if you've got heating sorted, then you get the same from a Saturn 4, and you get the benefits of that. Hope that helps. If you do purchase anything, please use my affiliate links down in the description. Looking for a large format resin printer, I want a heated vat, would prefer self-leveling, would prefer under 1.5k. Dead easy, my favourite printer of the year, unless you're wanting the ultimate detail. If you want a large format printer, I assume you're printing large things, then easily under 1.5k is going to be the M7 Max. It's a great machine. If you're wanting more detail, then you've got, and that comes with a heated vat, everything you want. Doesn't have auto leveling. Auto leveling is not a thing. There isn't. They will all advertise it. It's not a thing. You need to learn how to level your printers, but it's not hard. You literally push it down, tighten it up in a new position, and it's done. If you want to spend a bit more and get an all-rounder with a bit more print detail, then the one we're looking at right now on the screen, the Uniformation GK3, is still slightly higher detail, but it's a bit softer when compared to the other printers. Looking at getting either the Anycubic Photon Mono, M5S Pro, or the M7 regular. Can't tell what the benefits of the M7 are. Trying to justify the higher price. Right, so this isn't so much about the printer, it's more about the generation. The M5S was a generation which, as it went on, we learned more and more about the cheapness of those printers. They had exactly the same screens in as the Saturns of that generation, but weren't able to achieve the same print quality noticeably. The inclusion of the ACF film and everything was just a nightmare. The M5, and from what we've seen when we looked online already, and this may just be out of stock, although that's odd, you can't even get replacement screens anymore for the M5. It feels like Anycubic have abandoned that range of products because all in all they were shit. So is there any reason why you should get an M7 regular? Because the M5 series was absolute trash compared to it. So yeah, if anyone's asked me a question above that, I've missed it, sorry. What cure station would I recommend curing large prints? The biggest one you can get. Frozen actually have a decently large impeller one. Uniformation, that weird mechanism, I think it's over-engineered for a mechanism that comes down. It takes so much space up just to clean a print that Anycubic Uniformation's big wash thing, I think, is fucking stupid. And it's sat right here. Like, I haven't even took it out of the box because it takes up that much space. Frozen do a big one. Excuse me. Frozen do a big one. Anycubic do the wash and cure max. That's it. No, that isn't. I like where they went with it. We could do with more development in that area, but we could also do with more development in that area. Don't get it. You just want a big one. I like Frozen's. I like Haygears', but that's like, I think it's like 600 quid for a fucking cure station. No. Like, I'll say yeah, I love it because I got mine free, but no. And then what is it? Who else does a big one? If Elegoo do a big one, then yeah, I get that. Let's have a look. Oh man, so fast. Have I used Haygears' Cure Station? Very pricey. Is it worth it? Well, the thing with Haygears' Cure Station is, and I haven't figured this out yet, it's meant to work directly with the printer. So if you've got a material of this type and you print with the material of that type, you're meant to be able to tell it, oh, cure that, and it'll know how much time and temperature to apply. So it's got all that. It's got Wi-Fi. It connects to it. It gives you stats. But I haven't been able to get that working. Is it worth it? Fucking, for most people, no. Like, if you've got the Haygears system and you've got the money, yes, it's fine. But yeah, going from there, then yeah, it's worth it. But if you're buying it for another function, no, it's not at all. Any news about the offline printing for Haygears printer? Yeah, it's been printing offline for over a month now. It literally, I think it took less than 20 days from that whole thing to blow up about it being online only to them fixing the problem. Yeah, so there. I was referring to the Mono 4 screens not being set right, so leveling is impossible. Anycubic worked with me for a month, replaced and resurfaced the build plate. Leveling was I have no idea that that's the thing. The Mono 4 screen not being set right, but it's flat. And then I don't get what you mean about resurface the build plate. And like, if your build plate is warped, like if you get like a ruler, like a metal rule, and run it horizontally across and look for dips and vertical, that's fine. But even if the plate, even if the screen's like off at an angle slightly, I don't know how it could be. I don't get what the issue. I don't understand. You mentioned to avoid the wash and cure max. Why is that? Go and watch my review. Sure, Manchester. It's yeah, it's bad. It's a good idea. It bad execution. How bad is the Mars 2? Yes, 2 compared to the GK3. Realistically, just as everybody now and then miniature scale. Well, it depends on your resin. Like, if you've got high detail resin and you want really sharp prints, you'll notice it. Is it significantly night and day better? Again, depends on your resin. If you're using sharper, modern resin that'll give you detail, then yeah, you'll definitely see a difference. You're talking, it wasn't even 4K, the Mono 2. So yeah, like, you're looking at an old 2K screen against, like, what are you comparing it to? The GK3? Yeah, you'll notice a difference. Yeah. And especially if you're printing in a cold room, because you've not only got low resolution, but you're probably overexposing your models in order to just get them to print. You're looking at the medium models. Is there one that gives quality prints that's downsides are okay enough for a newbie to handle? I think the Saturn 4, we've just sort of had this conversation. Like, the downsides are the build plate, that you can't level it, which means you might get a dodgy one and you might have to deal with support, but more likely you'll get a good one. There are less settings to deal with because you don't need to worry about anything. And it's just more approachable because of that. I think that's the easiest, more approachable printer for most beginners, and it's in that affordable category. Matt says, I forgot I'd be looking for a resin printer for armor/blaster parts, so I need decent detail but not really huge size, but indeed bamboo level plug and play, so reflex RS even if overkill. Well, like, the only one that even comes close to plug and play is the reflex. There are other printers, like we've just said, that are easier. That are easier to use than others. But if you're wanting plug and play, then you want to what I interpret that as is you want to hand the reliability of any settings over to the system. And that's what I like with Bamboo, is I don't need to dial anything in. I just purely go print this in PLA, print this in PETG, and it does. It's fine. The Hagears is the only one that does that. No matter what else you do, Matt, you are going to be dialing in resins, or the best you can get is getting someone's online and then fingers crossed. So that's what I was on about before. There are easier options, so but in which case you'd be better off with something that controls the environment, so you're more likely to get success with those resins. So anything with an integrated heater like the M7 Max, which could be good for you actually if you're doing blaster parts and armor. You're not going to need miniature level detail, so you get a heated vat, and you can do that. If you end up without a heated vat and someone gives you settings and you're 20 degrees colder where you're printing than someone else who's given you those settings, you're not going to get the same results or even good ones, so you'll need to dick around. So the M7 Max is probably the most controlled environment, and it's large format, and it's not detailed, and I don't think for blaster and like armor and blaster parts, I'm guessing physical parts, then you've got the build plate there as well. So I'd go M7 Max if that was me. I think they wanted you to buy a new build plate because it isn't possible to level the first gen M5S. Mars 5 what M what? Oh, M5S M5, yes it isn't, that's right, yeah. Sorry, the Anycubic M5S. Yeah, exactly. That's like that sort of thing. People had issues with the build plates, and instead of just, it was the problem of the build plate, and then they told people to buy a replacement build plate. Jesus. I want to get into resin printing, but I have no idea what is the best way to start safely. Fumes. So I've got an entire playlist on that I suggest you watch before you begin. So I will drop that in the chat. I'm also going to remind people... Oh no, that was from the... I'll delete that. That was from the poll we had earlier. There you go. I'm just going to remind people of the GK3 giveaway before we jump to the GK3 Pro giveaway next. And it's now 2:30, which means we've got 2.5 hours to go. So in another 7 minutes I will do another review. Let me have a look at my playlists. I had like a beginner one. I think I've got too many playlists now. I was using it as tags or categories. FDM printer reviews, guys, sound for live streams, resin printer reviews, 3D print. I'm so lost. Resin printing beginner guides, and then if I go to the playlist itself, so this is a playlist. If you're new to resin printing, it'll take you a while. Start here. That is, how does a resin printer work? How do you clean your prints? How to paint your prints? How to dial in your printer? How to print perfect minis? How to support prints? And then just some fun stuff like 3D printing in the snow. And then one for absolute beginners about 12K and 8K and why they're all irrelevant. So there you go. Just wanted to say hello from Florida, USA. Hey, thanks so much, Scott. That's massively appreciated. Matt Healy, exactly. Do you have a go-to basic resin? Do you have a go-to basic resin I recommend? Well, I recommend Wargamer because that's the one we sell. Which resin do I think paints the best for miniatures? Also Wargamer. That's why we sent it. Look, I'm not the resin guy, guys. I will promote Wargamer and that's it, because that's the one we make specifically for miniatures. Works great on busts as well. I absolutely love the stuff. Takes a little bit longer than most to dry out, but when you get it, you get it's more like the plastic that many of you currently printing miniatures will be used to. Sean says, I have a Frozen Mini 8KS and it's been working brilliantly. Was thinking of getting a second one. Seems to be doing everything I need. Is there an equivalent that I would recommend? A Mini 8KS, I mean, no, if unless you want to go bigger to another size, then yeah, then no, like another one of them, it's absolutely fine. There's nothing wrong with it. The Frozen Mini 8KS is a solid machine. There are new, more advanced features now, like you can get them with pressure sensing built in and Wi-Fi to monitor and stuff like that. But unless you want to go up to a 10-inch printer, which it doesn't sound like you do, grab another one of them. Seems fine. So yeah. So let's have a look. Moving down, I'm swaying towards the GK2 with the 12K screen upgrade. Don't do that, Craig. Don't get the 12K screen upgrade. So the 12K. So the problem with the 12K screen on that machine is that there's no benefit, because when you do the 12K screen upgrade, you've literally got to dick around with the potentiometer inside, and you've got to do that. I mean, I know that's easy for you because of what you do as a job, but you've got to dick around with the potentiometer and the light intensity, basically for the light intensity, to get to a new sharpness. And I am talking like microns of a turn to dial it in, and too much either way can overexpose or underexpose your prints. It's such a variable that you may as well just, for the benefit you get in print quality, it is not worth that screen. It's also a smaller screen than the 8K screen that you get in it, because you go from 10.3 to 10 inch, and once you apply anti-aliasing to smooth the edges of your parts, you do not get any benefit. Put it this way, I put a 12K screen in mine. I know I know my way around a screwdriver, and I went back to the 8K screen because the 8K screen was so much more useful to me. So there you go, and you can fit more on the plate. So I would say don't do that. Like, literally, it's a 12K downgrade in my opinion. So yeah, there is that. So yeah, so moving on, let's just, instead of having this static, we'll get back to there. Moving on, is there a cheaper option to get Wargamer resin in the USA? Only through our resellers, and we were lucky to get it there at that price. I know Wargamer's expensive, and this is another weird thing, like everyone, and I'll put my hands up, like Wargamer's expensive, it's not cheap, and it's not cheap because it isn't cheap. When we get the properties we want, I still have bottles over here that I haven't moved, that when we went through the testing of the different variants of the different formulas of it, in order to get the right thing. And you know, we had cheaper options. We did have cheaper options, and we said no, we want to get the quality right for plastics, to get it so that it's plastic like right, and that's what's most important. Like literally, I have models sat in front of me. I can't pick the whole thing up because it's huge, but this model sat in front of me is very much the right colour, the right texture, the right flexibility to be compared to plastic miniatures, and that's what we wanted. So, but the thing is, I say no one, some people do, but very few people are screaming at me because I've released a bottle of resin that costs £50 or $60. But again, they'll scream at Hay Gears for their prices. So yeah, sorry about that. But another argument that I commonly see, like, we'll argue against Hay Gears, but then we won't use the same arguments for other brands, and in this case I'm one of those brands. Yeah, all the links are in the description. Please use those. So what I'm going to do now, guys, let's have a crisp. I am going to do another giveaway, and I said it'd be a GK3 Pro, so it is. So this is one of the last 3, so 2.5 hours, 3 going in there. I will drop this in the video description now, not now because I've clicked off it, but I will go win a GK3 Pro here. Copy that, paste that there. I'm going to drop this now here. I am going to pop this into the chat, so if anybody who wants to sign up, I will go on a break in a second, and I will let you guys take my break time to go through and do all the things that you need to do in order to sign up and have a chance to win that. I will do the draw after Black Friday weekend, so anybody watching this afterwards does have a chance to join and sign up and still win these prizes. But again, please guys, be a bit patient with us. We will get these shared, and on Monday night, Tuesday morning, I will shut down all the competitions and I'll do a quick live stream to announce the winners. So thank you very much. I will have a quick look at the last questions. Price of resin is not the issue. I guess it should have added. I should have added. That's a fair point. Yeah, I do forget about the price of shipping on the resins. Like we have pushed to get globally. We did not release in the US until we could get distribution in the US, because we would have got that shit. Because shipping one bottle of resin to overseas is significantly more than shipping pallets of it. So you're right, I do forget about the shipping, but again, when we rip hay gears for the shipping, but we didn't, we had a mild whinge when this was frozen. I think all I'm saying is because of the proprietary resin, most arguments, I can't think of one that isn't, but just covering my ass, most arguments are getting blown out of proportion. And we've said it numerous times, planned obsolescence. Well, no one kicked off when Anycubic did it. Expensive resin and the shipping's insane. Frozen are doing it. How much was it for 8K resin and all that shit? And yeah, so there we go. Because I scream at poor Adam. Your live went through my breakfast, driving the kids to daycare, and now shopping. Stick with me, Toom. I really appreciate you being here. We get a distribution firm in EU. Let me know if you need help distribute. We're located in Sweden. We're actually in Germany, so we've got our EU distributor, and if you go to the Yes That's 3D Printed website, it will link you to our EU distributor to get Wargamer resin as well. You mentioned you might be able to mention updates coming to the GK3. If you can share those before end of stream, I'm very interested in hearing what they took from the feedback. I will cover that when I get back from this break. Just please remind me as soon as I get back, Darkwing, just literally spam me 3 times. GK3 updates, and we'll come back and we'll do that. And then we got EORI and full custom stuff fixed as well. Yeah, no, thanks. I really do appreciate the support. But yeah, we do have distribution in Europe sorted, going out of Germany. But thank you. It's really nice to get support from people in the community, and we want to support people in the community as well with getting that product to them. Alright, I will press the button that makes me disappear, and then I'll turn the sound up, and you can have some nice chill out music, whatever point it got to in the playlist. Stick with me, guys. We still have lots of printers to give away, and when I say lots, I mean 2, but they're expensive ones. The next after the one that I just dropped in the chat and is now in the video description is the M7, is the GK3 Pro, and I've just dropped it again. Back in a few seconds, guys. I wanted to come back quickly and say thanks to AG Miniatures. But yeah, I was going to take another couple of minutes, and then yeah, AG, you've been awesome throughout this stream, mate, and very supportive. So thank you ever so much. But yeah, I must have missed the laughs. Who's John Doe? Oh, sorry if I've come back all tired. I've literally just thrown some. What have I had? I've just eaten it as well. My brain's gone. Crumpets. But yeah, so. Oh, there we go. Yeah, no worries, mate. Yeah, I literally. So yeah, just got myself a cuppa. We have 2 hours 15 minutes to go. And yeah, we'll go from there. So, woohoo! Oh dear. So I'm conscious now because somebody's put, I must have missed the laughs. So I'm wondering if they're being sarcastic, or I obviously don't know you, John. So I'll assume it's sarcasm, unless people are just here to be dicks. Don't know. Let me know if you are just here to be a dickhead, because I'd like to just boot you. Hey. Sorry, and that wasn't directly at you, John, who I'm assuming was just being sarcastic. Right, yes, thank you, Darkwing, you're right. So, we said we'd talk about GK3, and I did promise that. So, GK3 update. So, right, so here's the situation with GK3, and I'm doing a follow-up video because they asked me to do one about their booth. But then, and we talked about this a little bit earlier. Yeah, I am tired. I've got 2 hours 15 minutes to go, and in 10 minutes we'll do the next giveaway before we do the final one in about an hour from now, which is for the RS printer. So the next one's going to be the M7 Max. Just a reminder to everyone, I'll drop this in the live as well, although due to poor memory that page has crashed, or I've changed the page. I don't know what I've done. There it is. Right, that's what we want. So yeah, so GK3. So it was a bit of a weird one because they sent it to me, and I have right. So I've got this thing. If they send me a pre-release model, I'm normally very specific and say, if you send me a pre-release model, I will not do you a review. I will do you a preview, which is what I did with the original Recolex. That is a non-critical video. It is a here is the printer. So I think that's fair. I do both, okay? And I'm very clear when I go, this is a preview, this is a review, and I believe there's a very clear, this is the difference. And even in these videos, I say this is not a critical video, so that you don't misinterpret my words from one type of video, which is promotional, even though I don't get paid for them, but a promotional video from a review video. So I had it with the original Reflex. They said, no, this is just a preview, we'll get you another printer later that isn't a prototype. Did that video, there was no issue. I did a promo, this is the cool thing. Everyone said proprietary resin, no. I then did a review and said, when I got the actual printer, and said proprietary resin, no. And because I'd done that before, didn't feel like I needed to do it again, but for some reason with the RS it's blown up. Then the GK3 Ultra, and I said the same thing, and I said, look, I will do you a preview only. And then the same with the RS, and I did a preview. But what it wasn't clear about is they said to me, no, it's a prototype unit, you can't do a review, but at the same time sent the same prototype unit to multiple other people and said do a review, which makes me look like a dick. So if anyone's got anything, if anyone, because bear in mind, even if you're anti-Haygears, then you haven't bought one. It hasn't affected you at all, other than it pisses you off about what it could potentially mean for the future of 3D printing. But for those people who are pissed off, I have a genuine reason to be pissed off at Haygears due to their lack of clarity over the review thing, and me trying to be accurate and right to people. So now I've renamed it to an initial review, because my preview video of which the original Reflex, I was only one of 3 people. My original preview video was getting dominated by everyone who put review video out. Like, why, when you're looking for a video, why would you watch a preview when someone's done a review? Yeah? So coming off the back of that, and the point was, yeah, if anyone's got a fucking right to have a bee in their bonnet about hay gears, hiya, got totally fucked over, and considering I'm trying to build this into a business, got absolutely destroyed. So I've got a good reason to be pissed off with them, and yet I'm still saying, because it's the right thing to do, they're good in this way and bad in that way. And so the same thing with the GK3. So coming off the back of the Reflex and everything that the RS and everything that came off the back of that, and me having an existential crisis as to whether I've lost it as a reviewer, and you know, I've been wrong, and I've come to the conclusion that I don't think I was wrong in my approach or the words I said, although I've backed off from the second part of that now just because I don't want more hate. But whilst I spend my time, I do not want to be somebody who is in the position where I have to risk my relationship with, no, I don't want to feel like I ever have to care about risking my relationship with a brand because it might upset them and they might stop sending me free printers. If a brand did stop sending me free printers for my reviews, I would look at that as a negative and go, oh, they obviously don't want honest people, and it started to head that way with Creality for a bit, and I thought so with Anycubic as well, because I kind of trashed on the M5 series and they were quite quiet with me. I am getting to this, by the way, Darkwing. This is all set up for the uniformation. So, and I'm not looking at the things right now because I know people who are whinging, oh, fucking hay gears again. This is set up, and I want you to understand it from my point of view. So yeah, existential crisis, blah blah blah, and I don't want to be in a position where I have to feel, if I'm not nice to these people, they'll stop sending me printers. I am in a privileged position where I don't have to care, because I think the channel is big enough now that by them not sending me printers, especially on the more negative machines, like the Hallett Mage S, then it's potentially more of a threat. It's a bigger risk for them to not send stuff to me, because I'll be honest with you and go, they've stopped talking to me because of X, and I am concerned of Y. And yeah, that is bullying from me in a way of these brands, and I don't like it. I don't feel comfortable doing it. But bear in mind, there are things that happen behind the scenes, but it's not malicious stuff. It's just things like Creality. People have given me shit over the Creality videos, but and gone, oh, you should read the manual. Right, so I've read the manual, couldn't figure it out, emailed Creality, sent them loads of questions, got some responses back, challenged them about those questions, then went back again and again and again, and then actually got to the point where they said, the technicians have told me they won't answer any more questions. I have tried, but I don't explain all this in a video because it's just took me 5 minutes now to do it. And that would be half the video. Then I get comments going, oh, video starts at 5 minutes. So fucking hell. Like, for anyone who is out there whinging at YouTubers, like, and I've done it, I've been on the other side. For anyone out there whinging at YouTubers, fucking try it, do better, and then do it. Like, if somebody comes to me who is in this same space and has the same thing and gives me this feedback, who's achieved it, no matter how big or how small you are, somebody who's in it, and that is genuinely more credible advice from somebody who has had that experience, whether it's now or in the past. Otherwise, like, you know, I regret any comments I've put on previous channels prior to having done this, that like said, oh, you need to fix your audio, you need to do that, and I'm like, fuck it, it's not that easy. It is not that easy. Anyway, Max, if you want to know the difference between the two Hay Gears printers, I have a Hay Gears reflex versus RS video, which should be thingy. But yeah, the long and short of it is YouTubing is hard, and I am lucky, I am privileged. I think I've got 83.9k subs mostly because of luck, and mostly thanks to, like, I was middling, and then I dropped a video about the GK2 right at the right time. It was after all the other printers had been released and I'd compared them, then this GK2 drops, and I just built up enough of a following from them to be able to have the credibility to go, wow, I'm still responding to Darkwing and N7. This is the whole journey. This is literally the journey to it, and I want to bring you through the whole thing. So, and again, ADHD brain, as you know. So thank you for keeping me on point, guys. But this is all the answer to Darkwing's question about what's the update with the GK3. And now I've lost my train of thought. So yeah, so you get to that point, and you can't make everyone happy, and YouTubing is hard, and I am lucky to be where I'm at. It's all thanks to the GK2, that video dropping at the right time, just happened to have the right thumbnail that wasn't clickbait. I did at the time, and I still do, love that printer, and where it was in the market against all the others, and it dominated. Like, it was so easy to go, the GK2 is the better printer above the bunch. But that got me there. But even with the other guys in this space who I speak to, I want to support them, because I know how hard it was struggling, how hard it was for me when I was struggling in like lower numbers and no one would view my videos. So if I can give shout outs to people, I'm going to say like Greedy 3D, Rising 8, Battle Brother Sam, Ground Affected, who's on pretty much the same amount of subs as me, and is his Form Next video is just, the editing and the story and his humour is so fantastic. But also people like Figure Feedback, who is steadily growing and doing a really good show of his own, and I did a comment on him yesterday, and that was really good. So, but then you've got to maintain your integrity, and then as you get to a point where you get so big, you get dickheads. And honestly, guys, and I don't ever want to change in this area, if you are a dickhead and you want to just argue, and you wake up in the morning, you're like, how can I upset someone's day today, or everything is shit, I'm going to be miserable, then I hope you can find someone to talk to bring that joy back into your life. But if you want to bring it here, you can fuck off, because this is my escape. This is how I stop myself being depressed by trying to help people. This is my journey out of the fucking darkness. So I get it if anyone's there, but give it, like, you will never feel better by putting other people down. It won't happen. It never will happen. I've been there. Right. So coming on to Darkwing's question. So yeah, back to Hey Gears. So Hey Gears put me in an awkward position. I felt bad. I felt shit. I've let my community down. They obviously hate this. That video literally went subscribers, woo, like that. And I've lost them, and they've come back now. Like, it's gone back up. And the interview the other day is in negative subscribers, but it happens, and I get that. But it made me question myself, and I've come round to, like, it wasn't the best production quality, it wasn't the best order of my video. I'm not super proud of that review as I am on others, because I tried to take out a lot of it because I've already talked about it before, and I don't want to have to justify every point with proprietary resin, which I said in the video, and I also said in that video, don't buy it. But that made me question, that made me realize, oh, maybe I haven't got it, maybe I'm a shit YouTuber, maybe I shouldn't be on YouTube, maybe I shouldn't do this, and doing all those things. And again, this is not depressing, it's just part of the story. And then it went down there. But I've kind of come to the point of, right, if I'm someone who does not want to risk offending these brands for the sake of being honest with the audience, then I also need to accept that I cannot risk offending, or I cannot worry about risking the offence of the audience if that brings us to honesty. I can't do it, because then I'm suddenly making videos being dishonest about a product to win you over. And as soon as something comes in that's new but unpopular, whether that's this or whether that's something in the future, because don't forget, bamboo was incredibly unpopular. Like that got crucified for the coming weeks, and even now is still getting argued daily with people insulting bamboo users, calling bamboo users idiots because they don't know how to take apart or maintain a printer, even though numerous car drivers can drive around in cars without knowing how to fill up their washer fluid. So I came to the conclusion that no, I have to risk upsetting my audience if I think a product is what it is, and I intend to give a balanced review. But that was how I was feeling when the GK3 was sent to me. So the long and short is me and Ground Affected got them a week earlier than anyone else because we were going to help out and promote the booth at Uniformation and take some photos and do that at the Form Next convention. So I said, well, we need it early then if you're dropping it on this date. So they did. We got it early. Me and he got it like before the first firmware update came out. We got the firmware updates on, like I've even said in my video, it was sluggish and that. And you accept these things. You just do. Look, I've had printers in much worse states than that. As I said, the Reflex had a web-based slicer. So all of these things happened. Oh, look, and people say they don't like my rants and my whinging, but we've gone up to 254 viewers at the moment. So, so I came to that and I said, right, the thing I need you to be clear with me about is this a production copy? Is this what is going out to is this what's going out to the audience, like the buyers? Or is this a prototype? And they're like, no, this is production, this is final, this is the last one, and I checked it 3 times and blah, 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 blah. Then I started testing it, and even outside of the technical issues I found with it, which again I can accept, I haven't talked about the fact that the exposure test isn't in it, because I know it's coming. It is coming, and I've seen it, I've seen pictures of it, but it's not there. I haven't talked about the leveling, the bed leveling, because I had to do it a different way, but it was marginally different. I didn't want to take 5 minutes of a video up showing you how to level a printer. All of these things. Thank you so much, Montana Maker. That's absolutely incredible. It is greatly appreciated to get the support from you guys on this channel. So there are a few issues with the GK3 that I haven't talked about because you'll never see them. You will never see them. Like, you know, they should be pre-leveled, and if they're not, it's going to be rare when they're not, just like the GK2. I'm not going to waste your time in a review with stuff that I don't think is going to even be there for you, unless I'm excusing why some of my scenes were like flickery footage of the UI and that sort of thing. So, and that's covering my ass, not the printer or anything like that. Which I don't think is unfair, and I don't think anyone, I don't think anyone's going to disagree with me on that. And then literally, so I've sent some feedback, and I'm like, what is it? The main bits I couldn't get. I was like, why have you put the light above the VAT? And I told them this on the Ultra as well, because I haven't done my Ultra review yet. The Ultra was a preview. I can't do a review. So I wrote, the long and short of it is, I did a back and forth with these guys and said, look, I don't like this, why have you done that, the screen's smaller, you're not getting any better thingy, please explain 385 and 405, okay, I can't see a difference, can you show me the difference? No. And this is what I was on about earlier when you talk to Chinese companies. They didn't mean no because we can't see it either and there's not really a difference there. They mean no because we don't have examples to hand or something like that, and we're in the middle of 50 other jobs and doing this. So you've got to a responsible reviewer will understand how to interpret a lot of this language, and make sure they get the right information and carry that across. So I was still under the impression this was a review unit. The camera in it was SD, which I even got as a little dig in my preview, to say the SD camera. But after giving that feedback, to them and saying, oh hey, these are issues, these are things I'm not sure about, you're going to face flack, specifically I think around the screen size getting smaller. Yeah, that's it. Dale Blackburn, back now. What have I missed? A bit. I'm ranting again, mate. So we sent that feedback, and then a couple of the guys said about the power button not being on the back, and not being on the front. And they were like, oh no, it's fine, don't worry, this is the machine we're putting out. So I was like, right, okay. So I filmed it as a review, sent it to my editor and said, I need that in a week because it's going out next Sunday, after he'd just done the preview video to go out on the Tuesday. Like, I was at Formnext in Germany getting my wife to upload it so I could do the preview going live that morning, and then doing it all on my phone. It was a nightmare, and that's where we got to with the GK3. And then, as we're at Formnext, they were like, oh, we're going to change some stuff based on your feedback. Like, what? What? Like, and that also completely nullifies my review. So but at this point, I couldn't then fly home and re-record it. Yeah, fair point. Why would I not be ranting? I'm having a cup of tea. Oh, thank you. Thanks, Mitchell, for joining. Just a reminder, if anyone wants to join as a member, please do. If anyone wants to tip, that's great. If you're going to tip, you actually get your name up in the credits if instead you join as a member. And if you join as our Samurai level, you will be able to watch early access videos as well. So they were like, we're going to change it. And we'll get onto what they're going to change in a second. But that's why I then had to... Literally the day I flew home, I was sat in the airport going through my edit of the video, going, oh shit, I need to caption that and caption that, like, because I couldn't re-record it. And then, like, I wanted the video to go live, because if I didn't put mine live and everyone else puts theirs live, my video and I'd promised it as well, because we, at this point, I thought we'd done it, so we were there. Right, so... thanks, Darkwing. I hoped you'd stick with me. So that's where we got to, and why you got what I just renamed. I might stick with this initial review because I kind of got that from IGN as like a thing. So at least then we could all do reviews, and the other guys have done their reviews as well. And again, I recommend you check out the reviews by Rising 8, Greedy 3D, Ground Affected, Battle Brother Sam. They've spotted things I haven't. I don't know if I've spotted anything they haven't. I don't think so. I think they're generally amongst the five of them. We've got a thorough thing, so I definitely recommend watching them because there's other things about that printer that I didn't spot, such as the when you've got the plate in sideways, and apparently this was true on the GK3, and I just never thought of it. When you put the plate in sideways to be a drip tape, you can't close the lid. So that, I think, was spotted by... Sam spotted it, Greedy 3D spotted it. I don't know if the other guys spotted it, but I remember it from their comments, because we've got a WhatsApp group talking about what we thought, because they obviously weren't getting support from Uniformation while testing it. Uniformation were at the booth with us in Germany. So they did a lot wrong. I think they whilst dealing with the GK3 Ultra, which they've had delays on and are still shipping, they released a new printer whilst they were or they at least announced and released a new printer whilst they were in Germany and couldn't do anything to deal with it. So they were going, like, not mad, but they were just like, well, we're here at the booth talking to people, but then we also need to be on Facebook, and someone's managing Facebook, and they've hired this new person on Facebook to do that, but the new person's still really learning the community, and again, Chinese to English language, things aren't coming across right, like, and this was the thing I said earlier. One of the pieces of advice earlier was like, we've seen some people with resin pumps leak, and the response was, well, we recommend you don't use that part. But what they meant was, and this is the thing, don't use that part for now because we're coming up with a better solution, and we'll update you shortly. But none of that was there. It's very blunt and direct because, again, Chinese cultural differences, English, some people, even in this Facebook group, English isn't their first language. So you end up with these contrasts, and it's the same for all of them. They say something, and the bigger they get, like Elegoo and Anycubic, the more careful they have to be. And in the case of Elegoo and Anycubic, they've just stopped publicly communicating. And that's not what we want. Now, the solution would be hire somebody in marketing who is fluent in English and various languages, so that you can directly support your community with that information. But yeah, it's one of those things where there's been a problem. So we gave them feedback, like even at Form Next on the first day, they were like, no, you don't need a power button, you just flick it on at the back. So what we did, using one of, along with one of their brand representatives, a guy called Alistair, fantastic guy, both Alistair and Jamie, who were at the Uniformation event, but Alistair went, come here, and took this, like, he was so blunt with the CEO, like, you know, I'm there, yes, Mr. Chen, no, Mr. Chen, performing what I believe is the why, or just like, you know, bowing, trying to be respectful of these guys who've come over, and he's like, hey, come here, and just pulls him over, and he takes two printers and pushes them together and basically explains, look, you've probably seen Western homes from like American TV shows, and you expect everyone to put their printer on a bench in the middle of their room and they can walk around the back of it. But in Europe, we don't have that. We literally put our printers up against a wall, and then we slide printers up against those printers next to them. So we put 3 printers next to each other and went, right, turn those 2 off. And then he was like, ah, see, yeah, I get it. And like when we talk about these companies like that, I've noticed the higher you get up in the companies, the less English they speak. So, you know, they obviously hire people to do that. He'll have spent his years learning business and science and technology, not so much English. So he's put a lot of his mental capacity into being able to design these machines. And it seems like, so, and like we all look at it and it's obvious to us. But here's something I learned, is 3D printing, resin printing especially, is not big in China. Not big in China at all. They hardly sell into their own country in homes. They actually do most of their business in the Western world and Japan apparently. So they don't actually do a lot of home 3D printing in their own country. So understanding this, which is obvious to us, and it's obvious to me, and I like facepalm, this is stupid. What I learned from Form Next, and speaking not only to Uniformation but multiple companies, is they can't fully relate to the use case. So there we go. That's it. So thank you for coming to my TED Talk. What else is there? No, I'm kidding, Darkwing, we'll get to it. So, feedback we've given. So what I understand so far is the release film on the Pro, they sent ACF and spent the entire time telling me it's PFAC until I took a print, which you see in the video, until I took a print from both printers and went, yeah, it's got lines in it. And then they went, oh yeah, we sent you ACF. Okay. And not like the sarcastic way I've just said it, like they're trying to cover their ass, but they were like, no, like genuinely, you have ACF, you shouldn't have had ACF, miscommunication, you've got PFAC, which was called TCF, but then they've realised that is too similar to ACF, so there we go. The day you stop ranting is the day I unsubscribe. Well, fair enough, that is kind of what I do. So yeah, so this TCF or PFAC or CPFA, whatever they're going to call it, they're going to send us. Oh, thank you. I do love my Loot Studios hat. I stole this off them at Adepticon. But yeah, check out Loot Studios. But yeah, so is there an American-based printing company or even in the UK that make printers? Ask me again when I finish this rant. Just at me and nudge me, and I'll talk to you about that. The answer is no, but also exactly what you're asking is happening. So yeah, in fact, yeah, we'll talk about that today. So can I reveal it? I'm sorry, Darkwing. Give me a second. Let me see if this is public. I think it is, because I've seen people talking about it, and it was at Uniformation. One sec. I've probably just given it away now anyway, haven't I? Thank God for that. I clicked a link and it opened in a window, and I was hoping it wasn't going to be the window on my computer that you guys could see. Right, getting back to it. So again, remind me that US or UK question, and we'll get there. So, when is the next 3D printer career even in the event in the UK? Next Saturday we've got Smurf. Yeah, I know. I'm like, yeah, it is literally. I've got an NDA on this, but where are we at? And this is pub. Is it? Yes, it is. It's public. It's on the homepage. Right, we can talk about it. Right. So, is the GK3 Pro the move to make someone for new printing scene, or have you not? No, I've done the GK3 Pro. So we were just talking about that, Josh. Yeah, it's a great printer. The bit where I'm stuck is whether or not the release film is going to be clear on. So the issue we've got is the GK3 Pro uses a 385 nanometer light source, which is great. That's not changing. The screen isn't changing, but that 385 nanometer light source can damage PFA easier. So you've got two options. You use a different type of release film, of which I have ACF, and it causes vertical lines on prints, or they say they're releasing TCF or PFAC, name to be decided, and that is clear like PFA but more robust to protect against this light source, or you can just use PFA but it'll wear out sooner. So yeah. So, changes they're making. Let me see if I can remember these. So, they are, now that we've shown them, they've said they're going to, and bear in mind a lot of this is they've said they're going to put a power button on the front. That's good, right? That's an update. They can't do anything with pressure sensing, that's obvious, because it just isn't designed that way. But I think I've made it clear to them over last week and in my video and the responses how important pressure sensing is. That isn't coming in this generation. They need to design and develop that and catch up, as I said. They can't change the lid. They are changing the lid on the GK3 Ultra because of the damage, and they're also changing the packaging, and I think they're also changing the packaging for the GK3 because mine arrived damaged as well. So that's that. The GK3 Ultra is a great machine. If you want the ultimate quality from it, you need PFA, which you can use, and it degrades faster. And the 385 is something you only need if you're going to be printing transparent resins. If you're not going to be printing transparent resins, do not waste your money mucking about with the Pro. Just get the normal GK3 and save some money, which I think is currently cheaper than the GK3. Is currently cheaper than the GK2, which is on discount. So yeah. So dental and industrial machines in there, parts bin. Yeah. So the GK3 Pro is still, it's the best all-round printer, I think, right now on the market. And at this price, it's really good, but it also isn't as much of a standout as the GK2 was. So yeah, there you go. So yeah, yeah, Sean, I agree. Hey Gears is the best hands down company for beginners because there's less to learn, and the slicer, once if you've had experience in 3D printing, you kind of need to force yourself to unlearn a lot to learn that has value. But again, there are significant limits in regard to. In fact, right. You know what? You're my community. Let's answer this. So let's finish off, right? And then I've got a second question. Then we'll go on to the story about what the new printer is that's coming. Right. So as far as I'm aware, they can't change the screen to a bigger one on the GK2. So what they are changing is there's going to be software updates, and they are bringing. I still haven't got a working time-lapse mode. So they're changing the camera to 720p, which is good. I'd be interested to see what the lighting is like, because the lighting you get in it is mild. They can't change the screen because from what I understand, the cob light source is like this distance away from the screen, which just covers the border of the screen, and if they put a bigger screen in it, they need to move the cob light source away, and they can't move the cob light source lower than the base is. So there you go. So they're changing the cam, they're changing the camera, they're putting a power button on the front. There was one more thing. What was the one more thing? Camera, power button. I genuinely can't remember. What other features are there? The light staying, the build mechanism. Like, they've already changed the latch on the lid. Like, literally, I fed that back to them. Sorry, Daryl, we will come back to that after the next point. Like, we'll come back after the next point. The lid, the mechanism's not changing. They might be, and I've said to them what they should do, because the GK3 is more aimed at people who are not printing. Sorry, the GK3 is more for people who are not printing transparent resins. It's more for your hobbyists. The problem with the GK3 is that the ball screw isn't there. So I've said put the ball screw in it, but I don't think they can change that. Is the GK2 worth buying for $580 right now? It definitely is, but the thing I want to see first is how much is the GK3? So it's $580 for the GK3. Buy now. GK2, sorry. You can get a GK3, which is a little bit smaller. In fact, what do you gain, though? You get a few more UI features. It's a smaller printer, and you get slightly sharper prints. That's cheaper than a GK3. So, what would I do? What if I had to choose between a GK3? If I had to choose between a GK3 at 580, a GK2 at 580, or a GK3 at 449, bear with me, I'd get the GK3. I would, and I'd say, as much as I've whinged about the size of that screen, I'd say fuck it. I would get the more modern machine, because I like that it's got the Wi-Fi and the webcam. I genuinely would. But if they were the same price, I'd get the GK2, I think. I think, and even though the print quality is not the same, it's the size that I would pay for. And as much as I like the webcam, as much as I like the webcam, it's not worth sacrificing the size over. Oh, it's $100 cheaper. So the GK2. Well, he's saying in pounds though, isn't he? So if he's saying in pounds, then he's talking about the UK. In which case, the GK2 is sold out. There we go. Stobo, you wouldn't buy a smaller printer than the GK2. I know. Like 10.3 inches was perfect. Like the next size up from that is 13, which I think becomes unwieldy, too big. GK2 and GK3 both have a heated VAT. So if Sean's in the UK, Mitchell, then he's talking. Then he can't get the GK2 from Uniformation, so he's probably looking at a third-party seller or a reseller that's got it at 580, which is the lowest he'll be able to get. If I could get the GK2 is 240 off though. So if I could get a GK2 for $100 cheaper than the GK3, easily the GK2. Yeah, easily the GK2. So Robert, the giveaway's happening all day, mate. It's in fact everyone. I'll just remind you. Here you go. That was the last one. Check the video description for all of the latest giveaways. That's the GK3 Pro. None of the draws are going to be done till Monday, so it gives people the chance who have missed this to watch it over the weekend and still have a chance to enter those giveaways. So there you go. So leads you onto your question, sitting on, and if I can't get it for 500 US, is GK2 the answer to? Is GK2 the answer to? This, I need to compare this. Right. Into a question I've been sitting on. If I can get a GK... Right, when we're going from dollars to pounds, it's confusing me. So I'll say this. If I could get a GK2 for cheaper or the same as a GK3, I'd get the 2. When it starts to get to the point where the GK3 is cheaper than the 2, then I'd get the 3. It's whether or not I'd like $5 cheaper or not. So here, in the example we talked about, it's cheaper to get, not here, that's the wrong one. It was cheap, so it was $580 for the GK2, and it was cheaper for the 3. I'd get the 3, $449 for the 3. So $140 cheaper, £140 cheaper, or 120, 50. 80, £130 cheaper. So yeah, without a doubt, this easily. Yeah, like I think the second. If it was £5 cheaper to get the 3, I'd get the 3 over the 2, because then at least like the £5 I've got in my pocket has kind of done the argument for me. So yeah. If I compare the Mini from GK3 Ultra and Saturn 4 Ultra, which will be better? Will the lowering of suction help a lot with support removal? Right, so good question. If you got 2 raw prints with the same supports off both machines, you would not see a difference. Promise, with the same resin, same temperature, room, you wouldn't see a difference. So where the GK3 Ultra helps is it keeps your printing environment more consistent. Yeah, it keeps your printing environment more consistent, but and that helps with your printing success. The suction, yes, it will allow you to potentially use smaller supports because it will peel easier from an angle than straight to a degree. But are you going to support all your own models? Most people just print pre-supported stuff, in which case it renders that point moot. So there you go. So my first resin printer will still get it again. I pre-ordered GK3 Pro using your link. Woohoo! Thanks, Darkwing. I'm going to check that you did now, because I get an email, I think, whenever somebody does that. Yeah, no, it didn't go through. Looks like I got screwed on that one. Bless. But yeah, they might have thingied me. But yeah, as long as you use my link, it should work. And I hope you use my discount code as well, because that will get you an extra. I think it's like 10 off. Or what did you get? The Pro? You say the Pro? Yeah, $30 off or something. So there you go. But no, thank you, massively appreciated. Right, bear with me. Yeah, that's one thing we don't know. Lauren, we don't know. They're dealing with GK3 Ultra issues at the moment that they're having to ship out. I know they will have some of the new stock on the 20th of December, but I don't know when that's going to be. Right, so the next question I had, because here's the thing, right? I don't know where to go with this. We're going to talk hay gears again, which means we're going to go from 280 to about 250, because we normally lose about 30 people when we start talking hay gears. Right. When people come in and go, oh, I won't get hay gears because it's locked to third-party resins, what should I say? Like, what's the right thing to say? No, it isn't. Because it's really complicated to say, well, yeah, it is, but actually, after testing, you do this. And Greedy 3D, like Greedy 3D has said, every resin he's tested, he's got working. So you can actually print all resins. And then you get the argument of like, oh, but you can't dial them in. And then you've got the argument back of going, well, yeah, you can't dial them in, but it's still so accurate that it being inaccurate is still more accurate than 90% of the people could dial in themselves. Yeah? Don't buy Hagears because it's too freaking expensive. Yeah, Feb, you're saying that, but we literally, like, what is it? It's 849 today for Hagears. It's 849, I think, on the 8 of all. You know what? People whinging about Hagears. It's the one brand. It's the one brand that I haven't actually brought up their video yet. And look, like all the shit I'm getting, I'm not even like the top video. Look, fucking greedy bastard, 3D greedy bastard. Why isn't he getting the shit? Why is everyone loving him? Oh, thanks, greedy. You're great. You're fantastic. You're doing this. I'm getting the shit for it. And he's the one covering them every frigging other day. I love you, greedy 3D. You're great. What about the pulse thing? It's if you really want, like, it's great to have, and with the PAS 10 resin or the PARP 10 resin, with the PARP 10 resin, you can get the auto support so thin that they pop off and don't leave any scars. It's incredible. Yeah, is that what it is? You love Tony, just not me. I'm the arsehole. David, I think the Jupiter SE is great. It's a cheap large format printer. If you're looking for a large format, it does the job. It's typical Elegoo, which isn't a bad thing, is what I've said in my review. You can check my review if you like, but I'm quite happy. There won't be a Cyber Monday discount. Like, these companies, if they put these cheap now and then went, oh, it's Monday, it's now cheaper, that would just fuck everyone off who bought it on Friday. I don't think they're thingy. So everyone's saying this is too expensive. It's now at £814. Last year, this is another one of those things, and I'm not sorry for the guy who said it's too expensive. This isn't having a go at you. This is another example of, because it's Hagears, we hate it. We hate it because it's Hagears and because of proprietary resin. We didn't hate spending £800 last year on a GK2. We didn't. We didn't do it. But this year, £800 is disgustingly expensive. Now, I appreciate that £800 is a lot of money to most people. It's a lot of money to me. I am blind to it in a lot of ways because I don't pay for many printers. But because it's Hagears, we hate it this year. Why? And that's the point I've made throughout. It's you know, they're giving away a free printer, but we hate them because they're only giving away one bottle of resin with it. Well, all the other brands have given no resin. But yeah. Oh no, yeah, Trevor, I get you can't justify dropping 800 quid. And again, let me apologise. This isn't. You probably missed the earlier thing of where we've talked about the hatred for Hagears, and I've ranted on about it. I think, and again, this all comes back to me validating myself, and I'm just trying to balance it and get max power high, and all that stuff. 10-inch Stowbore, and then we get all of this hate, and I'm getting all of this hate. Like literally, when I do a video about this printer, my subscribers do this. Were they updating the autofill system on the GK3? Was that? Yeah, there's something. Yeah, that was a software update, Darkwing, that I never talked about because I've seen it working on the GK3 Ultra. I know some guys covered it in their videos because they had that problem. I don't know. I didn't have that problem because I just went, oh look, it pumps, done, and then didn't use the feature because I don't like that feature generally, but I was also confident that the autofilling would work because I'd seen the autofilling work in the Ultra system. Whether it works now and that's a firmware update, or whether it's done by the time you get it, I don't know. But it's one of those things that you get with early machines, and experience kind of teaches you don't need to whinge about it or waste people's time on it, because by the time they get it, it won't be a problem. So the whole point I was making, Trevor, was not about you specifically or anyone like you not being able to spend or not being willing to spend £800 on a printer. I completely understand that. It's a massive outlay. It's about it's about, we see the arguments of Hagear's this and Hagear's that, and we've already done so many. Like the main one is planned obsolescence. Oh, they're only going to support it for 3 years, but again, we literally, I mean, we can go here, go and get me a screen for a year-old Anycubic, but because they don't tell us and they don't say anything about it, they because they don't tell us and they don't say anything about it, they're getting away with it. Yeah, so there you go. Okay, I have GK3U ordered. Should I refund and get a Saturn 4 Ultra? I'd need to know why Asasapo. Sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. It's not common. Just at Fohammer again. Should you refund it? No. Like, if you need a heated printer, the GK3 Ultra is still the best all-rounder, but it's disappointing because it's now smaller than it used to be. So yeah. What updates do I think Hagear's will do to Blueprint to make it better for miniatures, improved orientation? So one of the things we talked about was the idea of when you put a model into the slicer, you can say this is a pre-supported model, and then because it knows it's a pre-supported model, it can change some of the exposure settings to ensure success on pre-supported models. And they actually talked about trying to find a way to auto detect it so you don't have to tell it. Then also like painting over the important sorry, not the GK3 Ultra. Oh, hang on. Oh, you've got a GK3 Ultra ordered. Should I refund it and get a Saturn 4 Ultra? Sorry, I didn't see the Ultra. I was thinking Pro. Yeah, the GK3 Ultra. Well, if you've ordered an Ultra, I'm assuming it means you want a bigger printer. So if you're after a bigger printer, you're going to lose half of your build size getting a Saturn. So you're going to lose a lot for a similar amount of money. So yeah. But yeah, I mean, you guys have got a chance to win this. But yeah, so there's going to be that, and like painting on the important parts, so you can say this is a face, don't put supports there. Things like support from the ground only is one thing we've talked about, and again, I don't know if or when these are coming, but you know, there was a lot of nods. I spoke to the CEO, and he was telling me about that, and then he got excited about his other. They're looking at bringing desktop color printing and stuff like that. So, oh mate, no, oh thank you, Darkwing. That's so kind of you. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much for your support. That's massive. That's significantly more than I would have got as a kickback from these guys anyway. But yeah, per printers, like, trust me, we are not rich doing these YouTube things. But thank you, Darkwing. Your support to me means yeah, that's great. So fantastic. Sorry, and then I got a message from someone who I actually got scammed on Payoneer, but the guys apologised to me and sent me my money back, which is good. Real question, is Hagear's printer really good for beginner? Like I saw someone else say it's the best for just... It is that is what it is. If you want a 3D resin printer and you don't want to learn resin printing, you're going to have to learn some, like cleaning and don't print when there's solid resin in the vat, but the printer will detect it and tell you. But those sorts of things, yeah, it's really good for. It is really good for. But at the same time, you are right, and this comes back to, like, I keep saying to people, but you are locked into their resin. But should I say that every... Yeah, don't drink the resin. So but yeah, so not really. I got the second place from your stream, so I ordered it. I mean, it is cool to have a big one, but I just want less faffing around with the models. Honestly, mate, you're gonna have the same issue on both of those printers. Acer Sapo one, you're gonna have the same, like, you know, you'll have less of an issue on the heated printer if you're somewhere that isn't there. But yeah, so isn't I don't disagree. You should drink resin, just pair it with the right meal. But yeah, there's a question, like, people, okay, anybody in here who has experience with both the Haygears and the GK2. I know very few people who have a Haygears and have another printer who do not find the Haygears significantly easier to use. But then whenever I talk about this, I'm in such a habit of going, but it's locked down to their resin. And the question I asked earlier is it locked down to that? Should I say, do I need to continue to qualify that every time I say it? So I don't know. What do you think? Do I need to go get the Haygears? It's easy. But you have to. You can't. You can only use their resin. But you can't only use their resin. Greedy 3D. No. I think what I should say is, you should get a Haygears, but you should definitely watch Greedy 3D. Yeah, that's it. But with Haygears resin, it's not locked in. Yeah, you can just. Well, you don't even need to pour it into the Haygears bottles. You just pour it into the vat. It's not locked down to their... The settings are locked down to their... Give me a fast way to say it that I can explain this to people is what I need. I need a faster way to say people... Is the Haygears standard resin tank / vat holder metal or plastic? I'm pretty sure it's metal. They recommend... Yeah. It's more accurate to say it's built to make easier if you use their resin. Yeah, I like that, Charlie, and thank you massively for the support. Yeah, I'd probably that. Yeah, halfway between that. I think it's more accurate to say it is built to make it easier if you use their resin. I still feel like I want to qualify it with like you're limited to, yeah, plug and play settings that work for most resins. Does that mean it's the most accurate with third-party resins? No, but the trade-off is it works more often than not, and their auto supports are just the best. They are. And that's raw auto supports, but then you've got to qualify that with, but when you want to manually support, so that's one thing they're going to do, is definitely improve the supporting, because moving the supports around, like, it's easier. They've done it in an easier way. So the way you support in Haygears is you click auto support, but then in other slicers you can then move the arm of that support, like move the actual strut and move different things, but you can't do that in Haygears. You have to... you can't do that in Haygears. Yep, okay, we are going to talk about those other companies. So you can't do that in Haygears. Instead, what you do, you can only edit the support points. So if there's a support point here, here, and here on my chin, all I can do is go, add one there, add one there, add one there. And then it puts the arm wherever it can go in order to do that. And that's why we talked about, like, some supports will, like on really tiny details, the support arms will actually intersect with the shell of the model, but we're talking on such tiny levels that when you zoom in you're like, oh, that's going to destroy the arm, but then when you print it off you're like, where was that again? Like, because it's like you're talking like that on a hand of a miniature or something like that. So yeah, is it perfect? No. Is it a different way? Yes. Is it a way you need to get used to if you've done something else? Yes, I've had to do that because I felt like I was giving it an unfair shake. And now that I've kind of accepted what it is, and Greedy 3D has shown that don't worry about it, everything prints, get on with it. But yeah, I like that advice, guys. I'm just going to say they encourage you to use that, but they encourage you to use their resin. Oh, Trevor, thank you so much. Thank you. I feel sorry for calling you out as an example earlier so strongly. But yeah, like I you know I wasn't. I know that, but like it was a great way to have an example of the type of interactions we get, and brought us back to this point. Okay. Let's have a look. So, who wants to see a new printer that they've probably not seen? Yeah? Yeah. Oops. So supports are still the same as removal and fixing holes, nubs. So supports are still the same as removal and fixing holes and nubs. Yeah, like you need to remove the supports on your model. I'm not sure the full question there. Do we have to be on the? No, you don't have to be on the live. But we do need to actually give away our next printer around now, which is the M7 Max, or start the giveaway for the M7 Max. Using a Hagear's resin printer saves you time, but also means you'll have to be more dependent on their ecosystem. Thus, they are forcing you to buy, forcing you, but teaching you to use their products. I don't get that, mate. We've literally just had the conversation where that's not the case, so I'm not sure what you're saying. Let's be honest, if you've dropped the cash on Hagear's printer, buying their resin shouldn't be an issue. It's your printer, shouldn't be afraid. Well, yeah, exactly, and I agree that, Craig. You shouldn't be afraid of experimenting, but maybe you should. Like, maybe, you know, nobody complains when they buy a PS5 and they go, oh, I can't play this Xbox game or this Xbox exclusive. It's just a different way in the market. I think it's just a different approach they have, and at least we have the option here. I have a Mars 2 Pro and it's always been good enough print quality wise for me. I would like a bigger build area and a good interface, but I don't need all the newest gimmicks like auto auto leveling, I assume you're going to say. Onboard camera, Wi-Fi, etc. Looking back, if given $500, 500, what's your dollars to donuts pick of the best printing experience on a 10-inch plus, even if it's old? Thanks. God, any of them, mate. It really is. Print quality is just as good on all the modern ones now. Anyway, you can get a GK3 for $449. Get that. Like if you haven't got heating. If you haven't got heating sorted and you need something with consistent heat, get a GK3. If you have got heating sorted and you don't mind dicking about and changing the release film and you want reliable prints at the highest quality, get an M7 but replace the ACF with PFA. And if you just want to get a printer that fucking works and you don't care about any of that jazz or shit and you want to be out the box printing in minutes, get a Saturn 4 Ultra. Saturn 5 Ultra, Saturn 4 Ultra, yeah, there we go. Hope that helps. On supports, did I try GK2 V2 Pro? I've been told you can set up an entire process supporting in steps like 1 thick, 2 medium, 3 thin. I haven't, no, I don't really do that, so yeah. Any news on the new Bamboo printer for next year? Nothing I can talk about. Between the Saturn, sorry, that sounds like I know something. I only know rumours from contacts I've made within the industry, and multiple of them have now alluded to similar things. That's all I know. On supports, did you try? We've done that. Heating is sorted. Want a good usable build plate, an interface. Well, the interface is going to be UI. Is going to be Chitu Box or Lychee. Honestly, mate, flip a coin. If heating's sorted, flip a coin between the M7, but you've got to change the ACF for PFA if you want the quality. If you don't want the quality, leave it as it is. If you're happy doing that, and if you just want a reliable machine, Saturn 4 Ultra. Just seriously, flipping a coin would be an easy way to make that decision. In fact, this normally works for me, right? I normally go like, heads this one, tails that one, and then I flip the coin and it lands on one and I go, oh, I didn't want that, I wanted the other one. And just the activity of doing that, I'll answer it for you. So yeah. Zero Force, I'm several hours behind chat on the video. Yeah, mate, just get to the latest thing. Oh, thank you so much, Mitchell. That's really appreciated. Thank you ever so much. I really hope it helps. Let me know how your coin flip goes. Genuinely, I want to know. New printer? Anyone? New printer you probably don't know about? Oh, yeah, competition time. Yeah. Actually like the Hagear's Wall Garden. I don't have lots of time to dictate. Yeah, and that's it. Look, at the end of the day, we've got Android phones, we've got iPhone phones. If you've got an Android, you don't mind doing a little bit of dicking around to get your stuff working, and in fact, you probably enjoy it. If you've got an iPhone, it's probably because you don't want the headache and you want it to just work. But they charge you a bigger premium with all your software that goes on it. Whatever. It's a fucking choice. That's all it is. It's a choice. Even I'm tired of hearing myself speak about it at this point. Oh, but it's like it has been horrendous. Like the mob mentality with, and I wrote this for my video, my follow-up video. Literally, it was like anti-consumer, online-only boomer. All they needed to say afterwards is bippity boppity boo, and all of a sudden we literally have a Disney flash mob going across my videos saying the same fucking thing over and over again. So to say it pissed me off would be an understatement. Who wants a free M7 Max? Probably one of the best ways I've ever started a competition. Fucking dickheads, arsehole subscribers, tools, absolute tools, watching my videos. Fucking hate the audience. Here, have a free printer. Yeah. Right, let's drop this in. So I will go to my description so I can follow the format of the previous one. I do actually have a video coming out, hopefully this weekend still, which will be the best resin printer, the best FDM brands. Again, just kind of a throw together summary of some of those things. So not that one, live video. So keep an eye out for that. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe, and I don't know, just make me feel fucking better, because this Hey Gears shit has wound me up, clearly. Win an any cubic M7 Max, motherfuckers. My favourite printer of the year. I'm hoping everyone understands that it's my favourite printer of the year, not the printer I'm saying you should all get. I think I was clear about that, but just in case I was not, again, it's a big printer, but it's my favourite because it has the least stupid things done. So yeah. So to sum it up, stay with GK Ultra. Supports are going to be the same pain in the ass to clear. Yes, yeah, if you're using pre-supported models, like, you will get a benefit if you're supporting your own stuff minimally on the Saturn, but you're gonna support for success, not like you're gonna over support no matter what you do, because you want it to succeed. So yeah. If you hate talking about Hey Gears, let's talk about other companies. All right, I get it. I'm just, yeah, it's such an on topic and on point thing to go over at the moment. Because the truth is, I think they're the future. I do. I'm not going to shy away from it. Well, I think they're the future until someone comes up and trumps them. What would that mean? And sorry, yeah, you brought me. Somebody learned this earlier, and I can't remember who it is, and they were like, "Stop talking about Hey Gears." All right, that's like telling me stop thinking about the contents of your fridge. Sorry to bring this back, but why isn't Hey Gears your favourite printer? It's fine, we're going on to it anyway, and I'll quite happily answer that. Right. So, ooh. I've lost where I'm at. Yeah, if you want me to stop talking about Hey Gears, ask me about something else. If you say to somebody, hey, don't think about a blue elephant, they'll think about a blue elephant. So, yeah, distract me, as somebody noticed earlier. Right, I've just popped into the description how to win an M7 Max. So please, by all means, go ahead and do that. I'll do one more quick rant. And then I'm going to take another break before the final hour of the stream. I can't believe how fast this has flown by, but my kids have got home since my last break, and I want to go and give them a cuddle. Have you drank water today or eaten? I've had a packet of Quavers this morning. My wife brought me 2 crumpets, and I have had a packet of salt and vinegar French fries. So, but we're going out for a meal tonight, so there we go. Exactly, Android and thingy. Right, so it was asked why Hey Gears isn't my favourite printer of the year, and why the M7 is. Right, so the M7 Max is my favourite printer of the year because not for the mistress, Mrs. Girlfriend. It's not my mistress. That suggests a sexual connotation, where in fact it's a relationship. Oh yeah, and we'll get onto the UK USA printer who mentioned earlier. Remind me of that in a minute. So someone else got me on another rant, so we'll do that So I got the M7 Max, and I was talking to Derek from J3D Tech, really great guy, and I was like, and I just sort of said to him like, this is really good. Have you tried yours yet? And he was like, yeah, it's good. And what I mean by it is it's 7K. It's not the highest resolution, but for a big printer, it's 7K. I can accept 7K when you're printing things at this this size. Freudian slip there when talking about his mistress. No, she's not my mistress. She's my girlfriend. Totally different. My missus, my wife is my missus. My girlfriend's my girlfriend. Totally different. And then I got it, and I'm like, yeah, Wi-Fi, monitoring. Okay, it's got a resin pump, but I don't need to use it. I wish it didn't have a resin pump, but I can't really fault it for that for this size, because I don't use it, but I can see its value. Yeah, like that's a good idea. The plate, they've done away with this auto leveling. Yes, it's got ACF, but again, at this build size, I'm not printing for detail, so whatever. And I was just like, actually, and then it's got all the pressure sensing. So that means if I set it to like a stupidly high lift height, then it should detect the release and go, oh, no, it's released, and do that. So I'm like, hang on a minute. Yeah, okay. What's wrong with this? It's even got an up and over lid, and I'm kind of like, everything about it, I can't massively fault it, is why it's my favourite printer of the year. Do I love it and think everyone should get it? No, because it's got its use case. It's very specific, but I also, everything that it doesn't do great, I can accept. And it prints, and it's solid. Good build quality, all that. So there's nothing wrong with it. So that, by default, makes it my favourite printer of the year. What's the best printer I own? Hagear's RS, without a doubt. For me, for what? Oh yeah, and a heated VAT in this thing as well, in the M7 Max. Hagear's RS with a heated VAT, hands down, is my favourite, not favourite, my best printer. For me. Any new resin, sorry Charlie, I don't know resin. There's loads, there's thousands out there. I'm not a resin tester, I'm sorry, but thank you so much. I feel bad because like you've tipped me and I can't give you an answer. I'm so sorry that I can't answer that one, but if anyone's got any recommendations on resin types, please pop them in the comments. So for me, what do I print? I print minis I want to paint, and every time I print a mini I want to paint, I'm like, oh, could I have printed that at the best quality? Could I have printed that at a better quality? And I'm always like, yeah. And when I print with the Hagears, that goes out of my way. And when I say, yeah, Wargamer is fantastic resin. Definitely try that. There's a link in the description. And then, yeah, so like I'll print something, I'll be like, oh, if I adjust this exposure time or reduce that layer height or wait a bit longer, can that print better? And I have that with every printer. And then I end up with a load of prints and I'm like, oh, I'm not going to paint that. I could probably print that better. With the Hagears, I'm like, I can't print that better. If I print that now and I print that next week or next year with that same resin, that's the quality I get. And I don't overthink and I don't overanalyze. I just go that. I typically, for miniatures, I'll use their cheap Past 10 resin, and I'll use Park 10. But I've started doing some sculpts for friends. All I'm going to say on that is that I'm like, my friends don't want to be outed or be on a channel. If they did, they'd have their own channels. So I won't give details of them. But let me just say, I live in Nottingham, and I've spent a lot of time in the miniatures space. So I have friends that many of you may know of, and they ask me to do prints for them. So and these are personal things, these aren't illicit things or things they shouldn't be doing. They are personal prints. They're just like, can you do me a favour? I'm like, yeah, give me the money for the resin and a beer, and we'll do that. And literally, they'll come to me and they go, can you print this? Now I have two choices. I can sit there for hours putting supports on, testing it, printing it, testing it, printing it, less supports, more supports. And in the last 6 months, all I've done is gone auto support, print on the RS. Well, yeah, the painting phase of some of my friends, but that's not who I was alluding to. I'm talking to sculptors. I'm talking to 3D. I'm talking about 3D digital sculptors who live in and around the Nottinghamshire area. That's it. And they are not just sculptors for the company they work for. They are sculptors in their own right, and they enter competitions for sculpting with physical sculpts of their models. And they're asking me to print them, and I literally drag drop on the RS. There's a bit of cleanup to do because they will prefer them to come. They would prefer their sculpts to come with extra material that they can carve down, and I literally drag, drop, and print on the RS. And the RS over the Reflex because it's bigger. And I'm not, and I'm also not printing any transparents or anything like that. If I can, and if they want a transparent, yeah, that's it. But that is why I love the RS for me. And if I need new resin, I will order new resin. I don't get the new resin for free. I got the bottle I got with it, and that's it. And then anything after that, I'm buying on my own. But I'm buying it, and I am printing sculpts for professional sculptors, genuine professional sculptors whose job it is to be a sculptor, and handing them over using all auto supports. That's why I think it's an incredible machine. That's also why I'm pissed off at the amount of people hating on it because it's popular to hate on it. It is plug, play, print, and if that's what you're after, that's what it is. Is it perfect? It is not perfect. There are things to work around. You've got to click repair on your model so it can identify defects. And the way I like to describe this is, it's that accurate that on any other printer, those defects will get absorbed by overexposure. On this, the printer is that accurate that if there's a micron wide void, bear in mind the XY accuracy on this thing is 15 microns. If there's a void or a gap in the space, that will render it accurately and you'll get a failed print, which is why you've got to repair defects that you get on more printers. I think that's the case anyway. Just boom. And then we're getting the shit like, you know, oh, that's well overpriced at £800. I'm like, well, none of you thought the GK2 was overpriced at £800, so why is this one overpriced at 800? And I'm so confused. So yeah. So that's why I'm angry with it. Oh, forced depreciation. What's it? Thingy depreciation. Yeah, depreciation, but again, Anycubic, Elegoo, machines a year old, you can't get parts for them. But they're keeping quiet about it, so they get away with it. No one's whinging about that. Get your torch and pitchfork, and let's go deal with that problem first. And that's why I've clearly got a bee in my bonnet. Okay, so people don't want me to talk about hay gears and rant about hay gears, but it looks like that is actually what's bringing people into the channel because we've got more now than we've had all day. So yeah, and it is, again, you're right, it's a high price point. It's a high price point. I agree with that. I'm not saying it's not a high price point, but I don't agree that this time last year, when things are getting more expensive, I'm getting, like, this time last year, screw you now, no, just honestly, N7, like, genuinely, maybe I should have just done this from the thing. Hey, Ray, welcome! Thank you so much, Ray. It's massive. It means so much to have you as a member. But yeah, like, maybe I should have just done this rant a long time ago as a video, because it like, putting that video out shook me. But this is the fucking truth, guys. And if you get a Saturn now, you get a Saturn or a GK3 or any of these printers, what you get now, give or take a couple of bug fixes, is what you will have in 6 months to a year to 2 years from now. Yeah, Charlie, it's so true. It's not the size that matters, it's how it's used. 100%. You get any of these printers, in a year from now you've got the same printer. You get a Reflex or an RS and you will have an improved printing experience in a year from now. you will have an improved printing experience. Your purchase with a reflex will only appreciate. With the others, it'll depreciate. Yes, it costs more. Yes, they're putting you into their system, but they're also investing in their system. They have released a software update every month since the reflex came out. That slicer has got better and better, and when we whinged about being online only, they resolved that problem in less than 30 days. So yeah, so that's why I'm pissed off, because I'm just like, we are literally arguing against fucking facts. Sorry. Oh, it feels so good to get this out and finally let it out. What a man cave Greedy 3D has. Greedy 3D is a fucking legend of a bloke. Oh, it's nice to finally feel my passion coming back. Oh, Mitchell. Jesus Christ. Mitchell. Wow. Wow, thank you so much. Hopefully this makes up for the shithead's bottom line. We come to Fohammer for honest, no BS info that gets us what we want with our hard-earned cash. Apparently I'm a blessing to YouTube. Thank you ever so much, and far more transparent than others. Well, it's why I don't like, don't get me wrong, I don't like to put my face on videos, but mainly because, right, this is my own like lack of self-esteem. But hey, look, we all don't think we are what we are, but I feel like I'm trying to promote these printers, so I don't put my face on them, because I don't think my face is like, I'm not Uncle Jesse. Like, by all means, don't big me up, but like, and like, platitudes, no thanks. I know I'm not the ugliest person in the world, but you know, there's a difference, isn't there? Like, there's me, there's Uncle Jesse. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? So I don't like to put my face on there, but I like to do. I'm not hiding behind a camera. I'm putting my face on videos, so it's me. I am here. I'm talking to you. So I do it a little to know that, so you know, I'm not afraid to put my face with my words. I don't cower behind the printer, you know, and be like, oh, don't know me in real life, because I'm such a fucking coward that I can't even dare to show you me. Sorry, that sounds like I'm putting other people down. It's not. I'm trying to get a point across of, like, I'm trying to get across the point of, I want you to see me. I want to look in your eyes, but I also don't want to do the talking head shit, because I personally feel like I would be a coward for that. People have various reasons. I've got friends who don't want to put their face on camera or wear masks in their stream, and I am fully behind them, so don't think I'm having a go at anybody who isn't. But yeah, Daryl, there isn't one, mate. I'm just winding you up. The whole time I've just been dragging you on the whole thing. I'm kidding. So yeah. Oh fucking hell! Suddenly everybody now wants the RS, do they? They now want the printer. Okay, all right. Maybe I should do this video. Yeah. So, am I going to rant about the printer, or show us a printer, or some other content? Don't know what you're on about, Mitch. What do you mean? Like, I'm just generally here. We're hanging out, talking, doing that. If you've got questions, put at Fohammer. If you're just here to whinge at me, don't. You don't have that messed up eyelashes that Uncle Jesse does. Oh, mate, no, he's obviously got, you say messed up eyelash, but he's, is it not, what's it where you get like the white pigmentation? And I think that makes him stand out. Like, I genuinely think that, like, you sort of look and you're like, you do a double take and you're like, oh, what's that? And then, but yeah, it's pretty cool. But no, don't be going all like, fuck it. I know you weren't having a go, but like the wording, like, messed up, not cool. Like, but yeah, I wanted one even before this, but you helped me make the decision on a resin printer. You'll get shit for the video, so book a session in with your therapist. You guys are my fucking therapists, guys. Like, I come to you because I need the validation. But yeah. I've got a GK2 and love it, but you're selling me on the 7 Max. The 7 Max is good, just be aware that it's lower quality. Okay, so if you're looking for a bigger printer, that's fine, but yeah. Yeah, alopecia of vitiligo, yeah, I've heard of them. Can I have some money then? Yeah, sure. Soon as I start earning some, mate, you can have some. Colin J. McRae. I like how you put the J in there, just so we know that you're not that Colin McRae coming back to us. Personally torn between GK3 and GK3 Pro. Not sure if the difference is worth it. Okay, here's the easy thing. Are you going to print transparent resins? If the answer's no, it's not worth it. And if you are going to print transparent resins, do you need micron level accuracy? If no, it's probably not worth it. Angry streamer rants are always the best. You know what? I feel like I've finally let this out. I've kept it in because, and I've been slowly easing this out all day, because since putting that fucking video out, I have felt so uncomfortable in my own skin. I have been nervous with every video I put out. What if people hate me? And then, you know what? I realised that as much as I love the audience and as much as I love my printers, if my primary dedication is not to what I think is the truth, then I am useless to everyone. If you were to start looking at Resin Printer Farm, what printers would I be racking up? So there's a good question. It's not for everyone. It certainly wouldn't be RS printers. I would have a couple of RS printers for the quality. If I had a print farm now, probably Saturn 4 Ultras. If I had a print farm, it'd be printing for minis. I'd be chucking Saturn 4 Ultras in there. But then the quality, then I would be looking for the cheapest, most reliable printer I can get. So something like, I mean, I've seen print farms running on Mono X6KSs and people buying those prints and loving it. Yeah, I would get the cheapest, most reliable, basic printer with decent quality that I can possibly have. So yeah, you're right, guys. I think I've finally realised. Fuck 'em. Right, shall we? Daryl, was it Daryl? I want to check now. Is it Daryl who I've been winding up and dragging it out? So let me tell you about a printer I'm really interested in. Very, 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 very excited for this one. And then I'll show you, and everyone will be like, "Oh, that's fucking shit." Do you know what they did before? Do you know this? Do you know that? But it's something different that I'm excited about, and we're going to end the show with the Hagias RS giveaway. So don't forget, guys. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 giveaways already in the description of this video. Please follow those links. But yes, the upcoming printer is by a company called Atari. No, I'm kidding. Where's that link gone? Where is it gone? Sorry guys, you're going to have to bear with me. Would you mind, like we're in the last hour, last 45 minutes, can I take a 2-minute break? Worst resin printer in my opinion. Oh mate, that's really, really... that's so easy. That's the NEQ, the Creality Hallett Mage and Hallett Mage S. It doesn't even have TSMC, and it came out in 2024. What a fucking joke. I'm going on a break. 2 minutes, guys. I need a wee, and then we'll come back, and I promise I will show you the printer coming not from a US or American company, but good enough. Well, I say good enough as though they're better, but yeah, anyway, I'll be back. You don't want to miss this. This is going to be, we're going to end the show with a reveal of what could potentially be the Hagias RS killer, but it's not going to be out for a bit yet, and then they've got to get made, so it's going to be a Kickstarter starting in the new year. So, and then yeah, but anyway, have some guesses, see if you can figure out what it is between you. But when I come back, I will be showing you a printer you've probably not heard of, but talking to you about what I know about it as well. So yeah. Oh, here we go. Right. I literally, I've just had a bit of an epiphany while I've been on the phone. Like, literally, no joke, no joke. And Greedy 3D, I hope you're still here, because I'm going to give you a shout out now as well, because you're amazing in your work. I have been going through this whole crisis of conscience. I've lost my passion in 3D printing. I've got to be honest. Since that fucking Hey Gears RS video, or not even the Hey Gears RS video, but the day after or a couple of days later, when I started getting all this bullshit. Like, I put the video out and people were like, "Oh yes, Ross, fair enough. Yeah, no, it's not for me. I can't agree with it. Fine, blah blah." 2 or 3 days later, it started. And since then, you're shit, you're blah blah. Thanks, man. I need you here for this, Tony. And you know I've been struggling with this as well, because I've spoke to you and I'm just like, oh fucking hell, and I'm scared, right? I am scared. I've been trying to build this channel, and when I put that video out, and then 3 days later, I'd like, unsubscribe, blah, 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 all the fucking hate. It's been getting on my head. And it's really, I've been talking to my wife about it, I've been talking to my family about it, I'm like, it's bothering me. I've whinged about it every opportunity I have fucking got, and I have genuinely forced myself through these fucking videos in order to get them out. Like, I was so nervous. Tony, you tell them, how fucking nervous was I with getting ripped apart for the GK3 video, because I was worried how people would take it. And I hope you've noticed this passion that's come back in my voice, because literally in the last half an hour, since I think something clicked in this in doing this live stream with you, something fucking clicked that I need to be 100% for the truth and the facts, because that will get me through. And yeah, I was literally, I was shitting myself, wasn't I, Tony? Thank you so much. Would I say that Anycubics D2 still holds up? Yeah, they're decent. Sorry, I've got to stop this. I mean, thank you very much for the donation. It is well appreciated. But I was right in the middle of a passionate rant there, so I've really got to. I've got to. What's it? I've got to obviously address you. But yeah, you kind of stepped on my point a little there, mate. But you paid me, so you get it. So the D2 is still solid, and it's got great longevity to it. And when you anti-alias it's fine, but when it comes to the sharpness of DLP, I think LCD's kind of caught up. So there are benefits to DLP, such as its longevity. You don't need to replace the screen. They work for 20,000 hours. You know, you'll replace that printer before you've printed enough on it. So yeah, they do still stand up. But if you can click any of my Anycubic affiliate links in the description before you buy one, that would be appreciated. But you're not going to get better quality than anything else. Anyway, we will get to this new printer, and if this has to go beyond 6, it will, because I said we have to stop at 5, we're going out, but I know we're going out at 6, and if I said it stopped at 6, I knew it'd run over, so it'll run over 5 instead. But honestly, in the last few minutes, I've got my passion back, because something happened before the last break where I was like, you know what, and I just went fucking ranty. I got so fucking ranty about it, because not only did I put that video out, it made no fucking money, because like everyone was hating on it. It wasn't getting the views. It went down, and I thought I was incredibly fair. I'm not going to talk about the proprietary resin again, because I've talked about it before, and I thought it was a case of you're either for it or against it. And now, for some reason, talking to you guys, thank you. You are my fucking therapists. I can now confidently say, you know what? If you don't like Hey Gears and you're against proprietary resin, go fuck yourself. Seriously. Okay? If you are so against it that you're shitting on other people for buying it, fuck off. I don't want you here. Click unsubscribe and get the fuck out. Because I want to have people on this channel who are here for the truth of these machines. And if that's not you, that's fine. And I've said if you're against it, fuck off. But I mean, if you're so against it you're going to shit on it for the sake of other people, you're not fucking welcome. Alright, as simple as. Because you've made me feel shit for fucking months, and then you've shit on it, and you've shit on a company of good people who are trying to reach out and give an opportunity to the audience. Okay? And it's, at the end of the day, it's a fucking printer. It is a fucking printer. All right? There are wars going on in the world, and this is why I don't want to get political. There are wars going on in this planet, and you're whinging about a company with fucking depreciation this and blah blah, and it's online only, which they fix within fucking days. All right? Anycube Elegoo still hasn't fixed the bastard fucking whatchamacallit, the anti-aliasing issue on the Mars fucking 4. Okay, and these guys have fixed a problem you had within 30 days. You're still shitting on them because they only give you one free bottle of resin with a free printer. Fuck off! So, thank you. So, I do feel now, Jesus Christ, I do feel now that like, I've seen all these comments fly up. And Jesus Christ, and I literally walked away, and in the time I came back and I've flicked over, and Tony, this is the bit I wanted you for. I've said to you, haven't I, like I've fucking sold none of these fucking printers, right, since before the break when I had the start of my passionate rant. 3 of them, 3 printers in 10 minutes. Whoever it was. Do I feel better now? I'm getting there. Do I feel better now? Yeah, 3 people have decided, you know what, this is the printer for me. Because I think it's right. Literally, you buy any of these other printers, they'll be the same printer. They will be the same printer 6 months or a year from now. I promise you, if you buy that fucking thing, it will be better in a month, and then another month, and another month, and it'll get better and better. Okay, and no other company realizes that. Yes, it's expensive. Yes, it's not for everyone. Is it proprietary and locked down? Is it fuck? You've said yourself, Tony, you can stick whatever the fuck you want in it, and it prints better than most other things, and you don't have to piss around with the settings because it's got that many frigging sensors in it. It'll go, oh, it's not printing right. Well, I'll slow down. I'll speed up. Is it as accurate? No. Do I have to play around with the different profiles to get it the most accurate? Yes, but can I still use my own resin? Fuck yes. Buy the fuck out of that, pour your Sunlu ABS to 2.0 in, which cost you 20 quid, it'll fucking print and your prints will be amazing. And then it'll get better and better and better because of the slicer. Fucking boom. All of these fucking other companies should be shitting themselves over these guys. They should. I don't agree with proprietary resin. I think they should open it up. But fuck me, if this doesn't deserve to be applauded for the technology it is in comparison to anything else. Yes, it's a grand. You know what else is a grand natively? The Frozen Sonic Mega Mighty Revo. They're the same price. I dare anyone to put those 2 machines next to each other and tell me anything other than the Haygears is not twice as good. Twice as fucking good, if not more. The hardware in it, the understanding of the hardware in it, everything about it. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, fucking hell. Right, how many we lost? We've actually got up. We've got up. So it turns out ranting is right. You do like my rants. You want me to tell you the truth about these printers no matter what. You want me to tell you my truth. So you know what? If you don't want to be here because you don't agree with me or you're so upset about a fucking printer when there's wars going on in the world, I don't want you as a member of my channel. So there you go. If you want the best printer, if you want the best fucking printer this year, go and buy a fucking Haygears. So, there we go. Who's hard disagreeing? If anyone's out there, yeah, passion and honesty are good. Maybe I'm going too top. Maybe I can go, you know, over the top. But that is what I feel. And I saw a hard disagree there. I don't know if that's response to me or someone else. But if you hard disagree with me, and maybe that wasn't for me, if you hard disagree that I am doing anything other than being honest with you, then I am not the YouTuber for you. I thank you. I appreciate your time here. Good day. Now fuck off. Right then, who wants to see a new printer? That's, by the way, guys, that's what a breakdown looks like on YouTube. But, you know what? I feel this is the first time I've felt fucking passionate in weeks. For those of you who guessed the Athena 2, yeah, you're right. Yeah. Whoa, don't compare me to Elon Musk. Don't compare me to Elon Musk. Right, Athena. Oh, no, that's the wrong thing. F11, pressed F12. Yep, it's the Athena 2. Yeah, you're right. Honesty is better than catering to the masses. It is. I don't care if I lose subscribers over my opinion on this video. I don't care anymore. I would rather be honest with the people who want honesty than pander to an audience who can't accept facts. Yeah, I think that's the only way to be. Yeah. Whew. Fucking hell, like this has lit up. So yeah, by all means, guys, go and buy a fucking Haygears RS and love it. Because there genuinely are two types of people on this planet regarding the Haygears. Those who will never buy it and those who have bought it and fucking love it because they just keep going. This is catharsis. You go, girl. Right. This is the happiest of it. Some of you have been with me all day. All day. All day. So yeah. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for everyone. Like literally, I have just seen people it popping off like fucking £5 here, love hearts there, $5 here, subscribe. So Jesus Christ, I think yeah, this not only is this catharsis, this is validated catharsis. Let's talk about this gorgeous printer. Right, blah blah blah. Right, Concepts 3D. So I have been and I've been dropping this seed now in multiple videos. So I've been talking with Nico, the guy behind Concepts 3D, for months. We've been talking since the Athena 1 because I was like, send me one. Yeah, you're right. Haygears haters hate because they don't have one. You're entirely right. We all want one. We do. I think that's it. People hate Haygears because they want the printer, but they don't want to subscribe to the mentality of the resin. Well, do exactly what Greedy 3D is showing you can do, and if their business model is such that they require their resin to survive, then buy their printer and fuck their resin off, even though their resin's actually quite good. I really love Past 10, and it's affordable. Yeah, anyway, right. So, been talking to Nico over a year. I know a good amount about the technology of resin printing. I'm learning, and I do tend to try and simplify it in my videos because things are complex and I try to make it easier. And Nico has been one of the few guys that's been helping me with that. I've been talking to Derek from J3D Tech, obviously understands the technology to a great degree as well, and does some fantastic videos. Dennis Wang, I've not spoken to in a while, unfortunately, but he gets it as well, really understands it. He's helped me diagnose some things in the past. And Nico from Concepts 3D, and also a guy going by a Wild Tom Appears, who is a fantastic guy, and really, like, if you want to know someone who knows his stuff, fucking hell, yeah, really, over explains it. Sorry, Tom, if you're watching, you over explain way too much, but also please don't stop, because I also need that level of over explanation. But I've been talking to these guys for a while, and this is the Athena 2. So let me give you the background. Athena was the one that Vogman touted last year, and that isn't negative touted, talked about. And shared with you, and pressure sensing and all this. Now, when it comes to pressure sensing, Anycubic are catching up. So they released as a Kickstarter last year, but when they released as a Kickstarter last year, we had they launched and they did that, and then they started getting their production models, which the company, people asked for a UK or US company. This company is not UK or US. They're based in Canada. Oh, there we go. So they're based in Canada. So still Western world developed. Okay, yeah, makes sense. So and because of that, they've got a better and wider understanding. So everyone said to me like, oh, I don't get why Uniformation don't just send you the printers or the specs before and you can talk to them. I have been talking to Nico about what we want in this for a year. Like, no joke, we've been talking about it for a year, and the fucking might have done, like, they might have nailed it. So let me talk to you about it. So first off, they've got the they had the Kickstarter for the Athena, and then the Athena excuse me, I literally ranted that much that my throat is burnt. You'll not know if you've won the printers till next week, guys. And if anyone can spread that message, we've got one more giveaway to do, and then it'll be Tuesday next week. I'll do another live stream, and then we go from there. But anyway, so we've been talking about this. The Athena launch Kickstarter. They got the models back from China. They weren't happy with it, so they literally, instead of just sending them out and going, here it is, they had to buy parts and do other things, and they custom tinkered and tailored with every single machine themselves to make sure the quality was right and to make sure they delivered to everybody who had backed the Kickstarter. But that costs so much money to do all that fixing. Grav Ball, have a Grav Ball and Manden UK. I know. I'm sorry about the Denmark thing. I know it's shit. Their reasoning was fucking stupid. Please see if you can find a mail forward, or have you got anybody who lives in a local country who's a friend who can take it in for you. But yeah, I get that. But yeah, so but this is the thing, right? With a Chinese company, they probably would. Probably, because I don't want to just go, China's shit. China isn't shit. They gave us great printers. But typically, and I'm looking at the K1 and the K1C, they would ship out the shitty K1, fix a load of things, and then go, oh, now we've released a new one. Well, what about those of us who bought a K1 off you 6 weeks ago? Or last week? Oh, yeah, well, that's still a printer. So these guys, instead of their Kickstarter going, oh, we couldn't do it, they manually fixed every single one of their machines to make, or at least what I've been told, fixed every single one of their machines to make sure they made all of their backers whole. But it didn't allow them to then have enough money left in the pot to release the product to retail, which is unfortunate. So what they've had to do, they've designed and redesigned it. This was going to be out and with me by the end of the year. I should have one in the next couple of weeks. And I've seen one. I have seen one in person at Form Next. And there we go. So here it is. So can you see my mouse cursor? Not well, I don't think. Let me just bring this up to see if you can see my mouse cursor. Yeah, so, okay, so you've got a lift-up lid, it's got a metal chassis, might be a bit heavy, and I don't know if you'll be able to, take this lid off like you can with some of the other ones, but it's a more sealed lid, so that's a good thing. It does have a heated vat. It doesn't look like this is an adjustable arm, but you see how you've got the knob on the top. I've also seen a version of this mechanism where it's a lever that you can pull over, and the way Nico's explained it to me is they're considering doing it modular, so you can buy the machine as it is with a normal vat and a normal tank, but instead of there being the Athena Pro and the Athena Pro 2 and the Pro Ultra Mega 16K, it'll be the Athena, and you can go, well, actually, I'd prefer that mechanism on the vat or on the build plate. I want that on the vat. And it's got all pressure sensors in it and all that. And then this light at the side lights up for progress. Now, one of the things I said to him is that should be horizontal, because I don't know. For me, I just think progress bars going across are pretty solid. It's got one of those nice, sexy buttons, but it's got a logo on it, which is nice. I do like a click-clack button on a 3D printer. I'm a massive fan of a click-clack. And then USB port on the front, which I like. We've consulted on a few things. The build plate is is locked in with little latches that stay attached to the plate, which is really good. And the main thing about it, though, we can talk about all this. I don't know what the resolution is or anything like that. But what I can tell you I love about it is the UI. So this is something. The Hakers almost broke your back lifting it. So something that I spoke to Nico about, because they were like, well, what's our unique selling point? We're worried that we're going to be, because it is going to be a more expensive printer than most. Okay, it is going to be a more expensive printer than most, but yeah. The Canadian company of designers, the product will still be built in China, but they as they have shown they will with the Athena, they're going to ensure the quality of it. So they will definitely, without a doubt, take care of it and make sure that everyone gets a good printer. So Sorry, bear with me. I just need to send a message to my wife. Let's do that. Sorry, I shouldn't do this live on stream, but there we go. She's been 40 minutes taking my son on a 20-minute journey, so I'd imagine she was nipping out, but hasn't managed to quite get home yet. So, right. Excuse me. So, yeah, so the UI, and we were talking about the unique selling point. So what we've talked about is obviously it's got all the pressure detection, fail detection, that sort of thing, and it'll have Wi-Fi and network. But the actual printer itself will have, you won't put your profiles for your resin on the slicer. Like you can, but it'll ignore them. Your profiles will be built into the printer. So you say I'm using this resin, but then you can pour in a resin and get the printer to run you through the calibration tests to help you build a profile for a resin that isn't already on the printer. Yeah? Does that make sense? So instead of going, ooh, how do I get this resin, or what's my settings for that? If you've got something really popular like Sunlu ABS or even Wargamer, which, yeah, of course we've talked about, they will create the profile for a lot of these popular ones, but then what they'll do is using community feedback based on what resins you put in it, they'll be able to then do additional resin profiles and find out what the popular ones based on what people are using directly from the UI. It feeds back to them and they go, these are popular, these are the things, we'll get some of that, dial it in so that when other people get it, and it's essentially what Lychee have tried to do in their slicer, but on the printer. So one of the biggest problems people have, and one of the biggest selling aspects of the Hay Gears, now bear in mind this is only going to start kickstarting next year, but that is fucking insane. That is what could dominate over the Hay Gears. But yeah, so there we go. And that is a nifty feature. We can literally, thank you so much, Daryl. Thank you. I really appreciate it. But yeah, that if they can get that working now, it's only conceptual and it's only an idea at the moment. But if they can literally make this printer, good shout, AG. Welcome back. This printer will teach you how to dial in a resin, so not be like, oh, do I use Fohammer's test? He recommends for Tunsters. Do I use the one Dennis Wang uses, or the one Greedy 3D uses, or the one Rising Ape uses? Don't worry about any of that. It's built into the UI to go dial in a resin, and it will literally go do this, do this, do this, do this, and do this. And then when you've done that, you feed that back into the printer. The printer goes, okay, and then feeds that back to Concepts 3D so that they can do that. So definitely, yeah, Hay Gears better be listening, Greedy. Yeah. So, and this is one, and I said, as soon as I know about a printer that could topple the Hay Gears, I'll tell you about it. Here I am, telling you about it. I think it's this one. Now, don't get me wrong, there are other challenges, and like I said earlier in my rant, when it comes to software, I love, by the way, I've seen the etching on the build plate, it's sexy. When it comes to software, I recommend you all check out Concepts 3D, but yeah, like, when it comes to software, I do still think Hay Gears have the edge. Oh, there's a camera as well, 8 megapixel camera with Sony image sensor and LED lighting, allows you to create time-lapse videos. So all of that's coming. An air filter system where you can just pour in your own carbon filter, integrated VAT and chamber heater, so it heats the chamber and the vat. So all of this is built in. And then, like, just look at I mean, that UI is like the sexiest. Yeah. Oh yeah, Daryl. I was coming to this anyway. I was going to end the show on this one. But yeah, I was dragging you out, mate. I was dragging it out. So sorry, but yeah, like, and again, customer service and support is a high priority. These guys are saying all the right things, and yeah. There we go. Hay Gears should get companies pay to set up their resins and support it on their printer with a license. Charlie, I can't comment on that. I can't comment on that. Um, I'd all I want to say is that Hey Gears are doing things. Hey Gears are doing things. However, some of the conversations we've had are still as part of the NDA that I have with them. So if they haven't revealed it, I can't reveal it, or anything like that. There you go. Have a look at that. There's the Concepts 3D Athena 2. If anyone signs up, tell Nico I sent you, or tell them I sent you, because right now I'm sending people there. You get an early sneak peek. I am getting one in a couple of weeks. I'm excited. They develop a real-time adjustment of the lift speed. Yeah, depending on pressure sensors, but it's tricky and won't be coming soon. But they are working on it. Exactly, and that shit that gets us excited. Like, that's the sort of thing that the Hey Gears Reflex has that these guys can do, but they're going to get a lot. They're going to have to get a lot more. So there we go. We don't know the Kickstarter price right now. It's just this thing exists. So there we go. So yeah, in summary, 10-inch printers are good. Hey Gears are the best, not just in the hardware, but in a lot of ways. You can use your own resin. Stop fucking whinging about it. It's not online only. They're not depreciating it, or they're not planning to make it obsolete. They're actually planning for you to be aware of how long you'll be able to get parts for afterwards, whilst all the other brands are hiding it because they don't fucking tell you. All of this shit is bollocks. I'm not putting all my eggs in that basket. I still stand by that it's not the printer for everyone. But at the same time, the future of resin printing is in the software. That is where we will move forward. And right now, and even with the Athena looks good, and the software on board looks really good. Hey Gears are still miles ahead when it comes to the slicer, in the same way that Bamboo are ahead. Is their approach the best one? No. Is there anybody else even on the horizon that looks like they could potentially dominate? No. Unless Bamboo themselves, or a similar company with industrial history, come out of the woodwork, like suddenly Formlabs start making a consumer level printer, this is the closest you will ever get to anything that will be higher quality, and this will continue to improve. Nothing else will do that. Not to this degree. Nowhere near. And if you can't see that, that's fine. And maybe it's not for you. Maybe you're happy with the other machines. I'm still happy with other machines. I've already said, if I was setting up a print farm, wouldn't fucking buy them. Not that use case. But if I had one printer to make sure that all I wanted was, hey, I want to print this model or this mini or do that and get it the best quality with the smallest amount of effort between me going, ooh, that's pretty, and me having that thing, that is the only one. The only fucking printer that even comes close. So there you go. And we talk about this being a hobby, right? This is the funny thing, and this isn't about Hey Gears. This is all of it. Yeah, there's guys been here for the full feed, right? So we talk about this being a hobby, right? 3D printing being a hobby, but the hobby part of 3D printing resin and FDM, I was thinking this last night. Let me see. I made a note of it because I wanted to put it in a script, but I'll use it now. Do everyone see? No. Oh, where have I put it? Oh, maybe I didn't write it in a script. This was going to be in my follow-up rant, which I've just had. I want the cathartic. That's it. Will the Athena have proprietary resin? No, it won't, Craig. It will. That's the whole point of it. Is on the UI, it will already have the profile for your resin, and if not, it will teach you how to create one on the UI. Fucking brilliant. Now, don't get me wrong. The software isn't there to beat the other printer, to beat the Hey Gears, but the usability and openness is there to beat everything else. And there is nothing wrong with being second in this market, and especially destroying like they could destroy Elegoo, Anycubic, and Uniformation. Like I think it's like Hey Gears are up here, but let's be honest, they're pricks. We can admit that, okay? Like in their company ethos and what they're trying to do for us, yeah, in the hobby space, but at the same time, like you've got that second space, and these guys could be the new Uniformation, you know, with a wow, this is a unique thing, and it could change and upset the market, which good, let's do it. So right, where did we get to? What was I ranting about? Yeah, that it was good. Questions? I feel like I was saying something and then got sleep, but we are literally 10 minutes before my planned end. But yeah, there we go. So I'm glad I'm glad I got it off my chest. Oh yeah, that was it. Sorry, I was talking about the hobby, wasn't I? Yeah. So we talk about 3D printing being a hobby, but whoever in whatever marketing company started drip feeding that seed into the community is a marketing genius, because what they've done, when you actually step back and think about this, all of us dicking around with 3D printers to get them fucking working, they've convinced us that that's a hobby. Taking half-baked, non-working, poorly QA'd machines and twatting around with them just to get passable results, we have been convinced that that is a hobby. Right? Like, it isn't, is it? Like, imagine anything else. Like, imagine it was imagine when toasters were first invented. Like, was there 2 years before toasters started going into people's houses where, like, you'd stand in the pub with your mates going, oh, what you been up to? It's like, oh, I'm really getting into this new toasting hobby. Toasting, what's that? Oh, it's dead good. You can take bread or like other bread based things, and you can make them. You can make it like cooked on both sides, but not so much in the middle. And it's kind of like an oven, but sideways. And you've got these new things now where, like, you can press a button and it takes the bread down in. And then I know this one guy, he's got a YouTube channel, and he's put dials on his, so like it's got a countdown to. Can you imagine that? Like, this isn't a hobby. This is a bunch of companies who've convinced us that twatting around and being their beta testers is beneficial to us. It is, isn't it? And this just, like, I sat there last night and I was like, fucking hell. Like, am I some sort of, like, now I'm either very right or I am completely 100% wrong. I've just got, oh my god, he's so right. Yeah, exactly. Like, can you imagine? Oh, gently burnt crumpets, and then it's like all of a sudden, like, oh god, yeah. Well, have you not tried this type of wire or something? Because we've found the consistency of blah blah, or like you know, it's anything. Yeah, see it more like, or like motorbikes or something like that. But this is it. But like, I get it for motorbikes now. Like, when you look at it now, people take cars and they take them apart to mod them. But I don't know that when cars or motorbikes first got released, like, were people there on like penny farthing star motorbikes going, oh yeah, what are we going to do? Well, this new company, Yamaha, they've tried it where both the wheels are the same size. Like, have you tried putting the engine in the middle, not on the back? And then we could put, instead of these like bicycle seats, if we put a big cushion, like, yeah, it doesn't. Do you know what I mean? So, and it's like, we are there. So we're saying it's a hobby, and it is. You know what I mean? Like, it is a hobby. These companies wouldn't exist without us, and we wouldn't exist without them. And most of us who have got into this technology, we are tinkerers and hobbyists because we're used to playing with little things and we're used to tech. But yeah, like, you know, nothing else that I know about did it start where people start shipping. Nothing else technological I've known in history so much started like doing this. I suppose computing was that, wasn't it? Like, you wouldn't have a computer. There would be enthusiasts who were tinkering with computers, and you'd change your components and stuff like that. I'm talking like PCs, like personal computers. That's probably the closest one. And then it was a hobby, and then all of a sudden Windows 3.11 came out, and it's like, oh, it's not a hobby anymore. Yeah, well, you can get 3.11, but if you get 3.11, you can only use Microsoft-based apps, not all the DOS apps or something. I'm just paraphrasing. I know none of that's true, but you know, did we have these arguments back then? And the answer is probably. So yeah, but we do get these things in such shitty condition, and with issues that are so obvious to fix, and then it's kind of like, oh well, we'll just wait till the next generation, and then maybe we'll fix it then. But whilst we're fixing that, we'll fuck up somewhere else. Like Elegoo nailed it with the Saturn 3. They finally gave us sensible build plates in the Saturn 3. And then these fucking two-tiered things that you can't adjust in the Saturn 4. What the fuck? Come on, dickheads. And I'd still love the Saturn 4, but Christ. Is GK3 newbie friendly? Yeah. No, Hey Gears is a different... Right. GK3 is old school user friendly because it's got all the things in you need to control the environment to do it, but you do get that whole you do get that whole like, you've got to dial it in yourself and do that. But it's easier to dial it in because most people will have the settings out there for you, and because it's in a heat controlled environment, you're more likely to have a consistent result. Hey Gears is not just the software side, that it's not just the hardware side and the temperature control side and all that. And if you are getting a Hey Gears, then yeah, definitely look at getting the heated VAT. I know it's expensive, but heating is more important than most people realise. And when you get it, it's the software side as well. It's the software side. It's got its own drawbacks, but you can work around them. And then, yeah. So, like, if something pre-supports don't always work, but it's rare when that's the case, and when it is, just use auto supports, and you might have to dick around a bit. But I think, in my experience, you're more likely to get pre-supports work with a heated VAT, at the very least a heated VAT, than anything else. How worth it is the pulsing release module? It's. I would start with the printer, like, only if you're using the auto supports. Like, if you're using pre-supported models, I don't think it's worth it. If you're using auto supports and you want to take off maybe 10 to 15% of the support size reduction, then yeah, it's thingy. Have I had a drink and a snack? No, but I'm finishing soon. I've got my last of my cup of tea. So yeah, so the Hey Gears is easier end to end and will be, I think, the future of resin printing. Maybe if not by Hey Gears themselves, but that is the way we're going to go. And when I look at it, I'm kind of like, proprietary resin, blah, 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 it's shit. But is that, like, as much, I do want to fight it. I want to fight against proprietary resin, but is that a hill I want to die on whilst everyone else with a Hey Gears is printing better models than me easier? No, it's fucking not. Before you shut down for the night, it's been a long stream. Regarding the Wargamer resin, at a 50 micron layer height means the layer height is 0.05 millimeters. Yes, that's correct. Which one is better for printing artisan keycaps, Reflex or Reflex RS? You need to have a look at what Zard's have a look at whether or not you need transparent resins. If you need transparent resins that are accurate, or the most accurate, get the Reflex, because only that one is compatible with Hey Gears profile for their transparent resin. If you don't need transparent resins, then just get the Reflex, because it's bigger, you can print more on it, and you can and if you don't care that much about quality, you can use your own resin, but you can also use PAS 10, which is cheaper. I literally should have. Yay! Literally. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, Aid. And I hope you guys have the great and wonderful experience that I expect you will have with it. I literally should have started. I have been shitting myself, as I said. I should have started this show doing what I believe is true and telling more people that if they are happy with not the limitations of proprietary resin, but fuck Hagear's requirement of proprietary resin. Use your own resin, as Greedy3D has shown us. Thank you, Greedy3D, for all of your continued hard work on this to prove that the other resins work. I should have started this show by going, you know what, get a fucking RS, and I should have done that I should have done this weeks ago. I'm kicking myself for not standing true to my guns. I am. Any idea what's up with the GK3 Ultra? Ordered mine forever ago, and I think it's shipping in the next week. I haven't had a final version yet, but I've said to them, please don't send me one until you've sorted out all the guys who backed you. I want one because I want to do a proper review of it, but I'm not taking one single printer off somebody who's been waiting for a delay. But yeah, thank you. Have a great evening out with the missus. Thanks for the rant today, really appreciate it. Let's do the final giveaway. Let's give away what I think is by far, RS competition and end of conversation. That is it. Let me give away by what I think is by far not only the best, but the future of 3D printing is the Hagear's RS. There we go. Words. I've got it here somewhere. Here we are. The last one. Go back to there. Excuse me. I've clicked the wrong one, but we get to see. There are 13,000 entries so far. Entry points on the GK3 Pro. So let's have a nosy. Hagear's RS giveaway. Yep, no entries so far. Copy that. Drag that into there. So guys, just a reminder, there are now 8 win a Hagear's RS. Spell gears right. G-E-A-R-S, not A-E. Here. I haven't put here in the other ones. I put my Max under the M7 Max. Here and here. So all of these are in the video description. In a second, they will also be. There we go. They will also be in the live stream now. There you go. You can enter there. That's the Hagear's giveaway. I'm now dropping them onto my social channels, which is Fohammer, because my brain has gone. Hagear's RS there, and then I'm dropping it on Twitter as well, which I won't call X. I might get into it at some point, but right now I'm not calling it X. Oh dear. There we go. Thank you so much for the stream. No worries. I know Greedy3D did that already, but maybe trying out Wargamer and other on Hagear's would make a nice video. Greedy's done it, mate. I'm not going to... Thank you, Minimaker. I'm not stepping on someone else's content. He's made a little bit of a nice niche for himself in doing that, so all I plan to do is recommend people watch Greedy3D's channel. I'm not into making content that other people have made unless I feel I can make it better, and I don't. I think he's fucking nailing it. He is nailing it. So yeah, I'm not going to piss on his chips. That's his thing, and he also does fantastic reviews and other great content like that. So I just want to have a look as well at something in my email just to see if we've done that. Like, don't get me wrong, I could have made a fucking killing on RS printers. I genuinely could. Hey, one more. Brilliant. So I've done 4. So all of my worrying about upsetting people, even though I think I'm right, I've literally kept my mouth shut because I didn't want to upset people and lose more subscribers. But you know what? I would rather be right than be a shill. And if I'm just speaking to please an audience, surely that makes me more of a shill than if I were just than if I was trying to shill a thing. It's fucking shit. Blah. Great. Boom. Thank you for being my counselling. Thank you guys. Thank you. Check out the Heroes Infinite models. I will put that in my browser now. So there we go. Heroes Infinite. I still need to look up something else that I remembered earlier as well. They make good products, so it helps. It does. Hats off to everyone with the stream, mate. Hope you're having a great evening out with the wifey. Thank you. Will do. Great stream, buddy. Keep doing what you're doing. Thanks, Craig. And it is, we really ought to just, like, if you're still local, mate, we ought to have a catch-up and a drink sometime. If you're still this neck of the woods or down here. Weirdly, Craig, as well, when I was talking with my future business partner and setting up my studio, we went to view Mansfield, mate. I wanted it so bad. So expensive to get a unit up there. But genuinely, I went up and had a look at the ones nearby. Can't afford that. Close, but it would have been so good if I could have had, if like literally I took over the Mansfield workshop. I'd have loved that. It means so much to me. That was the best job I ever had, fixing laptops in a workshop, and the biggest care in the world is whether or not I'd upset Chris that day. We all know which Chris, because he was so grumpy. Such a good guy though, we loved him. And yeah, having I mean, it was in my 20s as well. It was great. You figure out a bill for my counselling services. Well, mate, I can't afford anything. Buy some printers and then go from it. So thank you. This really has brought my passion back. Fuck the haters. Actually, fuck the haters. Genuinely, it's the first time I've felt this comfortable saying that in weeks. So yeah, I feel I'm gonna go and start like panicking again later. But actually, yeah, bollocks. Like I've been worried because, as I've said, people have been watching the Hagears video and I've lost subscribers from it. Fuck them. Because if I believe in what I'm saying, then in a year from now we can look back and go, oh shit, Ross was right. There you go. Boom. I will quite happily, yeah, use my code. You're right. I think you're right. Trolls belong under the bridge, and me being weak and pandering to a soft audience who, and again, I'm just being clear. I don't agree with proprietary resin, but if you can't be objective, I'm not for you. But yeah, like trolls belong under the bridge, and because I've lost my, or had lost my oomph, my and all that. Like I was scared of upsetting people, but you know what? Actually, this time last year, I was sat here going, if you're gonna be rude, fuck off, and I'm scared to do that anymore because I don't want to lose subs. Fuck it. You know what? I would rather burn out than fade away being a fucking wimp, and I will literally tell you what I think. Even fucking Mojo restored. Boom. I will tell you what I think, and if that upsets you, I won't. I'm not a dick. I won't try and upset you. I didn't try and upset the guys the other night, but I'm not going to try and upset someone. But no, I am literally now. This is what I think about these printers. Your call. You make your own decision. If you watched my Hagears video and ranted about it, then you've watched it and decided it's not the printer for you. So I did my job. Fuck it. So on that note, Hagears for the win. They're the best resin printer company ever. Every single one of you should buy one. Everyone. You should buy one. One for you, 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 one for you. Everyone should get it. Buy nothing else and don't buy another printer. Use my affiliate links. Bump. Fohammer out. And if you think I'm genuinely meaning that, then I'm also not the guy for you. So boom. Any ideas on resin printing to get the print rather than it being a hobby is great. Exactly that. So we're going there. Yeah, figure feedback's here. Oh, I'm so glad I can like kindly directly talk to you. Dude, I love your stuff. I love your stuff. Go and check out Figure Feedback. Like, really great. You, like, you were one of the guys who I've watched and gone, yeah, this is right. You know, when I've been having this crisis and going, oh God, am I right or wrong? You're one of the guys who I've watched and go, this guy's got his head screwed on. I really, really like what this guy's saying. Totally with it. Totally understand what he is going on about, and yeah, down to earth. It is what it is. You've said all the things that are good. You've said all the things that are bad. I don't think I've fully agreed with everything you've said, but I will happily disagree with a reasonable person, and you're exactly that. So you keep doing what you do, and I will watch my back, because you are gonna grow, mate. You are literally gonna grow. I love your stuff. So if I'm ever, I don't know where you are, drop me a line. Next time I'm over in Vegas in January, then I'm in not Minnesota, not Indianapolis, Illinois. Up from Illinois, there's a thing there for go to Adepticon. Come and say hi at Adepticon. Find a way to get there. We should meet up, man. I'll buy you a beer or something. But yeah, boom. Yeah, that's me done. I have gone a little crazy now because I've been doing this for 9 hours. Thank you for the cathartic moment. I'll probably summarize my thoughts of the other day and this in a video summary, because I did promise to do a proprietary resin video about hay gears. Until next time, by the way, guys, just a reminder, please, there are links in the description. The last one, the chance to win a hay gears RS, is there in the chat now, but it's also on my socials. There's also links in the video description. If you're buying any printer, please use my affiliate links. That's how I get paid for being straight with you. All of the ones in the 10-inch category are all but they've got a but. That's it. You just need to decide what you are happy or okay with. Looking at the Black Friday deals, they're all a bit nothing's like stepping out at me. Must have this one over that one. They're just a bit cheaper than they were last week. I don't think this has been the best year for 3D printing. I think we've kind of got a little bit lost, but I'm excited what next year will bring, and I'm looking forward to the developments in this space. But if there is one printer I know will continue to get better, it is the hay gears, because the last one got better and it'll continue to do it, and you'll have more options as we go forward. So there we go. That's it, guys. This is me done. As I said, gone a little bit weird and tired now. I'm going to have to get a snack. I have been drinking. Thank you for the support. You got me through the day. It is not as easy as I remember to talk for almost a straight 8-hour shift. I am. Who's got better customer service, hay gears or Uniformation? No idea, guys, because I rarely use their customer service. Hay gears, as far as I'm aware, their support in the slicer is really good. Their customer service support has been a bit like they've not been getting back to people because they're busy. Uniformation has typically been really great, but recently with all the issues has not been so good. They're not getting back to people fast enough. The only thing I ask is to place my name in the right group. I'm still sticking with my Ender 5S as my FDM choice. No worries, Dale. I'll sort that out. You should be in the right group. I'll speak to my editor to see what's going off this weekend. Yes, Milwaukee. That's it. When will the winners be announced? So I'll probably come back on Tuesday. You don't all have to be here. I'm just going to turn up and go, hey guys, I'm going to do these draws, boom, boom, boom. Give you an update of how Black Friday's gone, and then we'll talk from there. So boom. Please, you guys answer the last questions. I've probably already said enough. I need to go. If you can enter any of the competitions, so long as you are in a country where that company sends a printer to. If you're not, you can't. It's that simple. Thanks for all the love, guys. Until next time, I can't think of a movie quote, but fuck the haters. Fuck the haters. Buy the printer that's right for you, and the best printer that's going to go leaps and bounds is the fucking hay gears. Fuck you, haters. You've made me feel shit. Well done. You won. But these people in this chat now, these fucking awesome people got me my mojo back. Okay? You want to go around life hating things and making everybody else miserable because you are. That's not helping you. Go and help yourself. Find a way to be happy. Don't upset me. These people here are fucking legends. They made me happy. Everyone's awesome in here. I love you. Thank you so much for helping me find my goal again and finding myself in this. I fucking love it. This has been more beneficial for me than any of you. So until next time, fuck you, haters, and Fohammer out.